We got delay on our
standing there looking at it. Well, that started off great. Hopefully everybody's out there watching us at this point.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, everyone waiting.
Yeah. It says, hit the transition button here, buddy.
All right.
So we're talking. Who knows what's going on out there? This is our first go at this, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I see that right there. Let's go.
Well, it seems to be back.
It says we'll be back, but here we are.
And yet here we are.
And yet here we are.
And yet we persist.
So, yeah. If anybody
Raging
here
is
is
the
out
dying
there,
art.
hop in the chat and see.
Yeah, please let us know where we are.
Oh, hey.
It just seems to be on somewhat of a mess.
Whoa, that's right.
We got delay on our movie. We should be looking at ourselves.
Well, that started off great.
that's all
Hopefully
right.
everybody's out there watching.
Yeah.
So,
Hi, everyone waiting.
it says, hear the transition button.
You can't hear the music through the mic.
So we're throwing it on here.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, so here we go. First, obviously, this is, we started exactly the way we thought we were going to start. Yeah. Just a disaster.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who made it to these
we're kind of a first rep podcast.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So we are.
And yet here we are.
And yet this.
Yeah, we persist. We're gonna do it.
It's not even gonna happen. That's true. Yeah. It's definitely gonna happen. It's 6 hours.
Yeah, please let us know.
Us and hey.
This seems to be on somewhat of a mess.
That's right.
We got delay on our movie. We should be looking at ourselves.
Well, that started off great. Hopefully everybody's out there watching.
Oh shit. The podcast.
Hey, there's Dylan. Welcome, buddy. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for hopping in. I knew you'd make it work. You support the show so well. So, okay, so this is our first one. Obviously, you have to know that maybe it's our first year. Just finished up with just live.
Yeah.
So,
we're kind of a first rep podcast.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So I guess we go to
that good? Hey, Dylan, did that fix it? Maybe. No.
Should be good. I don't know why it was blasting through desktop audio. We shouldn't have desktop audio on any of these things. I don't know why.
That's crazy.
We do.
So we really tried to make this work. I'll go back and do all the things I just said because I couldn't hear a single thing.
Yeah.
Great. Wait.
We start from the. Yeah. Let's get confirmation
Let's get
first.
confirmation. Dylan, if you're
There's
live
always
there
gonna be
listening, can you
some-
actually hear us now? Who knows? Yep. Yeah. Man.
There we
The round of
go.
posse. Yep. Dude, Dylan, you're the best. I don't know what I would do without you.
Yeah. Gotta make sure. We'll go back into those scenes.
Let's
each
go back
time.
and talk about the thing that I just said a few minutes ago.
Some of the cool stuff that will be.
We really hope
doing.
we really hope that you guys stay with us through technical difficulties as we figure this whole thing out.
It'll be a few at the start. Hopefully, as we go longer and longer, there will be less.
Exactly. So
Ideally.
anyway, thanks, Steven, for taking care of that.
Yeah. Hey, all the red lines on the audio does mean that something's coming out of it. That's generally.
Thing through these headphones.
Oh, they weren't.
I guess
they
they're
weren't
not
coming
they're,
through?
because desktop audio is not coming through the audio. I'm not sure why we had desktop audio coming through there. It was never doing that at any
love
point
that.
yesterday. But that's just how the technicality of streams work. If anyone's ever tried to live stream something, it's always like you get everything right, and then your software that you're using just decides to do something completely insane.
Yeah.
That's never done before.
Gotcha.
In the full year that you've been using it.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it. So, all right. So anyway, back to what I was saying before. For those of you who are out there maybe watching the show for the first time, we have a Blue Devil coming on. The last 3 years, he was a member of the Tuba line. 2 championships and a bronze medal between just on him, and he's going back to the Blue Devils this year for his 4th season as drum major. So he's going to be on in about 25 minutes. He should be here, and we're going to talk to him about kind of all the things that's going on with the Blue Devils this year. So if you have a Blue Devils fan out there that that are interested in maybe hearing what's going on with the organization, send them the link and be like, hey, this guy's coming on. He's He's a Blue Devil. It's gonna be cool. It's right live, and you'll
He's
even
like
be able to ask him.
He's Mr. Blue Devil by this point. I mean,
Yeah, he
he's
really
won
is.
like Member of the Year. He's a drum major now.
Yeah, I think it's called The Rock, is what they call it, or something like that.
He's Dwayne The Rock Johnson of the drum corps world.
He is Dwayne The Rock Johnson, big lifter. He's a big guy. He's a cool dude. I love him.
I've seen his workout videos that he's posted once, so I'm like, dang, dude.
Yeah, he's an
right.
animal. So super excited to talk to him again because he was on one of our early episodes.
Yeah, one of our like first, honestly, our first interview, I believe, was with him.
I think you're right. I think it was our first interview from way back in the day. So he'll be in here shortly, and then right after that, we'll have Paul Colin on. He's a member of the Reading Buccaneers Hall of Fame at this point. He's also been with the Brigadiers. He was with Boston Crusaders. He was with the Cadets. He was with a host of East Coast drum corps over the last 25 years.
Been all over the place.
So we're just going to pick his brain and talk to him, and he's one of our close personal friends too. So he's a great guy. So
great dude. And if you guys thought that we could yap for a while, just wait until you get the three of us in a room.
Yeah, it gets a little.
We had to tell him to come in on a delay so that it wouldn't just be 6 hours of the three of
just
us
Paul.
sitting us around.
Exactly. So it'll be fun to talk to him about, and he's kind of like the new DCI All-Age czar of greatness, or I don't know what his official title
he's
is.
like the guy for integrating DCI All-Age. At least he's the front man.
Yeah, he's the front
Right,
guy. Yeah,
yeah.
he's the guy I think that DCI asked to go, hey, look, you have so much experience with this, and you're part of one of the better organizations out there with DCI All-Age, and we'd love to pick your brain and kind of help make the DCI All-Age integration a little bit more cohesive as we move forward from a judging perspective and just competitive perspective and all those things. So it'll be pretty cool. Later on after that, sometime around the 7:45, 8 o'clock hour, we're going to have a live unboxing of some stuff that Troopers Legacy Corps sent us.
Yeah,
which we're very excited
it's
about.
gonna be very exciting.
They're partnering with a couple of groups this year to kind of help fundraise and do some other things. So they have some Mother's Day and Father's Day gifts that they sent us and said, hey, this is something we're promoting. Do you guys mind talking about it on the podcast? We said, heck yeah, that sounds awesome. I got the perfect event to talk about this thing. And I just love what those guys are doing over there. They're really taking an alumni organization and making it a very feasible sound sport group now, and just really growing what they're doing. There's just a lot of really great people, super passionate about still being active members of an organization, and I just love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it's more of what the activity needs.
Absolutely.
There's more people who just love it, trying to get out there and do cool stuff, and like get more groups out there and more drum corps happening.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. So that's super neat. I can't wait to open those boxes. I don't even know what they are. We haven't opened them yet. They're still.
I have no idea.
Still sealed. So we have no
If
idea
you
what they
guys
are.
send us any plants or animals, they're long dead. Sorry.
Hopefully there's nothing alive. There's a puppy inside of it. He's like, oh no. That's what it told me. So we have that, and then I have a couple of calls out to a few random people that are at WGI finals right now. That might
There might have some Zoom calls.
Yeah, some may zoom in and say hello and do some of that stuff too.
Yeah.
And, if any of you people out there in TV land know some people out at WGI that are like, yo, you guys could call in and talk to us.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, why not? We'll send you a link and you can hop on the live cast with us and hopefully that'll work because God only knows if that's going to work yet.
Who knows? Who's to say?
Who's to say?
We'll figure it out.
And then finally, toward the end of the night, around at 9 o'clock, we're going to have the I don't know if he's the president, CEO, or like the director of I'm not sure what his actual official title is because all the cores are
Mr.
set
Big
up.
Shot.
Mr. Big Shot over in Northern Lights, which is one of the newer DCI All-Age groups that are from Minnesota.
Super excited to talk to him about like what that kind of process is like.
Yeah,
what does a new drum corps look like in this day and age?
Because they were a sound sport group last year, and
Robbie's camera has completely frozen.
I love that.
Interesting. It's got an error on it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we're good. So anyway, the all age group over there, I got a chance to talk to him a little bit. Like we chat back and forth occasionally, and some of the way that they're doing business up there, moving from a sound sport group into a all age group is really interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm kind of curious. I'm curious to see because I've talked to him. I haven't talked to you about what I've talked to him about.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if he wants to share some of those pieces and kind of what your thoughts are. Yeah. Welcome, Doug. Yeah, Doug's gonna hop on and talk to us. That's exactly who it is. And then we're going to finish up the night with maybe some conversation with you, the listener out there, and just kind of talking. And honestly, throughout the entire evening, all of these interviews, we're going to have about a 15-minute time period towards the end for you to type in and chat and basically ask questions like, hey, what's going on? You want to do that? We have a live screen chat right there that's, ready to go, and it looks okay. So, Steven, it looks like Robbie's camera is okay right now. It may not show it up in
no, that thing it's off. We'll fix it.
It's just off.
Yeah, we got an error message.
Oh, interesting. That's
I
different.
mean, we could just
go for it. Yeah, Steven, hop on me there, and we'll talk. So one of the things that I really wanted to kind of talk about as this little opening segment section is we have a few things. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jack Beam's on.
Oh my God.
Hey, Jack.
Hi,
hey,
Jack
what's
Beam.
up, buddy? Old heads. Yeah, you know us. Yeah, man, we love Jack Beam. He was on one of our episodes.
on
also
Horn
too.
Sergeants.
Yeah, one of
our
Horn
retroactively all Horn Sergeants episode.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks,
We
Jack.
should have him on at some point again.
Hope you and Lydia are having a great time down in Florida right now because I think they're in Disney doing.
Yeah, they're there or they're still traveling there.
Yeah.
They might be still
knows?
on the road.
Who's to say? Are they driving down there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's
yeah,
always
good.
what they do.
Man, I hope you guys are in a 6-hour car ride just listening to us the whole way. Also,
yeah.
I hope.
I mean,
that's
hey,
not the
if
case.
they're only like halfway there, they've still got like 10 more hours to go.
Right, exactly.
It's a long way to Florida.
Yeah.
My band did a bus trip there one year, and I think there were some delays, but it took 28 hours
Oh my God, that sounds
to get there. It was miserable.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
It was bad. We almost mutinied on the bus.
yeah. I would have done the same thing. I think the longest bus trip I took in high school was like Williamsburg, Virginia. It was like 7 or 8 hours, something like that. It was long, and that was
wild.
young bodies can make those kind of trips. At 40, I can't really do that anymore.
They just got to the hotel. Well, then you got plenty of time.
Oh man, so you guys have all the time in the world.
Relax for a bit.
Whatever you were planning on doing at the hotel.
Order some room service
Don't.
because you're not going to want to leave this room.
Yeah, you're just gonna want to hang out, and then do that. Any crazy Bucks drill this year?
Oh, I already have some. We're not afraid of step size this year. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're moving a little bit bigger this year.
There's a great.
Tom's there too. Hey, Tom.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Tom. From
North Jersey. Oh, Michael and Brennan. I know them. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. So hey, thanks
They're both
guys,
great guys.
For hopping on. This is crazy. So one of the things I wanted to kind of like just share with the collective, which is kind of like our numbers for this past year, since this is our anniversary.
Yeah,
year,
a little stat roundup.
Yeah, a little stat roundup. So right now, as of
Yesenia is there as well. Oh my God,
man,
we should.
to the hockey game.
I keep saying we should call it to the people at the hockey game at some point.
That's a good point, Yesenia. If you're still listening, maybe we'll shoot you a Zoom later, and you can just zoom
pop
us
in as like a quick hello, or even just like send us a video or something.
Yeah. We'll figure something out.
That could be
video.
fun.
I don't know. We don't even know how to do a live broadcast right now.
And we'll figure it out.
So anyway,
number roundup for
number
the past
roundup
year.
for the
year
last
in review.
year. Yes. So for the last year, so officially we have 905 subscribers. Hoping to up that number tonight with the live broadcast. So again, if you're out there, send it to your friends and let them hop on and do that. This year, you all out there in TV land supported us by watching 33,642 views. So that is the total number of views we've had on our videos this year, which is pretty awesome. I think it's pretty neat.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a pretty sweet amount of time. And what I think the craziest thing for me is the views are great, but it's the amount of hours that people have spent watching us, because it's 5,560 hours.
That's crazy.
That's a lot of time. I mean,
that's basically a 10th of an entire year.
Oh,
right?
You do that
from
the ice?
5,000, 100th of a year.
From the ice, Yesenia.
Dude, from the ice? Oh my God.
So, for those of you who don't know, it was actually on DCI's official DCI page. There was a thing on there about the Reading Buccaneers doing a local hockey game.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get a live feed from the hockey game of, or from wherever's going out there, from one of our section leaders at the
That'd be
Reading
great.
Buccaneers.
Yeah, I'm section leader.
That'd be super cool, man. You're the best. You never cease to surprise me, or you always cease to surprise me.
Never cease. You said it right the first time.
Never cease, always. Yeah,
you never cease to never stop surprising in a good way.
There it is. It's a good thing. We love you. So, all right. So
any other number stats? Or we go. I mean, the watch hours, the amount of views.
You know what's funny is that this will probably get rebroadcast onto Spotify, but our Spotify hours were they were really high.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't spend a lot of time promoting the Spotify thing or pushing it out there or kind of that. It just kind of goes out there, and we have
just an automatic push. Pretty
it's
much.
like 60 or 70 subscribers out there that just randomly found it on Spotify. I know Amy watches it on Spotify.
Oh.
And some other things too. But there was a couple hundred hours of people. Jack Hope's here too.
Oh my God,
man, Jack Hope
live on Instagram.
Oh,
figure out a way to call in. That'd be great.
Okay, we'll be live on Instagram. That's pretty cool.
Great.
That's
Jack Hobie, our media guru for the Reading Buccaneers.
Yeah.
So have you seen any of the stuff that the Reading Buccaneers have been putting out? And we're like, hey, that's really cool.
Right.
Most of it is probably thanks to Jack Hobie.
All of it runs through Jack Hobie.
Yeah.
Right. He's the main guy up there, but there's a bunch of people on the media team this year. The media team is huge
Dynamite
this
media
year.
team.
Yeah, so great. A lot of older members that were previous marchers and people that just, were like, hey, I'm not going to march this year, but I still really want to be involved with the organization. So they decided to kind of, hop in there and just take some pictures and do some fun stuff.
It's awesome.
So, I'm so happy the chat's going as early as it is.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from anybody else that's not part of the Reading Buccaneers. Which great. Listen, we love the support you guys give us. It's great. Our home team, but we also want to make sure that through the podcast we're not just promoting the Reading Buccaneers.
Right. Here's some other people.
As a former Caballero and and a former Fusion Corps person, if you're out there, it would be great to hear from you guys too. So don't be afraid to hop on and
even if we have never talked to you in our entire lives before and we have no idea who you are, please feel free to still just send a message.
Hop in, see what's going on, right?
Be just like those people that came up to us, at DCI finals to be like, are you guys from All-Age? Are you guys from On Cycle?
Super, super cool, right?
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Yeah. So, what time we got? Okay, it's 5:18.
Yeah.
Buddy, it's going to be a long night.
It is going to be a long night.
I'm excited.
Some of you may have noticed the Chekhov's gun that we've been
cheers.
We've placed on the table here.
Yeah. This is for when we're about midway through and we're about ready to die.
Yeah. Do you want to save it for midway through?
Or just want to get into it now?
This could be our sort of send off, right? The breaking of the glass on the Viking bow.
Yeah. Okay. So
before we go,
so there's numbers too. So we'll do this and then we'll get into the next part of the thing. Ready?
All right.
This is to all you out there that are going to try and watch us for 6 hours. We're going to try to entertain you for 6 hours.
Yeah.
And,
we got to stay energized. And this is sort of a throwback, right? Or sort of an homage, because this is your pre-show tradition, most drum corps shows.
For some of you guys out there who may, some old Buccaneers, one of the things we used to do, the tuba line back in the early 2000s, we would all take Red Bulls and during warm-ups, we would go ahead and we would shotgun them and just be like, let's go. And it would just be a fun little thing that we did, for years and years and years. So here's to the old tuba players and the podcast. Sugar and deliciousness.
Yeah. You know what's wild? I feel like Red Bull always gets the rap of like, oh, you know, it's an energy drink, yeah. But like, I feel like they started so early. These things only got 80 milligrams of caffeine in it.
Yeah.
That's like a pretty normal.
Yeah, that's kind
amount.
of like a
It's like barely 2 cups of. It's not even 2 cups of coffee.
right. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty
The
wild.
scaling on like the caffeine meta these days has gotten the power creep is crazy.
Way out of control.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
wild. You see the Celsius
can't-
in like 900 grams.
Yeah, I
That's
can't
an-
even. I can't even do that much caffeine anymore. It's way too
Yeah.
much. My
And like
cup
I
of
feel like
coffee
back in the
is
day
good.
they used to be like Red Bull and they'd be like they'd advertise as being like, hey, you gotta drink your Red Bull. It's gonna make you fly literally.
exactly.
And now it's just like they'll just like casually be like, oh, you want a little pick me up?
Yeah, right.
You want this 200 milligrams of
This
caffeine?
8.4 ounce can. No.
Yeah.
We should get sponsored by Red Bull. Hey, is there anybody out
should.
there for Red Bull? Let us know.
Drum
You know?
corps is pretty much an extreme sport, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's extreme in the practicing that we do.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that.
The sort of environmental
Yeah,
hardships that we have to go through.
it's a lot. So
When I tell people what we do and they're like, oh, you go on drum for a while, I'm like, no, we're like out. We're out for 12 hours
Yeah.
in the sun, running, sprinting.
When I had friends that played hockey or played college football or college baseball, they were always like, dude, that's a lot of practice. And I was like, yeah. And I'm like, and it's not, it's not stand around practice. I always felt like that too. Like if you go to football practice and you watch them go, like the defense is like standing around waiting to like have their rep, and they're standing.
Yeah.
Standing. That could be 5-10 minutes. Then they do 8 seconds of intense, work. And then all of a sudden it's like,
Yeah, right. It's pretty pretty consistently
relaxed.
intense at drum corps the
Yeah.
whole time,
We get pretty beat
as
up.
opposed to like the sort of lows and highs of.
Chris, hey buddy.
Oh yeah.
Welcome, man. It's super cool. I will say this, Chris, since you're hopping on there now too, cheers to you, because I think, and I'd have to look at the statistics because we were just talking about statistics a second ago, Chris has commented on more of our shows than anybody else.
Yeah, he's our most consistent
Yeah,
commenter.
absolutely, man. So thank you
love
so
it.
much. And
He's
and
our
I-
ride or die.
Yeah, he really is. And I talked to him personally too offline a few times too. Great
Yeah.
dude. It's like, hey man, so thank you. We appreciate you, Chris. Cheers.
Cheers. As we drink our Red Bull.
Yeah,
and
as we try
get
to
ready.
hammer this down. So one of the things I wanted to announce, right? So a couple things out there. I don't know if I want to. I'll say it a few times tonight probably because it's a new thing. Starting this year, moving in, what's in store for next year?
On cycle 2.0.
2.0. What? Because we weren't great, but we were okay this year, right? Well, how are we going to be great next year?
Yeah.
Right?
How can we change the paradigm?
So one of the things that I'm gonna try and do, and we're gonna see, especially as we get into the season, one of the things I don't think that we see too much of is a live broadcast, right? A weekly live breakdown of what's going on, and maybe just talking about different things. So we're gonna try. It's either going to be weekly or bi-weekly. I think it depends on the time of the year. As we get into the summertime, and I think you're more available and
Yeah, we might be able to do it more often.
more frequently, but I think we're going to do a Thursday night live broadcast for about an hour. We're going to hop on and we're going to try to integrate and talk to you guys out there. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's you, maybe it's me, you, and a guest, maybe it's another, like whatever the case may be. A little bit different from the reacts and from the what do you call
Regular
it?
episodes
The
that
regular
we do.
podcasts that we do that are a little edited afterwards. But hop on and talk live. But we're going to talk about one of the things I really wanted to like get into is like the silly arguments that we have all the time. Like who
Oh
really
yeah.
who
Oh yeah. I
really-
love some drum corps hot takes, right?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
drum corps point counterpoint.
Yeah, exactly. Like who really does have the best mellophone section? Is it
Yeah.
the cadets in the 90s? Is it SEV in the
In the-
late
yeah, in the
teens?
mid-teen, mid to late,
like,
right?
Like those kind of things. Like who has the best tuba line out there? Like not just currently, but maybe over the last 30, 40 years. You
Yeah.
know? Who's consistently the best? Who moves the
Yeah.
best these years?
Which
so
we can do, during our non-interview times, especially. We can we can test a little bit of that,
Yeah.
in here. So if we share an opinion and you want to butt in, please feel free
Yeah,
to. Or if
absolutely.
you want to ask, a good question when we're not in interview time, or even if you want to ask an interview question to our guest, feel free. Right, we're using this as a bit of a test run of new ideas.
Yeah. So that was kind of the whole idea behind the live broadcast today was, hey, let's do a little bit of a test run and see what the live thing looks like, feels like, see how many people are out there who are actually interested in maybe, coming on and talking to us and being regular, I want to say contestants. That's not the right word I want to use. Regular participants.
Maybe it is.
Participants.
Yeah,
maybe
I
maybe
guess
it is.
so.
We'll contest. You lose if you like anything that I
Yeah.
don't like. But yeah, regular participants in conversations, and they're just fun, active conversations to kind of engage the the arguments that we all love to have, because there's nothing else about drum corps that we are wildly opinionated about the things that we like.
Got strong opinions, and you're going to hear about them.
Yeah. So right now, for those of you out there who are listening and tuned in, maybe if you think there's a better date or time, because we're not settled on a time, but I felt like Thursday was the right time for us.
Thursday feels kind of right. I mean, we're like gearing back up into drum corps mode.
Yeah.
Right. We're getting ready to head into the rehearsal weekend.
Right.
A lot of people might be getting ready to go to a weekend show.
Right.
Right. It feels appropriate, but also, like you said, it's variable.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. If there's a better date and time, like is early evening, like 6 o'clock dinner time, is that the better time, or is it maybe a little bit later after we're settled in, and you can sit on your phone and you're just looking for some scroll time and something to watch. You're like, hey, 8 o'clock, come on in. We'll talk smooth jazz. That's one of the new things that's going on there too. And then the other new thing that I wanted to talk about, and it's half done. It's out there.
It's in the first stages.
It's in the very first stages.
It technically exists now.
Yeah, it technically exists now. So for those of you out there, some people have asked me several times, how do we support the podcast, right? And for those of you who've been around since the beginning for us, maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but we started this podcast and this journey. One, because we just wanted to talk about drum corps and all the other things that we talk about, but we also started it because we really wanted to see if we could maybe turn a little, I don't want to say profit, that's not the word I want to use, but raise some money to help re-support the activity that we love so much, right? So we really wanted that. We had the on-cycle, what do we call that? Scholarship, right? Which is what we were looking at doing, and we were kind of hoping. So our first year is done. We haven't, I think we've raised about $26.
Is that all through sticker sales?
Yeah, it's all through sticker sales, right? So you can sell our beautiful,
hitting the streets.
Our beautiful stickers on here on the cups. Yeah, this is wonderful. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hit the center key there, Steven, if you haven't yet. Yeah, he's not paying attention.
Yeah,
okay.
I just don't want people to have to look at you.
Oh, okay. So there's our beautiful stickers that are on our cups right here.
Yeah.
So those are for sale. They're $5. So we've sold a few of them here and there, and some discount stuff out there. So
we're hoping this next year we'll be able to start making a more consistent
more
flow
consistent
of
thing.
money inwards.
So the stickers are up for sale. So we've obviously raised about $12. It's going to go towards a to the scholarship fund. But what we've started now officially is the Patreon. For those of you familiar with Patreon, it's a crowd-raising fund source where you can go on and basically set up like a monthly donation or a one-time donation to go, hey, here's some money we'd like to support what you're doing. One of the things that's maybe a little bit different, so we really wanted to set it up so that it was more about the scholarship and less about raising money for maybe ourselves or anything else. So what it is, if you go on and you donate, we'll just start with the $5. Like $5 a month, here's $5. Less than a cup of coffee. Hop on there and you can donate $5 to the podcast and to the scholarship fund. $2.50 of that donation will go directly to that.
Yeah.
So it's not 50% of what is like left over after we have to pay all the
even
fines
the net
and the
stuff.
fees.
Yeah,
it's not net. If you donate a $5 comes out of your bank account, $2.50 will go to the scholarship fund at the end of it, and then
directly go into someone's
and
dues.
then we will take care of whatever money's left over for us. We will take care of all the taxes and all the other nonsense that goes along with that. So it is a true $2 thing. The other thing that it's doing, because I thought was really neat, because I don't know anything else out there that's like this, is that your $5 a month also buys you a vote, right? And what does that mean, right? So next year, probably next year, as we look into around this time frame and offering scholarships to members that need them, we, the Patreon community, will sit down as a whole group, and you can be a part of it if you want to, and you don't have to be. But if you're a donating member, that you get to kind of say, well, how many scholarships are we going to do? Are we going to do one large $1,000 scholarship, or are we going to do 5 $200 scholarships, or how much ever money we have, right? And then as we start to get members or people to send in scholarship
applicants to this scholarship,
that $5 donation bought you one vote. You get to vote on which application you want to see, or which person who's asking for that money. Who do you think that should go to, rather than just Robbie and I making that choice, or rather than maybe a small conglomerate of people that we're going to look at, so you guys don't feel like we're playing favorites, or we're just giving all, like the people
Yeah.
we know, because it's not just about people we know.
Yeah, and like if it's your money that you were kind enough to donate and use to support this program, we want to make sure that you have a say.
Yes,
right, in
absolutely.
where that is ending up and where that scholarship is going.
Yeah. So it's not only a true crowdsourcing for a scholarship, program, but it's also you get to be actively involved in it, and that's the entire process. So there's a couple different levels in there. And, at the $5 level, you get 1 vote. If you go to the $10 level, you get 2 votes, and then so on and so forth. And also too, is if you donate more money, a higher percentage of the money you donate goes toward the scholarship fund.
Yep.
So it's a $5. As a $5 increase goes, a 5% increase goes.
Yeah.
So
right. So 50% is the minimum.
As the
and the
minimum,
more you
yes.
donate, the bigger a chunk, bigger
Exactly.
piece of percentage gets to go in.
So at the $10 donation amount, you're not just donating $10. And $5 is going now. It's a 55%. So
Right.
$5.50
Yep.
is going towards those people. So just some things to think about. We're really excited to kind of set that up and kind of get that out there, and we're curious to see who's maybe interested in doing that on a regular basis and kind of getting involved with that.
Yeah.
So
we'll share more details about that. Maybe even post a link to it.
yeah. Oh, there'll definitely be links
in the chat.
there'll be
today,
links
honestly.
out there and some other stuff too, so you can go out there and find it and hunt it, and it'll be something that we
I'll give you short reminders every once in a while for those of us that tune
of
in
course.
later.
So that all being said, I think we're going to take a quick, maybe 2 to 3 minute break.
Yep.
Not even.
Honestly, just a quick transition because it's time for our first segment.
Yes.
We've got our first interviewee waiting back scenes here.
Connor's here, so we're going to get him in, get him set up, and we're going to kind of reposition a little bit.
Yeah.
And we're going to do that. In the meantime, we have a great thank you screen, just hangout screen.
Yeah,
So-
enjoy the smooth tunes of a song legally distinct from The Girl from Ipanema.
What's the name of it?
It's the official title from the royalty-free website we got it from is The Girl from Near Approximately Ipanema.
Yeah, it's great. We're really excited about it. Robbie and I have been listening to it on nonstop.
We had it playing the entire set
for about 12 hours.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break, and then so don't go nowhere.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
And again, if you know people out there that are interested in hearing about the Blue Devils and hearing from a member,
or just
send
hearing
them
from
a link.
like a longtime vet and like from a drum major.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, somebody's interested in that thing. Send it
Anyone.
to them over. Send them the link real quick. Get them on. We're going to have a Q&A like toward the end of the interview. So if you're interested in talking to a live actual member of the Blue Devils, he's on. He's ready to go. So so go ahead and we're going to take that break real quick, and
We'll be back to you
go from there.
momentarily.
Yeah. right, everybody, we're back, and
We
we're
promise
reset
you it
up.
wouldn't be long.
Yeah, we're here, we're back, it's all good to go. So, for those of you who are a fan of the show before, Connor was our very first guest, and I'd like to welcome him back. You're our first repeat guest ever.
Yeah.
Good to be back.
Yeah, man, it's
I guess
awesome.
he is, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause we had a few other planned, but you're our first second guest.
Yeah, our first official second guest
Yeah.
on. So,
There you go.
and our first official live guest too.
Yep.
So yeah.
True.
So before we begin, because I think it's important, we have a gift for you.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. Official.
Nice.
Yes, on Psycho.
Yeah.
For you. There you go. So, and obviously, it's
Yeah.
on
Do you
water.
want some water in it?
Yeah,
Sure.
Let me fill you up here, buddy. There you
Gotta
go.
hydrate
There we
before
go.
you're going into the season.
This is the kind of live, shenanigans that we love to get into.
Yeah, we're getting crazy here.
There you go, buddy.
We're hydrating.
Hydrate or
In
dehydrate,
here.
It's good, man. So enjoy. Yes. Cheers to everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the camera.
Oh, yeah, he knows.
He knows what's going on. So yeah, man, it's super exciting to see you. We were obviously really happy that you came on last year and talked to us, and it was really neat to kind of get a little insight on the Blue Devils and kind of what they do and all that kind of good stuff. So, where do we even start? I have so many questions for you because I have questions
Yeah.
about last season,
Right.
obviously, right? And I have questions about the upcoming season. And and for those of you who don't know, Connor is officially Is it drum major or conductor?
Drum major.
You guys
Okay.
are drum majors,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
You're officially a drum major for this year. Where at on the field are you a drum major?
Don't know yet.
Okay.
I don't think.
That'll be fun.
They'll figure that out, like
Gotcha.
spring training stuff when
Gotcha.
we're
Oh,
actually
okay.
moving and all
Cool.
that stuff.
Yeah.
But from what I've done so far, just like at camp in the Ark, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm ever gonna get tired of that. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
being in front of that horn.
Yeah. Is that the best part for you? Just being able to feel the horn line's
I think
power the
so.
whole time?
Yeah, because it's a totally different experience, right?
Right.
It's there's one thing to be playing in the Ark and feel the presence and the power of the
Yeah.
horns
Yeah.
around you, but to be in front of it and just be crushed in the face with
Right.
sound, that's super neat, right?
Yeah.
super cool.
Our last horn sergeant Matt Heckman, I think, mentioned that a few times because he stepped out for a few reps or something, and he was like, "Man, you guys should try it sometime." Because you forget how loud a
Right.
horn line is when you're
Right.
in the center of the Arc and not like a part of it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Just
It's-
listening to your trio.
Yeah, I think about that all the time as I get closer and closer to retirement. It makes me feel sad that I'm not going to be able to play or march, but then I'm like, I also get to go and watch, an organization
Yeah.
I was with or even other drum corps. I just get to be more part of it all the time because
Yeah.
I'm so much a part of producing what everybody else gets to watch, but I don't really get to watch.
Yeah.
Right.
Me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get to feel.
I think that'll
myself.
be exciting next year too. Once I'm aged out. And like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't watched a drum corps show like since Allentown 2019.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Live.
Right.
Yeah, because when would you get the chance to, right?
Right.
Especially, I mean, any of I would say like the top 5 cores really don't
Yeah, they
get
don't get to
many
perform and
chances.
head back,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Like by the time you're done, it's like, oh, maybe there's one more group performing. If
Right.
you're in if you just did like 5th at San Antonio, but like
Mm-hmm.
for a core that's consistently at the top,
Yeah.
you guys never have any opportunities.
Yeah, you just never see anything.
Yeah, to watch.
Yeah. So you're back on tour for your 4th season, which is crazy.
Yeah, right.
Which
4
is
seasons at
wild.
Blue Devils is nuts.
Yeah, which is wild. And let me ask you this: 'cause you said you weren't sure where you're going to be as a drum major yet. Is there any chance for you to be the drum major, like the guy in the middle?
We're sort of going down like more of a team
Okay.
this year.
Okay.
We've all
Like
talked about that.
40s kind of or
It would probably be like 30-30 and then one in the
Nice.
back and then we have 2 field assistants. But as far as like having that head honcho, it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I got you.
just because then it puts a whole lot on one person.
gotcha.
And I think the team is so mixed as far as like skill set.
Okay.
But everybody is still like extremely
Yeah.
capable.
Oh, sure.
We don't want to sell anybody short by being like, you're the guy.
Got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Oh, so more of a balanced approach.
Yeah, and
I like
it's
that.
it's
good.
a cool dynamic too because I've done like the BD thing for so long, but I'm not as
right. No, yeah, that's
they
not.
do that.
I got
I
you.
just play the tuba. And
Yeah.
but so it's cool that we can sort of, I guess, clash, but not in a bad way.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like learn from each other, and there's no like, I guess, retractions at the end of the day. It's like we're all just doing the thing, and we have different skill sets that all come together and make it all great.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's awesome. What made you decide you wanted to go drum major this year versus going back on tuba? Like as a longtime tuba player, like I get it. Like I don't want to carry the goddamn thing anymore, you know. But but I'm also like it's part of my soul to play the tuba, you know. Like I love being the bottom end person on there. But so like why this year go down that road?
I think first off, it's gonna hit me once they're moving. I'll probably miss it a little more than I do right now.
Yeah.
But it's always sort of been in the back of my head, I think.
Okay.
Just because I was a drum major in high school and then did the section leader thing last year. So I guess, you know, coming off the last season, there were thoughts and feelings we all had. Everybody was fired up. So I thought it's a cool opportunity to like really have my hands on the wheel and see where this puppy can go.
That's okay. So that was kind of my. Well, that's a great segue into the next question.
Yeah.
Right? Which was Robbie and I were talking about this before that it's been almost 20 years.
Yeah, damn near a decade. So damn near 2 decades.
There hasn't been a Blue Devil core in first or second place, right? And to be that third place, so like, and that was kind of like, what was the feeling? I mean, was it just was it one of those things? Because you talked about this before, like, you know, like we do what we do and we let the cards lie where they go, right? Which is a great approach to being a great organization. But is there a little bit of I don't know, like a frustration or like a fight? Like
I remember.
What's the energy like?
Yeah.
Oh, like that last third of the season last year, it was really cool just how fired up everybody was. We do this little nature walk in Georgia.
Okay.
And because the school, there's this trail and we go do a little run back there and then we stretch in the woods and play like Devils Down in Georgia and all that stuff.
Oh, cool.
And I remember one of our Viz staff, he was like, typically we're the ones who are being hunted, but now we get to hunt. And there's no better place to hunt than in the woods.
Yeah.
With some, you know, a couple other words in there.
Yeah.
But it was, I remember the Ohio show because, you know, Blue Coat show. It's like, step on. And that the way our show started, you know, we're just coming straight forward, just looking at the audience. It's like my ears were getting pulled back just in like energy. Like just pissed off.
Yeah.
It was a really unique feeling. And it was like probably one of my best shows of the year.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly, I'm super glad to hear that because I know, you know, you love to hear that like if a core's having a year that's technically competitively a little less successful than they have, that's not letting it kill the spirit, right? That you're like, all right, let's add, you know, that's fuel to the fire, baby. You know, let's keep it going.
Yeah.
Because I think that also, I think that I'm sure that made each one of your shows that much better, right? That you had that like that hungry sort of fight in you.
Yeah.
You know, and I think you could feel it. It was I mean, you can always feel the Blue Devils performance energy
just right at the heels of everybody.
But feel that sort of like hunger coming out on the field.
Yeah.
You know, it's a cool feeling to be a little riled up for a show.
Yeah.
You know, to have a bit of a chip on the shoulder.
Right. So it's interesting to see where, you know, that first day in Wyoming, like what's the energy going to be like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you guys have a lot of vets from last year back this year?
I don't know what the ratio is, but I do think it's a pretty good amount.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are hungry.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Do you get a sense from the vets that are back right now? Because I'm assuming most of the section leaders and everybody else are vets, right? Because that's usually the way it works. Do you get a sense from them that they are really imparting on the rookies and the people who weren't there last year to go, you guys better be ready because we're working, you know?
Yeah.
There's that.
And the staff is pushing a whole lot.
Good.
So I think leadership team is like, you know, how can we set ourselves up for Laramie? And we just go. Like,
Right.
You know, we're doing more meetings than I think we have in the past.
Okay.
So,
Cool. Yeah.
yeah. Just getting the stuff out of the way. So once we get in Wyoming, it's like, you know, there's this loop of parking stuff up to stadium. It's like, let's do it day one.
Yeah.
So
that's cool.
It's gonna be super cool.
Yeah, we're excited. So one of our rookie kids from back in the day is a Blue Devil this year, Adam Brandt.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Adam's great. We love him to death. He's such a great young musician and performer. And so we were like, I think really through happenstance, he ended up being in the Blue Devils, which is really cool. And I don't know. Do you know him? Really
I know.
Well?
I don't. We've not met yet.
You'll love him.
Yeah.
He's just great. He's a
Yeah.
really, really great kid. He's a good member. And he's one of the hardest working people that I think I've met. So, and he's super talented too. So he'll fit in perfect with you guys out there.
He's one of those people that like, I think it was a little unexpected, but then as soon as you thought about it for a second, you're like, that makes sense, right? He's just a person that just shows up and you don't notice him that much, but it's because he's just always doing his job.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So it's great. So, I'm curious to pick his brain a little bit when he gets back from the season too. And we talked to him a couple of days ago, and he's like, I don't think he's even been to an in-person camp yet. He's only been doing like the virtual stuff or whatever else. So he's excited to come out there and do that. And I'm excited to, he's the kind of kid too that wants to get like, not beat up, but he wants to work, so he's not afraid of it. So I'm excited for that. So here's a great question, because this is we talk about this on the podcast several times. What are the Blue Devils going to do this year when it comes to design and the approach to a show? Because I'm sure you know part of the show at this point, right?
I know the music.
Okay.
Some of what it's from. I don't know how any of it goes together.
Okay. So you don't have like the show theme yet this year? Gotcha.
Typically, they'll maybe drop something to us in April camp in a couple weeks, but nothing right now.
Yeah.
I guess you could say it's probably going to be a little different. Probably, something happened. It's like 16 and 17, and then, all the other years where BD lost, and then the next year they came back. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, right.
Like there's a time at February camp we were doing a little bit of drill outside, and it's like they're still auditioning people, and vets come over here, and we're just getting drill concepts on the field. So I guess, if I had to use a word, it'd be fired up. Yeah. And who knows what that'll actually look like. But I think that's sort of the mantra behind everything. Yeah. So, it's going to be cool.
It was an interesting thing because, like, Robbie and I talked about it. Like, me, like, well, you've heard me talk enough times. Like, I'm not you're a Blue Devil apologist.
I like the Blue Devils. I'm a fan of the Blue Devils.
They drive me bonkers sometimes. But I really loved last year's show. It was probably the first show I really enjoyed. Like,
I liked it the best out of the post-COVID shows.
Yes,
definitely.
It was definitely my favorite show, and I think it was received well like that through for most of the people like me, who aren't, who don't just love the Blue Devils, just love them, right? And
okay, I like them because I like their show designs.
But like for those people like who were like me, were just like, God, I'm tired of seeing the same old Blue Devil show. It was a really great show, and
it did feel like something new.
Yeah, it was something new, and I guess that was the thing. Are we going to see a continuation of that new feel? Or are we going back to like what we lost? So it's time to go back to jazz.
Oh, reliable.
And get back into it,
Who knows what's going on in Jay and Scott's heads and all those guys. I'm sure the competition plays a part.
Sure, of course it does. It's a competitive activity. Of course.
We always try to pretend we always try to keep it from mattering. But at the end of the day, it's like the goal is to design a winning show. Yeah. Right? And usually that also coincides with let's design a cool and effective show. Yeah. Right. But it is always something to consider, especially for, a core that consistently is going to have a chance at gold.
Yeah. We're curious to see. Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Yeah.
I'm very curious. I'm super excited
too.
You're right. I'm super excited for the year. I feel like so many cores, so many of the top cores had great shows last year and ended up in a position that's like, we got to keep our eye on so many people. I mean, Boston getting, medaling, right? Bluecoats getting another win, right? BD, like you said, coming in with like this fiery energy, like the swap that happened with Phantom and Crown towards finals. Like there's so much cool stuff being set up for this year.
Yeah, I feel like and maybe it's just because we're more podcasty or more environment. Like I'm paying attention to it a little bit more from the ability to kind of talk about it a little bit more. Yeah. But I do feel like there's just a different energy coming from a lot of the different cores. Right. And I will say this, right, and this is the one thing I've always said about the Blue Devils is that I feel like a lot of the energy coming from other cores is the same as the energy that the Blue Devils have been putting out for probably 20 years, right? It's like this, I think everybody just kind of settled into not beating on people so aggressively and just going like, hey, look, these kids, we want to work, we want to produce great shows, and we're going to trust that the members have the energy and drive to make it great. We don't have to force them, you know, have to whip them like horses to get them into shape, right?
And we don't have to beat people into the ground
Right,
in order to make them work hard.
Right, and that energy has really, really, I think, permeated a lot through the upper echelons of the corps, and now they're mimicking what you guys have done for such a long time.
Right.
And now you're starting to see it.
It's paying dividends now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So it makes it harder for you guys, you know, to be able to do that now, which is great, because that's what you want, right? As a victor, as a consistent person who's, you know, fighting for first place, you want people to come up behind you and have that experience that you had last year, which was you know, we want to. It's fun to chase every now and again. You know?
Yeah. Right.
So
we did get a question from the
already.
chat, which is. What other group are you most excited to see on the field? You know, from a BD perspective.
Good question.
Phantom came to mind first.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think because of
Who
that
can blame
show, you know, how fired up people got.
Yeah.
You know, who knows what's next for them,
Yeah.
especially with the whole crown upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see.
I think they're definitely maybe going to be the most watched
I think
after
there's
group
the
this year.
most
Them
anticipation.
and just Coates, which are always the top. I would think.
Not that I'm less interested in seeing what Coates are going to do. I am the two top corps that I'm most interested in seeing what do this year is Phantom, because I'm curious to see if they keep pushing in the envelope and doing the crazy stuff that they've been doing, or was it a 2-year fluke? And I'm really curious to see what you guys do. That's my next group. I'm really, really very excited to see what BD does, and I think it's just for me I was so excited for last year's show. I understood it. I got it. It made sense. It had concept. It was like, it was finally something that I could like wrap my mind around, and somebody explained it to me, and I was like, everything that you're saying to me, I see on the field. It's perfect. Right?
Yeah.
Because every time else is like, I'm like, I don't understand any of the crap you guys are trying to do. It's
22
so
is like the color blue.
Yeah, right.
I know, it's like the color blue. I'm like,
wildly conceptual, and I'm like, yeah, okay, you could just say things. And
Moon River's pretty.
Yeah.
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 But anyway, so. So anyway, the question, you know, that Jack has, you know, is you said Phantom already.
Yeah, Phantom.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate your
appreciate it. If anyone else has any more questions for a Blue Devil,
yeah,
honestly,
man. That's why we have him on here. That's why we did the live episode, you know. And I was thinking, who should I have come on during a live episode? And I'm like, well, what a better person than have you come on, since you're so close to us too.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No,
I want to. We asked you a few questions about your show last year that you couldn't answer because it was still in the works, and obviously there's always like an NDA sort of.
Yeah.
Right.
But now that the series, the season has finished, I'm kind of curious to pick your brain about that show. We just did a react to it, so like you know, I mean, a few months ago, so like, and we've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
I'd love to get some insight on like parts of that show.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, just starting off, like, did you have like a favorite segment? Either from a perspective of like best end result.
That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I think, favorite part. It's so hard to say. I think probably the beginning, just how we started, and it was interesting because there wasn't really a whole lot of drill. But then once things got going, I felt like we were just running and running and running.
Yeah.
And then the whole house moving castle stuff was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I probably that little area of
Those parts are great. I love the opening is such a cool. With the walk forward.
Right.
Because you guys have such great like. I don't think anyone's got just like simple performer presence like you guys. And just the walking forward and like the color guard like appearing.
Yeah.
Felt like a I don't know, like you had one of those like shutters you have that like you move it out of position and suddenly like, you know, you see all the color just pop.
Yeah. It's
so cool.
Yeah. I love that too. I was like, it was really, you could tell there was this dark, ominous presence that was coming out, and that's what the idea was, and that's definitely what was felt. So, you know, same thing, like it was
a little bit of intimidation at the top.
It was really, really cool. Everybody loved the capes last year. Oh, that's a question. Did you get a chance to keep the cape?
I don't have the cape.
You guys didn't get
the
to keep
little
it?
jewel here.
Okay,
good.
that's neat
No
at least.
Unfortunately.
Man, yeah, these probably things were probably like $1 million a piece.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because they were some of the nicest capes I've ever
They
seen.
were, Were they? How heavy were they, or like
They
how
were
high?
pretty heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They seemed like they were a nice thick.
Jack's
material.
out there getting into it right now. He's a little
Jack,
edgy.
fire off your edgy question.
Don't worry, Jack. Jack's a friend of ours.
We'll
what do you got,
censor
buddy?
it if you don't.
So,
But
yeah. So anyway, Yeah, that sucks. You didn't get a chance to keep the cape because that was the first quote when I
know, that was
saw
the
the
coolest.
show. I was like, I hope
You guys did have, I think, bar none, the coolest uniforms last
They
year.
were so cool. How heavy was that thing? Was that cape heavy?
It was pretty heavy.
Yeah, it looked like it was heavy.
Did you guys ever have to like rehearse with it, like at rehearsal?
A couple times, especially like starting off with transitions.
Yeah. I would guess they also just have to get like they have to figure out how they move when you guys move.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So they have to do a little bit of testing with that.
No.
Okay.
That's right. I mean, I think.
Yeah, Jack, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you missed that.
Maybe you
earlier.
missed,
Yeah,
yeah.
because we
Give
kind
it a
of
break.
said that before. The question really is,
it was
like,
just a totally different energy. Like,
Yeah.
well, I mean, maybe a more specific question is because you described the energy, but was it that much different from the previous 2 years?
That's a great question.
Because sitting in first place, it's kind of easy to not to sit back. Like there's always a press, right? You're always like, I got to stay here, I got to stay here, I got to stay here, right? Versus, oh shit, it's getting close to the end. How do we catch up now, right? Because that's a different feeling, you know. So did the staff or did the core itself kind of take a different approach energy wise, having to chase than, or was it the same old? Let's just keep doing what we do.
I would say it was more. You know, we get to I remember in 23, we were in Georgia. I was like, okay, we're going to win. Like, I could just tell. And I think in contrast, it's like there's a fire under our ass that really wasn't there beforehand.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, when you're in first, you're always trying to replicate that. It's like, you know, whistle hasn't blown yet.
Yeah.
You know, we still got to go. But I think the authenticity of, okay, we're losing, you know, let's go. That was cool to see. But yeah. The staff didn't really do anything different, I don't think. I think
figured.
that's sort of like how they roll.
Yeah.
I think now this year they're just like, I would say expecting more from the jump, but I don't think, you know, they weren't going to like make us run because we were losing.
Yeah, you're not going to beat you up because you're not doing well. But like, why aren't you doing better? I can't believe it.
Every impression I've got from BD's staff and how they run things would point to that. Like, I mean, you guys have been doing a winning formula for the past 20 years.
Right.
One season where you're getting third is not going to necessarily make them be like, oh my God, we have to change it. Like you get it. The formula you have is still a winning formula. Yeah. Right. I think honestly that's almost a sign of a bad core is when if you're doing something right for a little while and then it stops feeling right, you're like, oh my God, we have to change everything. Yeah. You know, and then you panic and you overanalyze and you work your kids too hard and then you don't get the feedback that you need.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Yeah. So I think it's all a whole lot more member centric, like as far as how we react and all that stuff.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. And
that's awesome.
And that's good, I think, because you get to keep. What's the word? You get to keep kind of ownership, I think, when you're member centric, right? And it's we talk about this all the time. We have an instructor that we work with, and he said always one of my favorite things he says to me all the time. He's like, "Look, guys, you guys pay to be here." He's like, "If you don't want to work," he's like, "Okay, then you want to have a bad year." You know what I mean? And which is fine. He's like, "I'm just here to make sure that I give you what it is you're looking for." Right. And you put an ownership on the member to go, how great do you want to be? Because it's hard work. I will, as an instructor, I will help you get there. But you got to tell me what it is. And as an experienced instructor, as a soon-to-be educator, you know, with your degree, like you're trying to help that person become the greatest version of themselves that they can. But that means there's so much ownership on the person to do that first, right? So, you know, it's great. I think it's awesome. And like I said before, like I think a lot of cores are going down that road now because they've watched the success that BD has. And I have no doubt in the bellows of DCI when all the directors and instructors get together and they talk that they probably talk to all the BD staff and go, what are you guys doing different that's making you so successful? Yeah. And they've probably been telling them that for years and years and years. And people are just like, yeah, we're not going to do that. And then you guys just keep winning and they're just like, okay, we're probably going to start doing that. You know?
Or I think a common thought as well, because I've thought this sometimes, is like, you're kind of like, you hear what BD does and the way that you guys run things. And some part of you is like, well, maybe you guys are the only ones that can pull that off. Yeah. Right. And to an extent, I think that can be true. I think different approaches work for different people. Yeah. And it feels like BD cultivates cultivates a membership that can handle the exact style that they run the core. Not to say other cores don't do that exact same thing, but like it's a unique feel. But it does feel like more cores are like, well, what if we tried some of that?
Yeah.
Right? What if we tried a little bit of, making it more member forward, more like member driven, and instilling the values of hard work in the members that we want to see, and then just letting them really be the driving force. Yeah. Like you said, I think more cores are trying that, and they're seeing the results.
Yeah, we're seeing the dividends.
Right.
Yeah. We talk about that all the time. We look at Boston being so successful last year, and really the year before. And we have a friend of ours that marched at Reading that marched the SOS year in 18, and he was like, "Man, they beat the crap out of us."
Just beat into the ground.
Who went
it was cadets brass
like,
staff basically, right?
And somebody who went March 19, they were great. We had all this time off, and and we're like, what? And all of a sudden, you watch from those years, and you watch them become more successful, right?
Yep. And then suddenly, they're getting second place, and they're working. Not even that they're working half as hard, but they're working half as much to exhaustion. They're not completely being beaten to the ground each day.
Yeah, exactly.
They're working smarter.
Exactly. Well, I think the greatest term you use is putting the ownership on the member, right? Because when you as a member want to work that hard and then all you're doing is getting what you want. Versus getting there and like, okay, well, we're not winning, so like you said, they're going to run us into the ground. I'm like, well, not only am I not getting what I want,
the approach
winning.
That's the approach that our staff was taking at Blue Knights.
They're like, oh, you guys don't want to work?
Phantom beat us in brass once, so we're going to kill you guys for the rest of the summer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
cool.
Such an interesting approach. I've always felt, But So moving. Oh, I had a question too. So like maybe this is. Do you feel like last year's third place, right, was because of one of these two things? Was it just because the other two groups were legitimately better, maybe designed better shows, those kind of things? Was it, and you had said, I think, during our last interview before you went on tour, was that you had a lot of rookies that were younger this year, a couple of high school ages. So maybe it was like, maybe it's literally just a
growth year,
year to a point where like, you have great members because obviously the Blue Devils, you guys came in third still. It's not like they were bad members by any means.
Exactly. Still dynamite
but they were
performers.
still like growing as musicians, growing as performers, and maybe that's what set it back, or was it maybe just a design from your perspective? Like maybe the show wasn't quite as I don't know, like
cohesive.
Cohesive, maybe.
I think in the people I've talked to about that stuff, I thought, we all agree we were really good.
Yeah.
We played really well. We moved really well. But I think, that Blue Coat show was so simple fundamentally. Like they're doing everything together. And I think it was very easy to catch on to. Yeah. And then there's our show and we're like all moving in these crazy ways. So I think, I'm sure some of it was design. But I don't think the new members really had anything to do with it.
That's good.
I thought they caught on well.
I mean, there were so many new members in 22 as well as there were for so many cores, and that was still...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling if BD ever falls short in any category, I have a feeling it's probably not. I mean, the membership is just like... It's always top of the line. It's crazy good.
Yeah, and I didn't think that it was, so I was just curious about the
curious to hear.
Because we say it all the time, like I've been part of a lot of drum corps, you know, and there's a lot of drum corps that have young kids that, they may not be the most talented, but they work hard, right?
Yep.
And then there are some, I've been part of groups that would have so much talent, and nobody wants to work, and we're just not good because of that.
Yep.
So there's a lot of different ways to look at some of those things. And go that route.
And honestly, even like having a year where you have a bunch of new people and you're still pushing the envelope and they have to learn a bit as they go, like we call it a growth year. You see them all the time with cores, right? A lot of times leading up to like a first time championship. It's still like, those are still important years, right? In a story, you got to have like the ebbs and flows and whatnot, right? You got to have a year where you bring in a bunch of new people and they catch on, but they're still learning what to do, right? But then you put together a cool show that then will also then springboard you, right, into the next year's show, right? So now you got a bunch of returning people that, figured it out and stepped up last year, and now they're only that much better, right? This year, come back.
Yeah, I think it's great. And speaking of this year type stuff too, is there a piece of music you guys are playing this year that you personally are excited to, well, not play, I guess, but conduct maybe? You know?
To get blasted in your face for the entire summer.
Have your face ripped off.
One of the pieces was sort of out of left field.
Oh, yeah?
I wasn't expecting.
Another Pokemon song?
Not Pokemon. But it's
which
cool.
is, by the way, one of my favorite pieces from last year.
Yeah.
It's just such a fun
I was
piece.
so
yeah.
bummed when I got cut from that part because we were just doing that wow the whole time.
Oh, really?
But man, yeah. I think all the music that we've got so far just has, it sort of feels a little dark.
Ooh,
We were talking about that.
So, you know, that's fun being on the podium with that and just embodying.
It's a good year
that.
for dark shows.
Yeah.
I always say it all the time, like, you're one of the very few chords that march a great tuba line and a full euphonium line. So why aren't we playing more classical dark kind of feel music? You know, like with really big deep chords. It's always like bright jazz, and I'm like, this is, okay, great, you know what I mean? But your horn line is built for really great bottom. It's built like Phantom was in the 90s. You know, like why are we not seeing these big, you know, huge? And I felt like last year there was a lot more of that.
Yeah,
there's the chord structure and the writing last year was awesome. It was so good.
So much cool. A lot of cool low brass stuff. I mean, so much high brass stuff, as is always the case with BD, but it felt definitely more like cool low brass features, or like low brass just like moments that we got to see.
And it was even if we're not even doing anything crazy. Like I remember the high brass would do something nuts, and we're just playing long notes, but it's all just super dense and sounds cool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, listen, I say it all the time, like, you can do so much with long notes.
Yeah.
You don't have to play a billion notes. They just have to be great in tune, full thick chords.
Yep.
And you can just sound great. Hey, Ed's on there too. Former
Oh,
cab
yeah.
from 1977 through 1980. 11-year cab. I love that.
Nice.
Yeah.
From the alumni corps, our favorite.
Yes,
We love the alumni corps.
Listen, I'm a Buccaneer, obviously, so like I gotta love the Buccaneers alumni, but man, do I love the Cabs.
Cabs alumni.
When I marched with the Cabs a
Banger
year,
every time.
they played for us like 3 or 4 times that year. They just came out because it was the COVID year, so we didn't go anywhere, and the alumni came out and played for us a bunch of times. Bro, so much energy, so much fun.
It's crazy.
I love the Cabs alumni. So hey, Dad, you know,
They're awesome.
Cabs alumni all day, buddy. Oh. So yes, okay. So, I love hearing that you guys are staying dark, and I think that's
sort of what it feels.
Yeah, or at least dark
Who knows what it'll
musically.
be.
Do you have all your music so far? Do you know all the pieces you're playing?
I think so.
Okay.
It's sort of, I feel like it's changed around a little more this year than last year.
Okay.
But, you know, they're always doing their thing.
Yeah.
It's like we'll do
sure.
it in a camp, and they're like, never mind.
Yeah,
That's such
fair.
such a wild approach.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what happens when you have the whole tour to kind of like
Yeah.
figure stuff out.
Well, that's also is always like BD's approach. They're very like figure it out on the spot kind of, and like very much like sculpt, knock it down, re-sculpt it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I remember seeing behind the scenes, like the whatever, like the little yearly documentary series you guys do. I remember watching it, and I think it was for 2018. And seeing how you guys like did drill in the field, where a guy would just like come and just like point and be like, make an arc. Yeah. And you guys would just do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's wild.
Yeah.
We
We're
did
crazy.
a little bit of that. Bobby Jones would do a little bit of that in the ballad. But the thought of staging an entire show like that, and with the complexity of drill that you guys did, and the constant like, you guys love to interweave and like just like make weird, crazy stuff. I'm like, I don't know how you guys would even do that, but like, I guess when you're sort of sculpting it on the fly, and you have the members that can just be like, okay, I'm gonna go. Yeah. You know, it results in some of the coolest and most unique
Yeah, I agree.
drill moves.
Yeah, it's easy to teach drill when you have no dots. You just kind of do whatever you want. Yeah. BD scatter. Speaking of drill, like one of my favorite drill moves was one of the ones you guys did last year, which I could see it and I could understand exactly what you guys were trying to do with it. And it was like, if it would just...
The staircase?
It's a staircase. It's one of my
The
favorite...
Pokemon staircase.
The Pokemon staircase is such a great drill move. And I was like... And it felt like... I don't know, maybe it was just me. It's like, I felt like I was the only person around me while watching it that understood what was going on and how difficult what was going on.
Oh,
and everybody else was
every
like...
time I watched
just
it, I'm
kinda
like...
looks dirty.
Yeah, it went through a couple versions too.
Yeah.
Like how many times we would move.
Yeah,
it,
that makes
stuff
sense.
Like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it is. Like I said, I think it's one of the coolest and most daring drill moves anyone did.
It was super cool. I was like, thank you, BD, for finally moving and doing something not cool because you guys do cool stuff, but
something intense while moving and playing and precise.
A little bit different. Yeah, exactly.
I also, my personal favorite from your guys' drill move last year was Big Line.
Oh god, the giant arc. It
was crazy. I got to see it. I got to watch finals from up in like the 600s all the way on the left. So I was like right down the barrel of the line, and it was crazy how clean it was even from that perspective.
I remember
it's like the slightest bit at the end. It was like,
oh really?
Yeah. Oh really?
Because you're like hauling it backwards and turn around.
Oh yeah. Well, even from my perspective, I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
So.
No, it was super cool.
Yeah, it's
especially
awesome.
like we're talking about the like competition stuff, like finals night, doing something that intense, like that's hard to beat.
Yeah.
It's and I think it's one of those things where like if you're I don't want to say a fair weather fan, but if you're somebody that comes into, if you're a mom and dad of drum corps, right, and you're not necessarily like, oh, there's my son out there doing that, and they never did marching band themselves, to understand how wildly difficult it is to do a rotating company front like that, it's unbelievable. And it's I think it was it 22 you guys did the one that broke apart and folded too, and it's like, you can still see that BD does that better than anybody else right now. There's like this very old school 90s Madison kind of feel to it. Like it's just nobody does those company front rotations the way that you guys do them, and they're so freaking good every single time. So I would see another one. That's what I want. Yeah, go back to your drill designer. As a drum major this year, you're allowed to put
hey guys.
I was on this podcast, and they said I had to tell you.
They said more company fronts, so we're gonna have one per movement.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember 22. You guys also had that big line, but then you kind of like dissolved it as it was moving, and it was really cool. But I remember a part of me was like, I kind of just want to see the big line.
I just want to see.
So then the fact that you guys went back in 24 and were like, have a big line that we just like again, like it almost felt very similar to like 14's big line of like different directions. You guys move it afterwards, and it's just simple but incredibly difficult and super clean.
And I feel like you zoom in, like I remember some of the youths on side ones, like jazz running the entire time and rotating, and then
and then like sprint backwards.
It almost doesn't seem difficult.
Yeah,
but that's like the whole point.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And that's also
the mark of great drill is that when it doesn't look hard, but when you have an adjudicator who's watching it going, holy shit, like how did they just do that? Like that's what you want. And the crowd, like I said, the fair weather fan, somebody who's just kind of like mom and dad who's out there watching it going, well, that doesn't look super hard. I'm like, that's the point, mom. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to look that hard.
Just make a box and then you turn it. And you're
like, how hard is that? Like, they just stand next to each other. It sounds great. You know, I'm like, okay, sure. Super cool.
Jaden H says, since you guys have talked a bit about who might medal this year in the top 5 to 1, who do you think is going to try to shoot up the ranks in the top 12?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question for you. Like, I know you're a member right now, obviously, so you try to stay away from other people's business, which I totally get. But you're a fan, right?
Yeah.
Of those groups that were kind of moving around last year.
Yeah, like the 7 to 12 kind of ranks, or even the 7 to 14. I would say. People might have a chance to break in.
Who would you who do you think is going to like maybe jump back into 12 or fall out of 12? And 2, who would you like to as a fan see kind of move around down there?
Who do you get your eyes on in that group?
Yeah.
First came to mind is like Troopers, Blue Stars.
Yeah.
Madison. Those are the 3 come to my mind. I remember Blue Stars had that brass kick last year.
Yeah.
And we were like, holy crap. Like they were beating us at some point.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to see what they do. And I know they treat their members really well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
they're another one of those corps that's seen success from that.
They've really done a turnaround, because I don't think it was always like that for a while.
Yeah.
I think they've had a new staff in the last few years that are really embodying that. And you can tell in the horn line, because their horn line sounded phenomenal.
They sound and move great.
Yeah.
Right.
For a group that low, you know what I mean? Because they were 7th or 8th last year, I think.
Yeah, Stars, right around there.
They have a very top 5 brass sound.
Oh yeah,
it's so good.
Just top end.
Absolutely.
Troopers and Madison honestly would be two of my picks. I want to see them.
I want to see them just keep climbing up too. Yeah.
I mean, I'm so excited to see what Troopers does with the trilogy, the ending to their trilogy, the Return of the Jedi for their Western trilogy, or I guess their Good, the Bad, the Ugly.
Yeah, for, whatever it is. Right.
Yeah. Finishing the Dollars trilogy.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun thing out there.
Yeah.
Who's that down there? Oh, really?
I don't know what. Yeah, Cadet Alier, which great name by the way.
Yeah. Right.
I think that might be Katie.
Okay.
No, that's not Katie.
No.
Maybe.
I don't know who that is. Whoever you are, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. But oh, really?
But yeah, we're glad you're participating in the chat.
Oh, maybe they're talking about our Steve.
Our Steve
putting in a rotating. No, we don't want that. I don't want to do that.
I want that. No. Give it to me.
I don't want that at all. That sounds
Give
terrible.
Me more.
I'm not trying to clean that.
I'm already like sprinting halfway across the field while playing high C's for our shows. I'm here for more difficulty.
Listen,
it's Nafis.
Oh, it's Nafis. Hey, buddy.
Oh yeah. You as a drum major are gonna ask for more designs. Nafis as our drum major is gonna tell our drum designer to put in more.
Yeah, you know Nafis.
I don't think we've ever met, but I remember.
Extremely tall gentleman.
Yeah.
Very hard to not notice.
One of the tubas had this dent like right on the top. I was like, oh, it was Nafis.
You're right.
Nice.
Yeah. Nafis, weren't you? I thought you were still at Fusion in 19. Wasn't he one of the drum majors that year? No, maybe he wasn't. Maybe that was the year he took off. I don't know. Nafis will tell us in the comments.
Yeah.
But
I remember hearing stories.
Yeah. Nafis is great. I marched tuba with him in Fusion in 16.
Yeah.
That was last year we marched. And then he's been with us at Reading for a couple years now.
Yep.
He's a great drum major.
What doesn't even need a ladder.
So what else? So what else, man? What are you most excited for? Obviously, standing in front of the horn arc and being able to wave your hands and do that kind of thing. That's pretty exciting. But is there maybe a personal goal that you have for this season as you move in and anything else?
I think right now, there's not as much physical demand. I don't have a tuba, so I think it's. How can I set myself up to just be that pillar the whole time? And, I'm sure I'm going to have my days, but, I've been doing this thing as year 4, let's go out with a bang.
Right.
We, in one of our drum major meetings, it was like, I was the older brother.
Sure, right.
Because, they're all younger and I'm,
you're the old head.
I'm the old head.
Yeah.
So I guess, truly embodying that and doing it up one last time.
Yeah, I say it's a totally different animal being a drum major because there's so few of you. Number one, so you're always expected to do so much, right? And be for the most part pretty much flawless as often as you can. It's free, like you should be functioning at a 99.5% rate like all the time because you can't afford to make mistakes.
Right.
Because you're one of the only people out there. So
and
mentally,
you're so visible.
Yeah, right. Mentally, it's a difficult task for any person to take on and be extremely consistent and like you said, be that rock that people can trust and rely on. So, but I as a person who knows you well and has watched you grow up through the ranks, I'm excited for you to take on that challenge because I think it will help you grow as a person and as a performer and all these other different things in different ways. So it's just it's a whole different animal. To be in that position.
Yeah, my first camp out there was in February, and there were only 2 of us on the team who could make it.
Oh,
and so it's like on the job learning out how to plug in the harmony director. And all that stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, go conduct this now. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Got it. But great learning experience. Like,
doing it on the fly
in the fire like that.
Drop it right in.
Yep. We had a moment earlier, and Paul, our next guest can even talk about this, where it was first year as horn sergeant. We got into we were in like a crowded auditorium, and we were just like, we cannot make an arc in here, so we have to figure out how to set it up. And I was like, all right, this is my job to figure out now. But it is fun sometimes, right? I mean, you sign up to be in a leadership position to get that sort of opportunity, right? To be the guy, right? Who's like, we got to figure something out and you got to step up to the plate and perform, right? And to be able to have the staff put the trust in you and be able to put the trust in yourself and in them that you can step up and be like, let's figure this out, on the fly.
Yeah, and hopefully, God, you don't make too many mistakes. So when I was, I think I've said.
I hope you don't beef it too bad.
I said the story before. I was a horn sergeant in Fusion at 18, and we don't really do retreats anymore, in DCI All-Age. And
we do one now.
Yeah, finals. That's pretty much it. And so it was like mid-season, and I don't remember where we were, Clifton, I think maybe, or so. We were doing a retreat, and I was like, oh, and like nobody had talked about it, right? And I wasn't with Fusion long enough to really know what they do at retreat. And usually, like, when I was with Reading for years, back in the day when we retreats every single show, it was easy to kind of like, oh, this is what we play, this is what we do, and it was part of like the prep process for a show. And we didn't prep anything. They're like, all right, we're going out there. And I was like, okay. And I thought, like, okay, we'll get on this way. That's how we're going to fold in. And I had all these things going on. I was trying to put it all together. And everybody, I mean, pretty much these guys were all kids. I mean, you March Fusion. There's a lot of young members. So they don't even know what a retreat is to begin with, right?
Yeah, like, why would we retreat?
So we're going on there. And then I realized, like, towards the end, we have to play something leaving, right? And I just didn't know what to do. Yeah. So I just left without playing anything. I was like, let's just go. And Holly ate my lunch. She was so mad. She was like, the disrespect and all these things. I was like, I didn't know what to play. I was like, nobody gave me anything.
Yeah, no one told us this was gonna happen.
All of the staff, all the admin, nobody was anywhere near. It was just me out there by myself with the entire drum corps, and I was just like, I guess we'll just go, So we just left.
Just leave.
We're just dead silent like this.
Yeah.
And when you do that, like, that's definitely, and then I didn't think about it at the time, but like old school drum corps heads are like, when you're mad and you're pissed off at the results of the show, that's the way you leave things.
Yeah, you leave silently.
You go off quiet. You're just like, we're out of here, And I was like, I didn't even think about that. And I was like, I just figured we just not sound bad on the way out because we don't know what we're playing. We didn't tell anybody what to do. So I was like, drumline, cadence, let's hit it. We just, nothing. We just tapped off, I think, and left. Yeah. Oh, man, she was so heated. So don't do that. Okay. That's bad. Don't do retreats that way.
Honestly, just avoid retreats entirely.
Yeah, right, exactly. Don't ever do a retreat. So,
how many retreats? Are there any retreats left in DCI other than finals?
I think it's just finals now.
Not that we've done.
Oh, yeah, you guys. Well, yeah, so the home show is usually like a...
Usually an encore.
What do they call that? An encore. Yeah, so there's an encore portion where they come out and they play different things, and whoever the host core is comes out and does some extra nonsense.
Do you guys have encore tunes at BD?
Yeah, sort of. We'll do like history stuff, like we've done Sweeney Todd from 15 the past couple years.
That's great.
I think House is Not a Home is on the list for this year.
Oh, yes. That's my favorite lot tune that you guys do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just stuff like that. But as far as encore, we do like this picnic in Stanford with Vanguard.
Oh, and then
cool. Awesome.
Yeah, that's
It's a fun day. And then we all just have our property of shirts and we play the show in an arc.
It's fun.
And then Family Day we'll do stuff with the B and C Corps. We'll play some of that stuff and maybe even do a lip slur with them, and you'll see the trumpet players is like A Corps, and then it's like 8-year-old C Corps.
Yeah, trumpet player, the trumpet's as big as them. And
some of the A Corps kids are squatting down, so they're on the same level.
That's pretty fun.
It's so cute.
But yeah, that's sort of it as far as like encore, retreat type stuff.
Right. That's cool. So that's great, man. I know we're getting ready to kind of come up on that time now.
Yeah.
But I want to leave it out there for anybody who's still out there watching. If there's any final questions that you have for Connor before we let him go, because I know you have place to be tonight too, which I'm very jealous of. Steven and I are going to see the Minecraft movie. He's got to go to the Minecraft movie tonight. That's why he can't stay longer.
You're gonna lose your mind at Chicken Jockey.
Yeah. So I don't want to keep it too much longer, but if there's anybody out there in the last couple of minutes that wants to hop on and just ask a few questions. If there's not, and we don't see anything pop up, I can't thank you enough for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
It's super exciting to hear from you again, and I know I'm looking forward to what's coming next for the Blue Devils. Coming out there. This might be the first year. Last year I was half excited because I knew you were there. Like I was just kind of curious. And after we had talked, this year I'm very excited to see what the Blue Devils, and that may be the first time I've ever said that. So yeah, man. Thanks. I appreciate that. Ooh. But I have actually an off-air question I'm going to ask you. I'm not going to ask it online, but
okay, we'll wait.
No, I won't ask it right now because it's a controversial question. But I'm just curious to see what your thoughts are. So, but anything from you, bud?
I think we're pretty much good. Like I said, we appreciate you coming out, being our first ever repeat guest and live guest.
Yeah, and the first live guest, first official, first official guest on everything. Yeah, it's great, man. Yeah, love you.
Yeah,
love you so much.
Exactly. We'll be watching, and you'll be super easy to spot in any of the videos. But
might have missed this.
Ooh.
Self-actually approach the members.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So typically,
yeah, what's the actual process of that?
Yeah.
That's a great
We
question.
should let's
Thanks, Nafis.
let's repeat the question for them, right? How Nafis asked, how does the staff actually approach the members about what the show is about?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I guess starting from like January, the music will just say like stage 1 or part 1, and maybe we'll get an email later on.
Yeah.
About oh, here's the source music, just for listening purposes.
Yeah.
But then it's really not until maybe March we'll get a little, oh, the uniform's like this, which typically means, oh, the uniform's blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you know?
Yeah, and then April,
and that's a side cape. Got it.
Blue with
April
yellow
is
or blue with
typically-
pink.
Yeah, when Scott Chandler or somebody else on the design team will talk to us and just break down the concept for us, and then May we move in, and that's when we really figure out what it actually is. And
Is that usually when they give you like the title?
yeah, typically in April.
Okay. Yeah.
That's cool.
And then I think, a little bit after that, they'll post the little online.
Right. Yeah, you guys are some of the last group usually. You
Yeah.
know, it's like you, and then there's like one other core that I can't think of, and then like blue coats, because blue coats are like 4 seconds before the beginning of their year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah.
You
For
know,
real.
The duality between the troopers and the blue coats is the furthest, on each side.
When-
Yeah,
Why
the
did
furthest
you-
possible.
24 hours
Yeah,
after
right.
finals last year, they were like,
They're like,
"This
hey,
is how we're doing."
by the way, here's the show and here's the MIDI.
Yeah. It was wild. Yeah. Last year they put the whole MIDI
Yeah,
for the entire
last year
show
they put
out.
the entire MIDI out, and then they did the show announcement. I love it. I love that they're completely just going in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
They're like,
it's so much fun. Yeah.
they're like, we'll give you our show. we'll tell you what the show is at prelims night. Screw it.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, man. Thanks again. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Always.
coming out.
Oh, this is great, buddy. So go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and take a break then. I
Yep.
think now
Again,
and-
another like 2 or 3 minute break
give us
as
a
we
few
get
minutes
ready to
as
bring
we-
our
as
next
we
guest.
say goodbye to you, and
Yeah.
as we bring on our next guest, and then we'll get on with our thing. Enjoy the Minecraft movie.
Thank you.
Yeah, have fun. I mean, thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thank
right.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, bud.
All right.
break here. I hope you enjoyed the girl from nearly near Ipanema or whatever.
From near approximately Ipanema.
Yeah, whatever it is. So as promised, we're moving right from one guest into the next. That was Connor, if you were on before, and now we're moving into our next guest. This is our close personal friend of ours, Paul Colin. Welcome, Paul.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. So for those of you who may not know Paul has been around the DCI and DCA activity for 25, 30-ish years, somewhere around that range.
More than 25.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I feel
Yeah,
it.
stop there.
You and I, I'm pretty sure you and I started marching right around the same year.
Yeah, probably.
I think 98, right? So a year for 97.
So I started actually in a small Div 3 corps in 96 in New Jersey called Nor'easter.
Nor'easter. Okay.
Yeah, so we did like 3 parades and attempted to do a standstill at a DCI show, and it failed miserably.
Yeah, love that.
But no, my first year in DCA would have bbeen 2001.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so with the Briggs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're an old Syracuse Brigadier. Marched up there for a few years, and then pretty much was that last year you marched?
So I marched. I was in the Soprano line from 2001 through 2004, and I was on staff for administration from 2005 to 2009. In 7 and 9, well, in 2007, I was an assistant drum major.
Oh, okay.
2008, I was on tour with the Boston Crusaders. I came off tour, and as I got off the airplane, my captain had handed me a trumpet and charts and went, "Here, we need you to fill a spot."
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Old school
Classic.
DCA,
That's the
right?
classic move, yeah.
The old
DCA
DCA,
way.
yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And then in 2009, 7 hours before the first show, our drum major decided he wasn't going to do it. So the corps director put me on the podium.
Yeah.
And then I finished out my brigadier career on the podium.
Yeah, in 9.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool. So, there between that and then you were with the cadets in 11, I think, right? And you've been with Reading for a good bit of this time, and you went over to Fusion. You sent me over your resume. I was like, I forgot that you were at Fusion in 16 for a little while.
Yeah.
Which was the 1 year I wasn't there during the 4
Yeah,
years I was there.
just missed him.
Yeah, I missed. There's a lot of people that were there in 16.
There
Were
was.
like there was like a one-off year because it was their anniversary year, right? It was their 15-year anniversary or 10-year.
I'm not entirely sure. I got on board. Holly and Brian Wilkie reached out to me.
Yeah.
So Brian and I were judging several shows together with U.S. bands and said, "Hey, we're putting together a brass team. Would love to have you come over."
Right.
So I went over as a consultant. Was in and out throughout the winter. Brian ended up leaving late May, but when Dave Dunham took over.
Yeah.
And Chris Killian and I went to high school together.
Oh, okay.
So Chris was the program coordinator, and Steve Rinda was there, and so many other and Brian Selman.
Yep.
Justin. Justin Wilson.
Okay, yeah.
Carla was there.
Yep.
I mean, there was a lot of Buccaneers there.
Wow.
Kat was still there at that point.
Kat
too.
was still there, yeah.
Because she's the reason I went there in 15.
Yeah, Danny Reynolds came in as the trumpet tech after Alex Prince had decided to leave.
Right.
So there was just Buccaneers everywhere.
Yeah.
So when Dave took over as caption head, Holly called me and said, will you stay on? And I said, I'll stay on to give Dave kind of a guide. And quick story on that one, Dave, we get on a conference call, and it's John Riccardi, Chris Killian, Steve Rinda, myself, a bunch of the higher up in Fusion, and everyone's saying, "Congratulations, Dave! This is fantastic. This is great." It gets to me, and I said, "Dave, welcome. You don't have a friggin' clue what you just got yourself into." And he just took a sigh and went, "Okay, let's do this."
Yeah.
And that was a very real moment, but Dave really took the reins and ran. 16 was a fun year, but then 17 came along, and in the midst of 16 happening, I was working with Corey Moore and several other people from Cadets and Cadets 2. And I was during the transition from Jay and Gino and Colin going up to Boston. George was actually trying to talk Mark Lortz into writing. So between Drew and Mark marched together, both in the Cadets in the early 90s. Andrew Gurman called me in the middle of a marching band rehearsal and just said, "Hey, I'm only making this phone call once. Come on over."
Yeah.
So I said, "All right, let's have some fun together."
Yeah.
So, and I can tell you, 2017, that staff was probably the most fun we've ever had as a collective staff.
Yeah.
So Mike Tanzos talks about it. Sean Moran talks about it. We had a blast, right? Between the brass, the visual, the color guard, and the percussion staff. I think part of it was we knew that the show had its challenges, but we had a really great core group of people and performers, and we all just liked working together.
Yeah.
We really did. It was a blast.
I think that's one of the most important things when you talk about staffs and success not necessarily success on the scoreboard, right? But success from a production standpoint, right? Like when you see a core really perform well and buy into whatever's there, it really, I think it's a lot to do with the cohesiveness of the staff and how well they work together. And honestly, for lack of a better term, like a friendship kind of feel, like there's a level of respect. There's a level of, I know what you do, I know what I do, and we all just kind of respect each other's process of that, and then we're enjoying what we're doing together, and it's functioning well together. It translates onto the field, I think, so easily most of the time.
A big part of that is the diversity amongst the staff and the performers, right? If everyone is thinking the same way, if they're designing the same way, if they're performing the same way, you're only reaching the same type of performer.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right, so when you can have that respect, and you don't all have to agree or like the same thing, just make it work together.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's always the fun part.
Yeah. So through all that too, and now you've been back with Reading for a good bit of time now, and what's your official title? It's a program coordinator.
No, I'm the
staff coordinator.
No, it's a mixture of everything, right?
Yeah,
so it's staff and music coordinator.
There it is. That's what it is. That's what I wrote in your towel.
Yes.
That's what I
That's why you asked me 4 times.
Yeah.
Staff and music coordinator.
So with that being said, obviously with that, because this is one of the things I was like actually genuinely curious, because we talk all the time, but to pick your brain about a little bit more was with DCI reaching out to the DCI All-Age core group of people and going, hey, look, we want to make this transition easier, better, whatever else. I know that your name came up with as a part of that, and I'm still not 100% sure what it is, or kind of, because I always call it the czar of DCI All-Age. And,
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah, but I'm curious
jester,
to see,
if anything.
Yeah, right, the court jester.
A sultan, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, sultan. Yeah. But like, what is that? What is that? And can you kind of explain it? Because I'm just actually genuinely curious.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I am part of the DCI Artistry and Competition Steering Committee, or the ACSC.
Okay.
So essentially, I kind of learned a lot as this team was already in place.
Okay.
Right, had been in place for about a year when there was a decision made by DCI that they wanted representation from the open class and the all-age class. So then the all-age class nominated several people, and I think just from the workings of who was available during the time of year, able to go to the Janual, things like that, I was asked to fill that spot.
Okay.
So when I joined the ACSC, they were already going down the tracks at a pretty good clip, right? So the big part of the ACSC is they help review, vet, and clarify when there is a rules proposal.
Okay.
It is a collective of DCI adjudicating and administration and educators and designers, and it's balanced between visual and music.
Okay.
I can tell you, when I went into the room in January and realized it's a lot different sitting on a Teams meeting than it is to sit in the room with some of these titans.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Yeah.
Realizing that I was a very, very small piece of plankton in a very large ocean very quickly, right? I tried to take as much opportunity as I could take to just learn and to listen.
Right.
Make a lot of notes. I mean, I'm a paper guy, so they're all working off of tablets, and I've got paper spread everywhere.
Yeah.
I'll say thank God I did, because nobody could find some of the rules, and of course they came to me and I had all the paperwork.
Here it is.
I don't like being ill prepared, right?
Yeah.
The big part was the collaborative effort between the educators on that panel. Right. So when we read the rules proposals, we start talking about what that means, both from a conceptual belief, right, perception, and then how we operationalize it. Sometimes they're small little things. Sometimes it was the percussion rule. We just had to rewrite a rule because unfortunately it didn't meet the needs of what we were actually doing in the activity.
Right, exactly.
Something very simple, right?
Right.
But then there was very polarizing rules. We had to understand the polarizing rules. We had to get to the meat of what is the spirit of the rule. And there were several rules that were removed because they could not clarify the spirit of the rule.
Right. Exactly.
So it's interesting, sitting on the outside, we don't talk about it, out on the social media, out on the world. But as people started chiming in, realizing how little people really understand about the rule.
Yeah.
I realized the same thing when I started asking questions and realizing very quickly that I was asking very rudimentary or elementary questions in the DCI world, right? Thinking, okay, well, I'm just going to sit here in my corner and I'm going to shut up. But the best part about it was how open and welcoming they were.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Very much that, hey, give us your input. Tell us how this affects the DCA world.
Right.
And we kept referring to the old DCA world, right? It did get confusing a couple of times because there's Paul Rennick and Paul Cullen, and realizing they're not talking to me.
Yeah, right.
They're talking to Paul Rennick.
You were like, hey, Paul. And you were like, yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Like, no,
no, Paul's
you,
not here yet. Yes, I am. No, sorry, other one. Okay.
Other Paul.
You don't mean me. But with that being said, there's a lot going on now where now that we're outside of the rules proposal year, we're actually in the midst of trying to work together as a team to collectively kind of rethink the January meeting.
Okay.
Right. So DCI's big concern was that there's not enough core representation in a non-rules year.
That makes sense.
Right.
Sure.
So it's a non-rules year. They don't get as many participants. What the problem is, it's kind of costly, and it's also right at the very beginning of the indoor season. You could have a lot of those percussion groups or color guard groups that are trying to finish out their shows to get them on the field,
Right.
on the floor. Conversely, it is not a cheap endeavor to get from, say, California or Massachusetts to Indianapolis the weekend after New Year's.
Right.
It can get costly.
Right.
It was a great time. It was very similar in ways to the old DCA Rules Congress, where there was a good chunk of meetings, a good chunk of camaraderie, a good chunk of hanging out, and a good chunk of just learning everybody, right? Kind of building new relationships.
Right.
But what was so much different about the DCI meeting is the multitude of people, right? When DCA in the last Rules Congress, we probably had 12, 13 cores. I could be wrong. Nobody flame me on this, but I'm not doing math here.
Right.
There wasn't that many cores. When there was probably, all of world class, with the exception, I think 2 cores didn't come.
Okay.
Probably more than half of the open class. And there was representation from all of the all-age cores, but not all of the all-age education team.
Okay.
I know there was representation from White Sabres and Cabs, Governaires, Bucks. I think that was it.
Okay.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I know I was sitting with a couple of the team from White Sabres and from Cabs, and a lot of the Cabs team I marched with at Syracuse or fought at Syracuse. So it was a good time to kind of see everybody again.
Sure.
What they want to turn the January into is something more like the WGI Con.
Okay.
In the non-rules years.
That's kind of cool.
There's some logistics, right? There's cost, right? And how do we make it purposeful and worthwhile to have the drum corps send their team out?
Right.
It's not cheap either.
Right.
It's probably somewhere around $400 to $500 to go to the event.
Right.
Well, if you want to send representation from each section, you're spending $2,000 just to register them for the meeting, and that doesn't mean the hotel or traveling. Right. So I did try to convince Lou that we would just rent a 15-passenger van and drive the 10 hours. He didn't like that idea very much.
Of course he didn't.
No, he's like, I don't like that idea.
Yeah. As long as I'm driving, I'll drive the van. Yeah.
So right now there's a lot of discussions. We've been, it's kind of been radio silence the past 2 weeks because of WGI.
Yeah, right.
But leading up to that, Lee Carlson runs everything. He's been pressuring us to put together a multitude of suggestions for either training topics or, more importantly, how we can create a trade show, so to speak.
Right.
There's been a lot of really great efforts, both from the visual side and from the music side. There's been, talks of working with some of the groups that are artistry in residence somewhere, coming in and working with us. They've talked about having stage set up in lighting and scenery coming in and working with us as well. So there's that. We've also talked about integration with the adjudication team. Now, one of the things I kind of pushed, and you were talking a little bit about this with Connor, but we don't do this very well as an activity. We don't build succession planning.
Right.
All right. We don't turn around and say, hey, Robbie, in 3 years, do you want to be horn sergeant?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We just kind of wait for things to fall into people's laps.
Right.
We need to be building the next section leader, the next horn sergeant, the next field staff,
Caption
the next
heads,
caption
right?
head, the next designer, the next coordinator.
Yeah.
We need to be building that. We don't do that very well as an activity, but we also don't do it well from the adjudication perspective. And what I mean by that is the interaction, right? There's a big difference if you're a field brass tech or a field viz tech going in and talking to analysis judge. I'm sorry, you know, a technique judge,
Right.
versus talking to a GE judge.
Right.
There's a vast difference.
Right.
Especially if you're a percussion person versus a brass person. And I honestly believe the percussion world does this far better than any of the brass or visual people. Maybe definitely better than brass. Maybe as equal as visual people. But when we go in and talk to GE, brass people, we're so hyper focused on the horn line.
Right.
We forget to look sometimes at the greater picture and how they all interact with each other.
Yeah,
Right.
I know I do.
And that was hard. It was Bobby Jones that helped kind of get me over that gap. And he would tell me all the time that, you know, take a step back. Don't think about that. Think about this. Talk about this. Talk about that. Both as an adjudicator and as a staff member.
Right.
When I go and I judge GE, I try to know who I'm talking to kind of help guide that conversation.
Right.
So that's one of the other topics we've talked about. So the last piece we had was that Lee said, you know, we want to kind of put everyone together. We'll kind of come up with 5 or 6 different suggestions. We'll figure out the cost, take it to Nate Boudreau and figure out how much it would cost to make that happen.
Right.
One of the things they wanted to do is they wanted to fly all of the judges out to the Janual, and then when they realized how much it was going to cost, that kind of put the kibosh on that one real quick.
That's too big. It would be neat to see it, like I know WGI Con, like there's so much going on there, which is, and I went to WPPI, which is a wedding photographers convention. I went to it for years because Jess used to teach at those things, and I mean we're talking 40,000-50,000 people going through Las Vegas every single year for this huge 1-week conference. But it does exactly what that is. It brings a lot of people in, but you could probably minimize the cost by just going, hey, anybody who's in, you can just show up, like buy a ticket. You know what I mean? That doesn't have to be from the core representation. It doesn't have to be.
That's what their plan is.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to open it up to everybody.
Everybody, yeah. There would be so many people that would show up just to kind of just peruse to one, or young men and women who are really trying to embrace the idea of, like you said, like building from the ground up. Like, okay, we were performers, we want to give back to the activity in the form of education or design or whatever else is we're trying to do. So how do I get that education? Well, unless I'm immediately involved with a group, I can't get that, right? So there's a place to go once a year where I can go in and sit in conferences. I can go sit and talk to brass judges and everybody else that are coming in to talk about what it's like to do those things. I think it's great.
Well, our activity is such a niche activity, right?
Yeah.
We think of too much of our activity as in silos, right? We talk about indoor. It's interesting where my wife was just out of Dayton last week watching Color Guard, and now vastly different weekend watching WGI on flow marching with percussion. Right. Well, skip ahead, then we go into the drum corps world. Skip ahead, we go into the marching band world. I know that the next piece is they want to try and partner with Music for All. They want to try and partner with Bands of America, U.S. bands, again, to that exact comment. Right. We've talked about turning it into very much like the State Educators Conference, and PMEA is happening this weekend at Kalahari.
Yeah, right.
Happens today, right? Those kids woke up to snow in the Poconos.
Yeah, I saw that.
Welcome to April. But being able to offer that in the Midwest, is huge.
Yeah, because it's right in the middle of the country. It's a pretty much an equal push for everybody to come in. It's a little bit further for the West, but for the most part, it's pretty centralized for everything, and it really is. I mean, Indianapolis has become the unofficial hub of marching music.
Yes,
and then there's Dayton too, which isn't too far from there.
Hour and a half, 2 hours.
Exactly. So, like, I mean, those are really your two biggest, areas of pull. So everybody's already used to traveling to that general location for the biggest events of the year. What's another week when kind of things are in a slow process to kind of get in there.
The only other thing that's kind of changed is they talked about not holding the San Antonio meeting.
What is that?
So the San Antonio meeting is a mid-year meeting for DCI. That's why all the corps have off on that Sunday, the River Walk, and they're all at those meetings. So by the bylaws of DCI, some of these committees have to meet twice a year in person.
So that's the
correct.
Well, everyone's already on tour, so let's just do it.
And everybody's there for the Southwest Regional, so that makes sense.
It's
right?
perfect.
So there was been one discussion about not having it in San Antonio because that's also a big change out for a lot of the drum corps, right? Somebody's trying to get home, they're trying to get back, they've got to go start school, especially California, they start early.
Right.
There's been discussion and about moving it to another weekend, and I selfishly absolutely voted for doing it at DCI East.
Heck yeah.
Because the first thing went through my head, I turned to Lou and said, hey, if we have to go to San Antonio, we're missing Landisville.
Right.
We've got to get on a plane at our home show.
Right.
So I said, I will absolutely vote for Allentown.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know what's happening. I haven't heard anything, but...
I mean, it makes sense to be... I don't know, the San Antonio, I wish, this is something a drum corps probably never do, but like, I think the timing of San Antonio is atrocious to begin with. It's the hottest time of the entire year, and you're in Texas. Every corps complains going through Texas. They're like, oh, it's the Texas week, where you just get your...
I don't know how much
this,
you make Texas less...
Well,
I don't know.
You,
And
you don't.
Texas
Here's
is
the thing:
hot.
is that you don't go south that month. Like you go across, like, or maybe go north.
I don't
Like,
know. I
you know?
did Swamp Tour. I will take Iowa and Louisiana and Texas over Iowa any day of the week.
Honestly, yeah, some of
Iowa
those-
was terrible.
Yeah.
It's Texas was not as bad as I thought it would
Yeah,
be.
and I think because it was already in our heads that it was gonna be
Exactly,
bad, right?
yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Like
that's the case.
a Southern California, the one day we had there, way worse than any day in Texas.
Yeah, Jacksonville was hot. Jacksonville was very muggy, but Iowa was like, I felt like I was living in the grapes of wrath.
I always just see like every year, or not every year, but pretty much every other year, if not every year. But there's always a day or two that corps can't practice while they're going through Texas because it's just too hot. You know, it's maybe not the show that's the problem. It's the
I mean,
it's the
I think that happens
traveling
a
through
good
it.
couple of times, or, a few times for every corps.
right.
In a lot of other places as well. We've probably just see it concentrated in Texas because everyone's there.
That makes
Right.
sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So.
But I do think like I don't know when else, because I like that there's a contingent of tour that's in Texas because it's so central to music education and marching education, and so many members are from there. I'm not sure when else you would have a Texas tour that would make sense.
Well, then we're also
Yeah.
having this conversation, and we have no clue what goes into the logistics of
Oh my
actually
God!
scheduling.
Yeah,
these
people would
shows,
have to,
right?
and people would have to
of course.
change their entire, corps plan their entire national route.
I'm not even talking about that. I mean, think about where these big shows are, right? When they're at the Rose Bowl.
Right.
You
What
think the
else is going on
Rose
on
Bowl
the
is just open every day of the week,
Yeah,
right?
just show up and hand them a crisp 50.
Right.
Like,
And we're like, hey, we're
place
going to
out.
be in here today, buddy. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is true. Like the logistics portion of things is always a little bit of a nightmare. And Martha says hello.
Yeah.
And,
Hi, Martha.
So that's really cool. I love that idea. Not necessarily not the Allentown thing. That's great for you.
Yeah,
guys.
I know. For
But-
me, very self
fun, yeah.
I can
you
make
know,
all the shows.
Going
yeah.
back to like the marching con or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
The
DCI con.
DCI con. Right. That's kind of cool. DC icon.
Oh,
that's
Like,
wow.
WG icon.
Icon, yeah,
It's
yeah,
not really that far of a reach, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I like to say that I came up with it. No.
That would be
Yeah.
Chip Krotz, but
Yeah,
okay.
okay. So no, it's neat.
Tomato,
I
tomato.
think it's super cool. And it's definitely something that we as On Cycle will rent a booth and we will go
Exactly.
out there.
I,
And we will
that's
do
the
it.
first thing I thought was we're gonna have a booth there. I guess.
Yeah, that's what we're
those
gonna
are
do.
some of the things we've talked about.
We're
Was
gonna have live broadcasting the entire week.
Yeah.
I just scheduled a meeting with work and went to it up in North Jersey, and they put together a road show. And what they did was they brought in all of our vendors, and
Yeah.
that's what paid for it.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Exactly.
Could we?
Yes.
Would Yamaha and Mapex and
they
Pearl
would.
want to be there? Yeah, they probably want to be there. Are they gonna spend $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to be there? Maybe not, because they're already spending probably $200,000 on advertising just with DCI. However, how many other small entities?
Yeah.
While we were out there, we actually met some of the people from Apollo Socks.
Oh yeah.
They are
God.
compression socks. Santa Clara uses them, and they were giving away samples to each drum corps.
Right.
So I know Lou, Andy, and I both got samples. And
Like half the metal section has them.
yeah,
we just
I
bought
mean,
them.
there is purpose to them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But they're not the only organization that's out there that has purpose.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
Sometimes they're the small one-offs. Sometimes they're suppliers, right? It could be. I mean, I'm about to go buy a couple trombone stands from Baltimore Brass. So Stephen, I'll call you. Stephen Wood, all that is.
Yeah.
And I'm not buying them from your son. But there's so many other entities that may buy in for a day or a small booth.
Right.
But again, it's trying to work out the logistics to get that ready to roll for January 2026.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, you're almost at the point now where it probably can't happen if it doesn't start in the next 2 months. Unless you put a lot of time, effort, and money or people on it to kind of really get aggressive with it.
I will say this: the people that are sitting in that room with the ACSC are some of the most intelligent, compassionate, and determined people I have met in the activity.
No, that's good.
Some, like I said, titans. Yeah, that's probably too small of a word.
Yeah, gotcha.
Right. Just from the education side, and then going into the educator side.
Right.
It was interesting to me at Mount Olive in last year, and I ran into Jay Kennedy, and I said, Jay, do you remember me? And he said, you look vaguely familiar. I said, yeah, you were one of my professors in college.
Oh, wow.
And I said,
Yeah.
and I was on the Boston brass staff in 08. And he said, that's where I know you. I said,
yeah.
yes, because he
go.
wrote the book in 08.
Okay.
But Jay's one of the adjudication team that's there help driving this.
Right.
And Jay is looking at this from a very more holistic approach to what we do in the activity.
Right.
Not as an adjudicator, not as a designer, not as an audience member, just from a much higher level. And it's impressive.
Yeah.
Right. But he's not the only one.
Right.
It's fine. Kind of fun to be in that world. It's also intimidating, but it's fun.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's like anything else. We talk about, you just said it, and we've talked about this before too, is how do you, we don't do a very good job at producing the next person, right? Who's that's going to do, right?
Building them up before they're
that's why
needed.
people like you're saying, it's a little intimidating, everything else too, but you're one of those people who they're bringing in and going, we're going to help, train you, teach you, and kind of show you the ropes on the back end so that when we are moving out of the way, we have somebody that's picking up the mantle as we leave when that time comes.
Right.
And then you'll do the same thing hopefully with the next people, and then so on and so forth. And that's what it is. So it's always, it's good to see at drum corps for years, especially, we've been around long enough. It was always, we used to call it the good old boys club, where it was just the same group of people.
Unfortunately,
Constantly trying to do the exact same things all the time. And it never went anywhere. There was no growth. There was no expansion. There was no training.
How could there be?
And when we talk about this all the time, like, I say this all the time to people out on the internet everywhere, and people are like, oh, DCI is killing drum corps and everything else. I was like, no, people that stayed in those big old, those groups of people that didn't let anybody in just with anything new ideas, those people killed their own corps.
Yes.
And then that's why those corps don't exist anymore.
That's correct.
And we've been a part of several of those types of corps. And I know several people from those corps that were powerhouse corps in their time that just don't exist anymore because a certain group of people just kind of, wanted to maintain that control and kind of hold on and not spread the love a little bit as far as, learning the activity and learning the group. And, it eventually sees them go away and, we lose another group out of the activity.
We can stop losing groups.
Yeah, and that's the key right there. I think personally, as I listen to other groups and as I talk to people, and this I think the direction that staff, administration, and corps are going, we've kind of gotten to the part where I think hopefully we've hit the smallest amount of corps we'll ever see. And now because of the way we're treating the activity and the way we're growing the activity in a more systematic way, that we're going to start watching a little bit more growth over the next 10, 20, 30 years.
Well, 2025 is the first year in I think it's, again, don't quote me on this world, 10 years, 8 years?
At least 10.
It's had core growth.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Which is so
cannot wait
huge.
to see Matt Cuddlehutt and the team from Minnesota Brass this summer.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
We're so
I'm so
excited,
excited for
Matt
it.
texted me when we were in Indy, and he said, hey, see you next year. And I said, oh, man,
That's
here we
great.
go.
That's great. Yeah. And
love that.
we're talking at 9:00. We're talking to Doug. I'm going to say your name wrong, Doug, if you're listening. Omelet. I can't remember. He's the director for Northern Lights.
Cool.
Northern Lights. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. So he's coming up. He is very excited. Him and I have been chatting for the last couple of weeks and months about just different things, and they're very excited to kind of get in. They're really excited to come in and see what we do and what cabs are doing, and kind of how to systematically grow their organization and what we've been doing over the years, so they can implement that into that thing too. And I was like, hey man, if you haven't talked to any of the administration from either of those two groups, either Bucks or Cabs, who are probably at this point probably the two most successful DCI All-Age course, every single one of them, just give them a phone call. They'll talk to you for 7 to 10, 1,300 hours.
Talk to Atlanta, talk to Bush, talk to Cincinnati Tradition, talk to Rogues Hollow.
Yeah,
talk to those corps.
And they will happily give you whatever their method of success is. They will share it with you because they want you to be successful too.
Yeah.
Right.
The activity does grow that way. We've all been that way. It hasn't always been that way.
No, it has not.
No, it hasn't. And now I believe that it really, really is amongst everybody in the activity, because we watched everybody die so aggressively, and we're like, oh, okay, now we got to start looking at survival. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
So I was excited to hear you be a part of some of those committees and groups, and we were talking about that because I do think that you embody a really healthy approach to that concept of growth and how to move those things too. So I was like, that was one of the things. That's why one of the things I want to talk to you about is because I think it's really great, and I think you're, over the next probably 10, 15 years, depending on how long you decide to,
everyone keeps bringing this up to me recently.
Yeah,
like, how many more years?
Yeah, exactly.
more
To
things
destroy
left?
yourself. Let's try. I get the same question, man. You're like, we're not young men anymore.
Yeah, I know.
You're doing a much different. I'm getting ready to retire, hopefully, into something like you're doing. I'm still beating the crap out of myself on a field like an idiot, and building props.
And building props. Thank you.
I'll show you the 25 boxes of wheels I have in my garage.
Yeah, the 800 text messages about wheels
wheels
over the past week.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot.
It's a car show.
Yeah, it's a car. We're doing a car show. So I think it's great, man. I really do. And I'm excited. I was excited to see that too. There's a few people that I meet later in my career, that I feel like have had a significant impact on me, especially people I feel like we're pretty much in the same age group. You're only a couple years older than I am.
I'm only a year older than you.
Are you really? Yes. Okay, great. So that I find, I don't want to say inspiring, but somebody that I look at and I go, wow, that's a really, that's somebody that I really appreciate learning something new from over the time. Is Martha texting you right now?
No, I'm pretty sure that was my wife, and I don't know what she's referring to, but whatever.
So it's great, man. I was happy that to see all those things. What else? Go ahead. I've been chatting, Robbie. You've been sitting over there.
Yeah,
quietly.
well, I got some because I don't quite have my finger to the pulse of the full DCI ongoings background like you guys do.
All right. I don't know if I have.
I'm more. Yeah, you got. Yeah,
I pay attention.
Hold on by a thread.
You know so many people that you just absorb it by osmosis.
That's kind of true.
Taking this guy through, I think when we were going through the lots in Indiana,
in India, I know
we literally I think you waved to someone like, oh, I know them, and we were like, we can't do this guy anywhere without him being recognized.
We were pushing the cakes into
40
finals.
feet later, he got recognized by someone else. We were like,
yeah, every single drum corps, because all the corps were there. They were out packing up and everything. I knew somebody in every single corps.
Yeah.
Atlanta and Connecticut and Cabs, and they all were like, hey, what's going on? And I was like, hey, and Robbie, because we were pushing the cake together, and he was like, what is going on? He's like, who don't you know? And I was like, man, just stay around long enough. Like, you'll know people.
It's the honest truth, right? I was fortunate enough when I joined the Briggs, is right around, I think that was Gino's first year.
Oh, wow.
And that's how I met Gino.
Yeah.
Right. So we, Dwayne Hollenbach and Gino and Larry Markevich and, a lot of people, Scott Johnson, Dave Glide, Giff Howarth, a lot of people.
Right.
And that connection there just kind of kept growing and growing and growing, right? And then Tommy Santino came in 2002. Tommy stayed with us on and off with Briggs for a number of years, and it was 2008. We were at an April camp, and Tommy turned to me and said, hey, do you think you could take a couple weeks off this summer and go on tour with Boston? And I said, I don't know, but I'll figure it out.
Yes, absolutely.
I was very fortunate. My boss said, go.
Yeah, that's super cool.
She said, go.
Yeah.
So I did spring training, I did 2 weeks of spring training, came home, did a couple weeks on tour, came home, went back out, did the whole back and forth for a little bit. And that's how I got involved with Boston. And then when I moved back to Pennsylvania, Gino was looking for another tech at Reading, had reached out to a few other people who then reached out to me. I was in the midst of moving. I lived in a hotel for the first couple of months when I moved back to Pennsylvania, so I was kind of back and forth. So we didn't make it work in 2010, made it work in 2011, right? Came on board as the mellophone tech in 11. And again, it was like early April and said, hey, I'm short of tech this weekend. You want to come down and work with us? I need someone to teach the mellophones. We'll be in Williamstown. I said, all right, cool. I get down there and Larry's with the mellophones.
Right.
And Gino said, how do you feel about teaching tubas? I said, don't have a clue. Let's go for it.
Yeah, exactly.
I walk into a room.
Play long notes.
I walk into a room with 20 tuba players that are monster players in 2011.
Yeah.
The Angels and Demons show. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
You're right. Yeah, right.
But
yeah. Anyway, sorry. There you go.
No, yeah.
Cool.
So I got the few questions I've got. I feel like are more. You're going to be more focused on like your new position at Bucks, right? So you're staff and music coordinator. Were you technically a music coordinator last year, or was it just?
I was the ensemble coordinator. 22 through 24. So really, I took out part of that role. So we were essentially reducing a position.
Okay.
Right. So instead of having a staff coordinator, an ensemble coordinator, a visual coordinator, and an artistic coordinator, we were going to get rid of the one role.
Okay.
But we still needed someone to drive ensemble.
Right.
Part of the conversation was that we wanted to make sure we got more of Mike's voice in ensemble. We had a little bit more collaboration from the percussion end as well. So Travis and I had talked about rethinking the role.
Right.
So he said, look, he goes, I can't take all of this aspect on, especially in the winter when I've got GMU and I've got this and there was a few other things in the works going on for Travis. And he said, why don't we break up that role? And he said, there's still a vital source that you play as it pertains to building the show horizontally with Mark Lortz. So we kind of just renamed it. So he took the ensemble portion of the ensemble coordinator, and I took the music coordination side of it, the winter side of it on the other end.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Steve Rinda very quickly said, I'm going to help you with schedules so you don't have a heart attack. And I said, thank you, Steve.
Got it. Which is great,
yeah. So between
yeah.
Steve, Nick, myself, and Travis, we decided to take really 4 positions, turn it into 3 positions. Right, we're 5 into 4 positions, excuse me, and we kind of redivided the roles a little bit.
Right.
Some of the stuff that we knew we wanted to do differently was stuff that we were already talking about, throughout most of last year. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we've had the conversations on as it pertains to the performer leaders and things that we've changed. We knew we wanted to change probably this time last year, but we were already in the midst of going down this road. So when it came time to make this happen, we said, all right, let's make a clear delineation on what we need to have happen.
Right.
So when I met with Lou, Lou had a couple of ideas on where he wanted everything to go. And then we eventually just came up with the plan that we have now. I mean, essentially, my job is more administrative than it ever has been.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm watching numbers and budgets and, talking with all the captains to make sure that we're not going over a ceiling. I mean, I think we came in $1 under budget per jacket on the core uniform.
Nice.
Love that.
Yeah. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, now we can buy a few more horns, right?
No, not happening. But ultimately, everything happens within a time frame, right? So we have these grandiose ideas come August, September. We have to operationalize them. It's how do we build that budget, right?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes that budget is, my boss calls it a swag, a scientific wild ass guess.
Yeah, right.
Right. We know
a good one.
We know how much the uniforms cost us the last 4 years. We know how much we spent on flags, how much we spent on guard equipment, how much we spent on props. So we kind of earmarked everything from there and then said, okay, well, we know we want to adjust this number here. Mitch wanted to move some money from here to here and here to here. We made that happen and said, all right, these are our targets. This is our ceiling, right? So as we're building the props, we had to wait until we knew exactly how much the core uniform was going to cost before we could determine how much we had to spend on props.
Yeah.
Right.
Because unfortunately, usually the last thing that happens is all the color guard stuff.
Right.
And for the past 3 years, the color guard comes in and they say, well, we have to change that because we don't have enough money.
Right.
So we were supposed to have 8-foot swing flags, if I remember correctly, in 23.
Oh, yeah.
And the color guard was supposed to just blot out the entire field. We had to reduce it to a 6-foot because we ran out of money.
Right.
And I don't want to do that to the color guard.
Yeah, of course
Color
not.
guard,
Yeah, right.
they produce so much of our visual package. Well, let's not, choke that revenue cycle.
Right.
Yeah.
So once we knew what the core jackets were, Mike and I started working immediately on what we were trying to build the props to. We got so lucky. Originally, we were looking at wheels, and then they kind of cut in half, and then we saved a few more dollars, and then we figured it all out, and that really helped us down the road. But, as we're already starting to plan, with field and floor and show day design and G2, we're already going down this path the right way to make sure we get everything we need
Right.
at the right cost.
Yeah, of course.
And that's the biggest portion of my job right now. I guess it kind of happens in pockets, right? It's putting the staff together, kind of figuring out how we need to redevise how we work as a staff. Then it's the horizontal design of the show.
Right.
So when it comes to the horizontal design of the show, we work as a group to kind of figure out what we want to use as source material, where we're going to move it along, where we're going to position and reorganize everything. And then we work with the arrangers, being Mark Lortz, Mark Eichenberger, and Travis Peterman, about how we want to build those moments, right? So then once we figure out essentially a temp track and say, hey, here's the source material. We want to go from, 31 seconds to 54 seconds. We want to jump to 112 and go all the way to 138. Once we kind of figure that out, Mark Lortz and I kind of go back and forth quite a bit on that. Does this work for the horn? Does this work for this section? Are we checking all the right boxes?
Right.
I mean, I think we've were pretty obvious when we said, no, we need to make sure we give the baritone something to chew on this year. And I think it was like 20 seconds into the show. Here you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Here's a feature.
Here's some runs.
you know,
Move your fingers a little bit.
Yes.
There's some, I would say, some design choices this year for us that are very different than what we've seen in the past, and it highlights some of the sections in a very different way, in a very positive way. I think, just to be different, you know.
Well, there was 3 parts to that. One was, all right, we do what we do. We mentioned this earlier. If we just keep doing the same thing over and over again, we get bored.
Right.
We knew we wanted to have a couple of changes, right, when it came to how we designed the show. But we also had influence, right, from Travis and Mark as we were looking with a whole new team coming in on the percussion side about, all right, are we checking the right boxes? Do we have the right exposures, and do we have them paced well?
Right.
I mean, we've always been hyper-focused on pacing, and that's one of the things that hurts me about the 22 show was that there were 2 massive pacing issues.
Yeah.
And both times I tried to rip
5-movement show. It's hard to
5 felt like 30. I tried to
it.
take a good chunk out of the show, and everyone fought me on. I said, but the show comes to a screeching halt.
Yeah.
But it was everyone. If we just had that, it was the snarky puppy for anybody who's asking.
yeah.
But
It
if
was-
we could have just
was
lifted that out of the show would have been just as fine.
Yeah.
But the snarky puppy was a world we were trying to go into.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, it was-
purposeful in its intent, but we kind of failed in the design.
Yeah.
Jump ahead to 25, we knew that we wanted to make sure whatever we had was both intentional and was clarified. So we had a lot of those conversations early on. I mean, typically, is the horn line you guys would probably see anywhere from version 4 to version 9. I think the opener you saw at version 33,
Right.
35.
It's quite a bit.
We had a lot going back and forth where there was much more interaction and collaboration between Mark, and Travis than in previous years. Where, back when it was, Bobby and Mark, and I was caption head, a lot of times what would happen is Mark would send me everything. We would kind of go back and forth. He'd send it to Thurston. Thurston would say, oh, yeah, let's try it. And I can tell you in 2015, when I got the ballot, I said, this is not going to work. This is terrible.
Yeah. Right.
This is horrible. And, oh, no, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Everyone kept telling me it was going to be great. We played it. I don't know if you remember the first time we played the ballot. And
When you said in 15?
yeah, and it was dead silence in the room, and no one even talked. No one talked.
remember
They
it.
knew we had to retool it.
Yeah.
And it was Johnny trying to make me feel better, started singing Adagio for strings over the worst part of the ballad. And I said, Johnny, that actually works. He goes, oh, no, I'm just kidding. I said, no, this actually works.
For that year,
Yeah.
you can't risk singing a part of the show over another part, or else you go, oh, well, if it works, we're putting that in.
100% Johnny's idea.
I still remember, like, God, it must have been 3 or 2 weeks out from finals when we added in the what was the Beethoven tag for the baritones at the end. You basically you guys just like walked up and were like, play this part.
Yeah.
We're like, okay.
I tried putting that in March, and Bobby said, I think it's too much music. It's too much music. I said, it's the Ode to Joy.
I think
simple.
I think it's so it works really well. For an ending that drags on a little bit.
Which I got the
think
idea
it
from the Blue
does-
Devils, by the way, just so we're clear. I got the
Oh,
from
really?
Winged
Okay.
Victory. Yeah, they had a minor quote of it in Winged Victory.
Okay.
I think it works super well, right? I mean, it's one more nice recognizable thing after like those sort of crunch chords out of the when we're sprinting out
Yeah,
from
and
our backfield.
we taught it by rote. We ran around the field telling everybody what to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember you just being like, play this, and we were like, we all know what Ode to Joy sounds like.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. General idea for it.
Yeah, and it was half notes, right? So I'm on my way to Buckfield. It's a Friday night. It's 4:22 in traffic, and I'm just my nerves are on the wheel. And Bobby calls and says, "Hey, how quickly do you think you could teach the Ode to Joy quote?" I said, "I don't know. I got to get it written." He's like, "Can you do it in 15 minutes tonight?"
That's the most Bobby Jones
It's
thing.
very
I was
much.
gonna say, he's like,
did it.
what do you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
You don't do all of your writing 15 minutes
4 minutes
before?
before.
Well, and true story, Bobby reached out to me a couple of years ago out of nowhere, random text message. He said, "Hey, I'm just kind of going through some old shows." He said, "I should have listened to you in March of 15. That
Yeah, right.
putting the Ode to Joy quote
Yeah,
in
right,
was the
right.
right move to make."
Yeah.
It was kind of fun to save it for like the last, basically just home show and finals though.
That was so much music in 2015.
It was ridiculous. It was such a dense book. I remember playing runs of 16th notes that are harder than most of the stuff we play in the mellows now on third Barry, when I just learned the instrument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we were we were crazy.
Yeah.
It was a
Not
fun.
smart.
It was a fun. It's one of those shows that I look back. I'm like, I know we didn't win brass that year, but I'm glad we attempted a book that hard, you know, because I think we executed it pretty darn well.
Yeah.
I'd rather have us do something daring like that, you know, because I think it still worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, why do the same thing over and over again? Why not press to do something new and different, right?
Of course.
Kind of what we're looking at this year too.
Yep. Yeah. It's great.
I don't think we had a moment where we said, well, we should let up,
Yeah.
right? Where there were years in the past where we would say, hey, you know, we're tempting fate here. We shouldn't do this. I mean, even in the previous couple of years, and Steve can tell you how many times I said, I think this is a bad idea. 208, you know, and look, you know, I'll go back to 23 where everyone likes to say, oh, Paul only said, I requested 16 counts of double time.
You
and
tried
he
to
put
help
it
us.
for 3 minutes, right?
classic.
At 210, right? So
I remember we'd be in like rehearsals for that, and they would be like, "Oh, go back to the single time," and I was like, "It's double time.
Yeah.
Don't. It's double time. The piece is 105.
yeah, and the piece
Like,
is 105.
call it what it is. You guys are making us march twice as fast."
Yeah, I know. That's what in 23. Like Steve came into me in the middle of the bout. He's like, "Hey, I need you to double time this section over here." I was like,
Yeah,
"Steve, I'm like,
it's 248.
It's 248, man."
Yeah, I remember
did
that.
for like I did that for like 4 weeks. I did it in 2 shows, and I was like, "I'm like, that's the fastest I think I've ever moved in my entire life."
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
But at the same time, if we don't attempt those things,
Yeah. Yeah.
we're doomed to just
I
be in the same place.
And I love that the activity wants to attempt those things. I don't love that I am the vehicle of that attempt. That's where my concern comes down.
Yeah.
That I can respect
Yeah,
that
yeah.
statement, right? I
Exactly.
think there's a healthy balance between can we dip our toe into the crazy pool?
Sure.
For
When I-
8 counts.
And I always look at it this way too. And I'm like, I'm the oldest person in the horn line this year. I'm the oldest person on the field again this year. And I go, if I can do it, you guys can do it. You'll be all right. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
And so much of it, I've talked to Jack about this before, and like, if you do any kind of education that you get, they talk about that zone of proximal development, right? Which is where we want to be in the drum corps, right? You don't want to do the same thing and be safe and play it safe. But obviously there is a line, right? Where you're like, you try to do something and you're like, this is too hard and this is too much. You know, I mean, we've had plenty of features over the years where it's like, try this.
Yeah.
And we try it and we keep it in for a week or two and we're like, this is not going to be doable.
We talk about risk versus reward.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There's not. It's not a 50-50 balance.
Right.
Those scales shift depending on so many other variables.
Yeah.
But it's worth it. Right. And I go back to what we were talking about an hour ago at this point, I guess, or maybe less 45 minutes ago. Like, this is an outlet for all of us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's, you know, when you talked about people not willing to give up control, you got to understand with an outlet, right? You have the opportunity to go in and out of it.
Right.
All right. And if you're not able to look at it from the other side for even a moment, then you're probably too ingrained.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I mean, talk about WGI again, right? I went to my first Dayton several years ago. My daughter was in field of view, and I had a blast. I mean, my wife wasn't home for 4 hours last Sunday, and she was already asking, so do you want to go again next year?
Yeah. Right.
I mean, ultimately, and I've said this in the past, what I want to do is I want to schedule that week and a half
And just stay at the whole.
and
for the
just
whole
stay
week.
out there for
Yeah.
both weekends,
That's
right?
exactly what I'd love to do. Yeah.
But that's being able to step away and enjoy the activity, to not adjudicate the activity,
Right, right.
You know, as parents,
Yep.
we go watch our kids do this, right?
Yep.
And I sit in MetLife and I go watch my son and I start going, oh, well, stop. I have to stop myself.
Right.
Where I never felt that at WG, because I'm not a color guard person.
Right.
I married, everyone in my family's color guard but me, right? So I get to go watch, and it essentially, it's all effect, right? I get to experience,
Right.
absorb, and then react. I don't have to immediately start pulling everything out.
Right.
And I think that has helped a lot of us, that mindset, grow in different ways. I mean, Nick being out this weekend at ID, congratulations on a wonderful first weekend back to WGI.
Yeah. Right.
Like,
And in finals. Yeah.
Nick has been texting back and forth with us just how much he has enjoyed and being in a completely different world than what he's used to.
Yeah.
And it's growing what he does for our activity, for our organization, right? That's happening abound. And it's not just with the coordinators, it's happening with the caption heads. I mean, think about what Lydia does for a living.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, if you don't think that what she does on a Wednesday night with a class is immediately going through her head, oh, can I get the 60 horn players to do this on Saturday, right?
Right.
Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and that honestly, that's the way it should be. We should be taking. I mean, as old heads, we take as much of experience of our lives as we can and try to meld it into what we do now. And to be supportive of, like you said, this is our outlet. And I always felt like you can either grip onto your passion, whatever it is, and strangle it to death, which is what we were talking about earlier with people holding on, or you can just hold on to it and roll with it, and just let it bend you and move you side to side and be, absorbent of what's happening and what's changing, and learn to enjoy what's coming. And that, I think, is always the hardest part for, I'll say, our age group, because we came from such a different version of drum corps than exists right now. And who knows what the heck it's going to be in 40 years, 30 years, Robbie's version of 20 years from now, 2042 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
What it's going to be, will it still be something that I can continue to enjoy at that point? Because I've said this for many, many years. Like, when I am done marching, this is my 19th season on the field. When I am done marching, 7 years, will I still have the love and the drive and the desire to want to go and watch it and then sit and enjoy it? As a fully retired person from the activity, to be able to go, I'm happy that I was a part of keeping it alive, so that when I got to the end, I could sit back and go, hey, it's your turn. Young heads, go for it and thrive and have all the joy and love that I found in it too. Can you continue to do the same thing?
I think the best part about that for people like you and I is that we don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So we're only going to recognize it when it's happened and after it's behind us.
Yeah, right.
Right. So that's exciting to me.
Yeah.
Right. Because now I'm not thinking about, in 20 years when I'm, barely able to walk up into the stands, am I going to do this? I'm going to remember I'm sitting there saying, hey, you remember that time I was on that podcast with Mike and Robbie?
Yeah.
We were talking about this exact moment.
Yep. That's like 2 years for me from now.
Okay.
You can have your bionic legs by then.
Yeah. I got to just hold off until they make metal things that work really, really well, and then I'll be able to keep marching. It'll be fun.
Yeah, gotcha.
So, but Paul, listen. So it's getting a little bit later in the thing, but I wanted to make sure anybody who's still watching, if they have questions out there, Paul's a great. Well, you've heard him talk the entire time.
Fountain of knowledge.
Fountain of knowledge is a great way to put it. If you have questions out there, feel free to hop on and ask. We've been a little stagnant since Tom said, "Hey, Paul." Tom, what's going on? Yeah, and so if you have something going on out there too, and before I forget, because you've been talking up the entire time.
I was about to say.
Yeah, you haven't. You're a little parched, so I got our on-cycle coffee cup for you.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't let me fill it up for you.
Oh yes.
So, gives us some water.
Are you sure it's water?
The water of life.
I wish it wasn't. Yeah. We'll do the other water later.
Yeah.
There you go. Enjoy.
Cilantro.
Yeah. I'll take the rest of that.
I'll take some.
Okay.
I got some right.
Yeah, because as we're in hour 2.5 already now. So.
We gotta keep the vocal cords nice and hydrated.
Which is pretty wild, actually. I think at this point, I can't believe
it feels pretty easy. I mean, I think having two guests.
Yeah,
one after the other helped a lot,
and we have two more guests that
are some virtual guests.
So we have somebody coming on from the Troopers Legacy Corps that's going to talk about some of their stuff too, which is pretty.
Yeah, neat. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. And then I say Northern Lights, and Ben's been giving me a hard time. Ben from Steel City. If you're still out there, Ben, listening, you probably are, and he's crying because I didn't invite him to come on. After Northern Lights goes off, Ben, if you're still out there and we need a little somebody to talk to, I'll send you an invite. Right?
Yeah,
you can come talk.
We can play it by ear.
The last all-G Bugle Corps in DCI All-Age.
Yeah. It's funny, when I came back to Reading, and I think it was in 18, and they trumpets were referring to themselves as sops.
Ugh, it drives me bonkers.
And Gino and I just stared at them with the weirdest side eye, like, stop.
That's a great question. So Dylan asked, is the retreat on finals for prelims? No, there's not.
No, the way they're billing it this year is, so on Friday it's, I don't know why they don't just call it prelims, but it'll be
finals
class championships. Right. So you'll have a first, second, third, fourth, whatever for World, Open, and A class, and then on Saturday will be Grand or All Class Championship. I don't know, Grand Champion, whatever. Grand All-Age.
Yeah.
Where
Supreme
theoretically,
Supreme
Supreme ruler.
Yeah.
President Snow's going to come out and start. giving out trophies. But so theoretically, you could have, the third place or fourth place drum corps on Saturday night could be an open class corps.
Yeah. Yeah, which is super cool. And so I talked to John Carr.
I think it's a great way to shake things up a bit. Give us another performance.
Right.
Sorry, I'm breaking things.
It's fine. They're cheap.
Yeah, it's another way to give us another performance. But I know with Friday being so jam packed, they were like, there's no retreat. You're just going to cycle off. They're not even going to give us our scores. We just get our scores kind of like WGI style. Like it'll just be you'll get it and you'll know where your placement is. And then on Saturday during retreat, because it will be a retreat Saturday, they're going to announce the winners, the first, second, and third of the divisions, give us their medals because there's going to be a medal for the first place groups, and then from what I heard, I don't know if this is true yet. I think they're trying to do a first, a silver, a gold, a silver, and a bronze for the world class.
That's what I understood. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a potential that many groups out there may end up with 2 different color medals for that day, or maybe 1 or 2 of the same. It depends on what it is. But they're going to do all of that on Saturday at retreat.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to go into that DCI model.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think this is a first step.
Yeah, it's great.
It's going to be very similar, I think, last year with where we had sound check.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
but it'll be a little later, and I think we'll have a little bit more. Well, first of all, there'll be people in the stands.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yes,
It'll feel a little more like official too, since last time was very much like get in there and figure it out. And then do a run.
Yeah, I remember we took the Mega Vox in with the microphone, and I said, "Andy, can you hear me?" And she just kind of looked up at the box and went. And I'm like, all right, forget it.
Never mind.
Yeah.
You know the chunks we're doing. Let's just rehearse those chunks.
The other thing I thought was really cool, and Dylan, this is to expand on your comment a little bit, is that the people who don't make the all-class championship, because there will be 15 groups there competing,
Correct.
so there'll only be 12. The bottom 3, whoever doesn't make it, they are being offered the opportunity to go and compete in sound sport, in the sound sport arena.
That's so cool.
So there is no matter all the DCI all-age groups will have the opportunity for 2 performances at Indy, it's an option for them to go that route. I don't know if all of them will or if what's going to happen, but I thought that
cool
was
to have the option.
Really, really neat incentive and a way to kind of emphasize some of the, because I think we all follow the activity well enough to know that it's probably going to be some of the smaller groups.
Yep.
And the smaller groups do really well in an arena like the Sound Sport arena.
Yeah.
But also I think it gives some hope for the Sound Sport groups that are maybe looking like Northern Lights is to kind of make that transition to go, okay, there's a crossover period for us to grow. It's a great move. It's a super well thought out concept.
Yeah. Succession planning.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
It's just a great idea.
Yeah.
So
I think it's also just it's cool to be back in a spot finally this year where like you actually have enough cores that some of them won't make finals.
Yeah.
Like it feels weird to say, but it's like it's a good spot to be in, especially for DCA, who's been struggling very hard to keep cores.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I started marching, we had cores that didn't make finals, but eventually it was like we don't have enough cores to have people not make finals.
Yeah.
So, we gotta everyone just makes finals by default.
Right.
And now it's nice to have enough cores that we can have that sense of competition again. It's just a sign that hopefully we're back on the upswing, right? And into more core growth.
I remember my rookie season at Reading. It was like a big deal because the year before they were 9th. And that was the first year that I had been back in finals in years at that point. So 97 was the first time that Reading was back in finals since I think it was 92 or whatever it was. And I don't know my Buccaneer history as well as I probably should, but it was right on a time frame. So I remember in 98, my first year there, they were like, we just want to make finals. And I was like, that's a really weird thing because we ended up in 4th place that year. And I was like, I think we're good.
I think we did it.
I think we're okay. But then, you think about where they were just a few years prior to that, like 96, they only had like 20 some horns. So like to watch that again, there's that sensation of like, we really want to keep fighting to make it. And I love that. It's a weird thing, like Robbie was saying, to kind of love, but I think it's really neat for some of those younger cores that's a place to grow too. It's the fight to get in, right? And then it's the fight to stay.
Yeah.
And then you start looking at the fight to grow.
Yeah.
Right. And it's
something to shoot
really,
for, right? I'm like, because it's cooler to be like, it's less cool to say, oh, we went from 13th to 12th this, from last year this year.
Right.
It's a lot cooler to go, oh, we made finals this year.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like that's a cooler goal to shoot for.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah.
So,
And then add that in that we have now the division champions or class champions and the full, like, it just more opportunities for all of these cores to participate and like to feel the competition a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you, I was a very vocal supporter of not having 3 classes.
yeah, right.
All right.
It seemed a little. A couple years ago, it seemed
superfluous.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah,
a
like,
little,
it felt like there were not
just not that many of us. Why do we break this thing
Yeah.
down?
Right, but the data shows, right, that it worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so there are drum corps that had double their usual registration at their open houses or membership days this past November.
Because
Like double.
yeah, because they were open class champions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It feels
yeah. You give
I'm-
a title to them, and all
Yeah.
of a sudden it gives validity to the organization. And I
Yeah.
said that too when they went to the 3 core classes. I was like I had the same feeling you did, but I was like, I looked at it from a growth perspective, and I go, okay, now whoever does win the A class, right, which is the smaller groups, they can go, we are a champion.
Yeah.
My members get to walk away with a medal.
Yeah.
So the cost of what I did and the effort that I got put in this year is rewarded with, and it's a piece of plastic or a piece of metal or whatever it is, but it means something to the people who work hard.
Yeah.
And
it feels like a good sense of recognition. It's like, hey, you
Yeah.
guys are in a different spot and you're figuring out a different, you're solving a different set of problems and, working within a different set of constraints than these multi-time world championship cores.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Right. And you still deserve some recognition for the hard work you're putting on within those constraints that you're working with.
I agree. Yeah,
Right.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah.
great. Yeah. It was a good move. It was a successful move.
Yeah.
For the all-age activity.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I had people reach out to me, especially when I got onto the ACSC, that really campaigned for it.
yeah.
And I said, well, now that I understand why
Yeah.
you're pushing for it, I said, I don't have to agree with it. My job on the ACSC is to vote for the entirety of the all-age activity.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, when I said to you before, like I thought you were a really good ambassador for that prospect. I know you well enough to know that that's at the core of your idea and like in the way you want to present as a single entity, pretty much in the ACSC, to go. I'm here for everybody.
Yes.
Right? It's
Yeah.
not just my portion of the activity that I do or what I believe in. It's
trying to be a representative.
Yes, correct. It's a true representative of the activity that you are trying to continue to grow and represent correctly. So I think it was great.
Yeah, I'm excited to continue. It's a 3-year stint, so I had 1 year.
Yeah.
I've got 2 more years to be on the ACSC.
Cool.
Then they can either vote me off or on the island again.
Nice.
Yeah, right.
If I even want to do it again.
Sure, right, of course.
Yeah.
But the key for us was to go in and have these conversations about how does this affect these other cores, right?
Right.
When they were talking about the random draws or they were talking about other things, and I said, that may work, right, for a lot of the world class cores.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily work for somebody like a Rogues Hollow or a
Right.
Fusion or even the Reading Buccaneers, right? To sit there and say, oh well, it's a random draw. You're going to know when you're going on, but the audience won't know when you're going on. Okay, well, when those drum corps only practice Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and all of a sudden, instead of going on at 9:30, they're now going on at 4.
Yeah.
Like, it's a massive change in their schedule. You lose an entire block.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It makes sense. Yeah, I totally agree. So, is there anything else that you kind of want to? Is there anything else you want to? The thing I really wanted to talk to you about, we talked about pretty heavily, and I appreciate that because that was super neat. And I think for the people out in listening land, I think those are the behind the scenes things that we don't get a chance to talk about, or they don't get to see, because so many people, especially in the DCA, the true DCAers out there, had such a hard time understanding what DCI or that we were going to die because DCI absorbed us.
Yeah.
So there was a
and,
bad sign.
And that was one of the things I really like. Same thing. I wanted to have you come on and talk about for a while now because there is so much collaboration, and DCI as the original organization is so invested in making sure that we are coming in and becoming a productive portion of their organization now.
Yeah, I think people forget that DCA was ran out of Mickey Patrone's basement for 30 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
40 years,
exactly,
right?
yeah.
And then when Gil took over, right? And then when Alan took over, I mean, there was progressions that helped grow this.
Right.
But, when you start looking at what was funneling out versus what was funneling in, the two weren't balanced. I think DCI already has an established brand
Everything.
that helps grow what we're trying to do. And there's going to be some challenges, right? I mean, Lou and I talk about this extensively, but that there's things we still don't know, that we're going to come off the field in Indy in 2025 and go, all right, well, we learned that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think after every hour or every block last year, it was like, well, I guess we learned how to do that next year. Or we learned that whole week was just felt like we were just getting beat down the whole week with things that we just got wrong.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Just trying to fly by the seat of your pants.
Right, and that's just talking about our drum corps. Think about all the other all-age corps that were funneling out the same thing. I mean, I was talking with Michelle from Cabs at one point in Indy, and I said, hey, we were thinking about this on the bus, but every all-age corps made it to Indy.
Yeah, yeah.
It was the first time in recent history, I'm going to say at least 4 years, where somebody didn't fold in May or early June.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yet not only did they stay, they made it all the way to Indy.
Yeah.
That was huge.
Which is a huge move, because that was what everybody was worried about the most moving into the DCI push. Was how do we get from this little eastern side of the country kind of feel, and 4 or 5 hour trip is a long trip, to an 11-hour bus trip, or 13 or 14 for some. It's a huge movement across the country, especially with some of our equipment, because let's face it, I think
financially,
every drum corps had a vehicle breakdown, or they had to do some serious maintenance on it on the way out to because we're not used to traveling that kind of distance.
Usually it's like a few hours drive.
We don't have the big DCI fleets that everybody does.
And
I totally agree with that. That's a really good point.
It's been exciting. Being at the Janual was exceptionally exciting.
Yeah.
Just to be in the room where it happened, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And the difference this year was, Michelle and I were sitting together. I mean, I taught Michelle at Briggs, and we've been friends for a long time. But at one point, they were doing the round table vote in the caucus for all the rules, and I had to. The ACSC were handing out the ballots, and I kept having to remind them, the all-age corps don't get a vote. We don't get a vote yet. Not until the next Rules Congress, right? So there were a couple times where Michelle and I would look around the room and go, so should we go tell our friends in the back of the room that they're not allowed to vote? Because they just didn't know.
Yeah, right.
Because they're
don't
not
commit
used
voter
to
fraud.
it, right?
Right.
But at the same time, being able to watch the process happen and to not, I can't say not have skin in the game, because we have skin in the game.
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
Because the benefit with DCI rules are when they vote them in, they're for the following year, right? Where DCA, we would vote them in January and go, well, how do we figure this out?
Right, exactly. Like, we're doing it this year, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Do it live.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
Yeah.
So it was good to be part of that interaction with a lot of other groups, and then having the conversations at lunch, or having the conversations at dinner, or hanging out afterwards at the end of the night. That was what was good about it, right? Because people are generally very open. That's the one thing I love about this activity, right? We, as much as some of the staff and some of the design teams and the administrations of a lot of these drum corps, this is their job. This is their career.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They're so open.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in careers. I've been with my company 20 years. I will hit my 20th anniversary in July with my company. Wow. And there are still moments where in my company, and even though all the hospitals I work in, it's like trade secrets. They won't tell you what's going on.
Yeah, right.
Like, not so much with my boss and my team, but in the industry itself.
Sure, right.
Going to the Janual with DCI, it was an open book. People, well, this is how we operate it. This is how we operationalize it. We know we do it here. We know that you've got a $3 million budget and you have a $4 and a ham sandwich as your budget. Like,
right, yeah.
So it's very open.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping, we were talking about Northern Lights, and I'm
yeah.
hoping it's not just the all-age corps, but I'm hoping some of the all-age corps start talking more with the open class.
Yeah.
How do you talk to Gold?
Right. Yeah.
How do you get from California to Indy every year?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's wild. Yeah. It's pretty nuts. Yeah. And I said we were talking to Connor, I think it was before you got here, and it said, one of the reasons why the Blue Devils are finally starting to get some more pressure against them for those top two positions is that it's not like the Blue Devils have been hiding their formula all these years. They've been actively giving it, and I think
literally
everybody else
recorded it as a documentary
and
every
I was like,
year.
and everybody else just went, yeah, we heard it. We're just going to not do that anyway.
No way that'll work.
Finally, people were just like, maybe we should take a look at what you're doing and maybe put it into application. And I think the last 4 or 5 years, you start to see that a lot as we hear from members that come back from cores and be like, yeah, no, I got treated great. You know, we had all this time off and we were treated like adults and and I was like, wild, because the Blue Devils have been doing that for 20 years.
Yeah, it's not how we were.
You know, it's
not back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. That's, not even close, you know, but I was like, but you're
not even like 5 years ago.
Yeah,
you know?
but you're seeing that winning formula that was used for winning organizations, and other organizations finally going and being receptive to it and going, maybe I should try that, you know, and in a way that makes sense for my organization, because you can't just mirror everything, right?
Right.
But you can take pieces of what is working and go, how do I take that concept and put it into what we're already doing and kind of meld it into some version of that, and you're seeing a lot of success in that. And that's because we all talk, and because we're all open, because we all want to see the activity grow, and because nobody's hiding.
It's a community.
Yeah, I think a lot of that also changed. You mentioned the community as we got into the digital realm.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Sure.
And we were talking
That too,
earlier.
yeah.
I heard you talking with Connor earlier about releasing shows. I mean, when did we find out about everyone? Shane chose Classic.
Yeah, right.
The Standstill in April or something. That's the music they're playing. What's the show? I don't know.
You know, I could tell you probably my first.
We never had that.
Yeah, what else did they do?
First
Send out flyers?
The first 3 or 4 years of drum corps, I can remember in my own circuit in DCA going, I have no idea what anybody else is playing. I couldn't even get it. Like, I remember at finals, somebody going, oh, like Empire's playing West Side Story. I'm like, oh, that's okay.
Cool.
You know, Briggs is playing whatever Blue Devil show that they stole.
Exactly.
You know,
they called Wayne and he hit print.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like whatever it is. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, like, because you just didn't know, you know, like, and obviously being in the activity, we don't get a chance to watch those things. But even if you were just in the stands and a fan, like, you just didn't know until.
Well, I think there's small things too, right? Yeah. I remember watching a video, and it was Steve Bentley years ago, and he was talking about notching the horns at the Blue Devils. And this was early 2000s, right?
Right.
Well, that was a known thing for years, right? But not every drum corps did it because they didn't know how to do it.
Right.
Right. Then it became kind of commonplace as the digital roll came on. We were talking about, and it went out of my head, but we were talking about the show announcements and everything, right? Well, I remember what it is now. When the Briggs bought Dynasty horns, we bought B-flat horns and went to B-flat in 2007. We got the horns and immediately recognized that we had intonation issues left and right.
Right.
Right. And Wayne was still writing the book. So the caption head was a guy named Pete Blake. Pete had reached out to Wayne and said, you know, this is such a struggle. And Wayne said, what are you talking about? He said, the instruments, we have a lot of intonation issues. Right. Some of them are natural to the horn. Some of them are really far out there. And he goes, oh, here, take this. We came up with this document back in 2000 or whatever when they got the B-flat horns. They had the Dynasty B-flat horns. It was the entire alternate fingering chart.
Oh, okay.
Said anything that, you know, specific notes, if they were anything longer than a half note, played with this fingering rather than the natural, because it'll play closer in tune. It might be sharp, it might be flat, but it's closer than what the natural tuning was. Yeah. And I brought that to Reading at one point, and people lost their minds. In 2013.
I remember
going down the line, person by person, going, nope, we're going to change your alternate fingering. I mean, we spent an entire Friday night doing that.
Kristen saying, especially in like 2015 or something, you'd be like, yeah, on those dynasties, I think like on the Mellow of dynasties especially, it's like anything above a C, there's pretty much an alternate fingering for it.
Oh, yeah, especially the F mellophones were really a challenge. When we switched to Yamahas, you know, the first thing that stood out was the tubas.
Oh, yeah.
The tubas just terrible. Played so much better.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, granted, the Dynasty tubas were made from Wilson, but we had beaten the hell out of them over the past 10, 12 years. But the mellophone was the next thing that stood out because we didn't have to fight the instrument. Well, and also coming off the Jupiters, because the Jupiters, we struggle. I mean, we joked about cutting the lead pipes in 2018 because we couldn't get the things in tune. Part of it was we were very weak. Right. Yeah. But we put that mellophone line through the ringer.
We did. Yeah. Well, part of the issue was a lot of the mellophones are pretty weak, and I was certainly not a weak mellophone, but I was also.
We had so many converts.
Yeah, there were so many new people that were completely new to the instrument and completely new to drum corps.
Yeah.
You know, which made it a very fun growth year.
Oh my God, Rachel Malone. I loved watching her grow from almost like staring at the horn with just ready to cry to getting off the field at finals. Like just loving her life.
Yeah.
Right. She's an astrophysicist, right?
Oh my God, is she? Probably.
She's really
Yeah.
smart. But it's like, why are you doing this activity?
I know, right?
Yeah.
You're way smarter than
Yeah. Oh my God, she
all
grew
of us
so
on the
much. Yeah.
fields.
Yeah.
I mean, because it was like me and Kristen were the only more than
Jess.
2-year vets, and then Jess came in. Yeah, Jess came in.
Hines.
Yeah,
Yeah. I forgot she played Mello for a couple.
came in
years.
slightly later, but so it was basically us three were the only people with more than 2 years, and it was my first year on mellophone. So really, 2 people that knew how to play the horn more than 2 years.
Well, I think
VL was also there.
Diana and Abby had both played the year before, but
yeah,
Josephine
so they were all,
was brand
we had
new.
a couple of second-year vets. Tina was new that year. Right, we had so many. So many. Like you said, it's such a young section,
Right.
and especially when like the 15 or even like the 13 to 17 mellow lines were like so incredibly dominant, right? Just kind of like they are right now, just like lots of super long time vets. Like it was a big change, right? But it was also really fun, you know. I mean, as a person coming back from DCI and trying out the horn for the first time, it was a very fun section to be in because, you know, all of us were growing so much.
I see that being the baritones this year.
Oh my
Baritones,
God,
they're
yes,
so good this year. There's a lot of really.
There's
the
really
fun,
good people
great-
in that
It's a
section.
fun energy.
great
Yeah.
intensity and focus.
Yeah.
I mentioned it many times. I think we were at. You might have seen the message that Greco sent, but we were at dinner and I was like, "Hey, Greco," I was like, "I don't know if it's you or if it's Jackson or if it's just all the rookies, but like
And Kevin.
Yeah,
Forget
oh yeah,
Kevin.
Jackson and Kevin, and
Kevson, as I call them.
yeah." I was like, I don't know where it's coming from, but I love the energy that you guys are bringing so far.
Yeah. It's
Right,
pretty
they've
fun.
always-
They've really become an early standout, and I'm really excited because there
100%.
were years where, I mean, when I took over as a mellophone tech in 2011, the mellophone section was the dumping ground.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
really?
They were the people that got cut from the cymbal line. I'm not kidding, by the way. They got cut from the cymbal line. They got cut from the tuba section, the trumpet
Yeah.
section, right? I mean, Jess Heinz, that was her first year on mellophone because she couldn't do tuba anymore. She was in college. She was flying back and forth.
yeah.
So she jumped into the mellophone section. Mellophone section was kind of weak. But again, then we had some Scott Silky came in like mid-spring, right? And kind of jumped into these key spots. And I know the moment the mellophone section really took a turn to become a bigger growth was Gino had just come off a tour for a small stint, and we were working on Danzon, and the trumpets were struggling with the section. And at one point, Dan McGrogan and I had already talked about the mellophones playing it, and Gino sitting on top of the truck just flipping through pages and went, "Could the mellophones?" I'm on it. And I just took the mellophones into an end zone. I'm like, I'll teach it by rote.
Yeah.
And like there's probably 16 bars of music the mellophones don't have. They only know it because I told them what to play.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't exist anywhere on
But
paper.
that moment was, oh, we can be something
can
stronger.
step up,
and more,
yeah.
right? And they did. And then the 12 line came out and was just, no, we're starting from ground. We're starting here and going.
Yeah.
Right. But that whole drum corps did that too. 2012 was a very different drum corps.
I believe it.
But then there were moments throughout the year, like every section was great. I mean, the color guard, the front ensemble, the percussion, the brass they worked so well in 12.
Yeah.
Right. When 13 came, we had some changes. Right. We had people that they got that moment, they moved on, and the trumpets felt like they should have been these beasts. But there were moments where it was like, ooh, they're not playing in tune. And then, you know, the next phrase, they sounded fantastic.
Yeah.
It was this Jekyll and Hyde, right? 14, the whole drum corps, we had to teach them how to read drum corps.
Yeah. I heard, I mean, there was like wasn't that one of the 13 to 14 was one of the big like vet exodus years?
Yeah. It was time. But I think the biggest thing that really hurt us in 14 was losing Lucent.
Oh,
We
I
lost
saw
to
Susan
Lucent.
that year.
I think we were at Lucent for maybe 2 weekends.
Remember we didn't really, maybe just the brass didn't use it in 15. Did we have it in 15?
We did not have it in
Okay.
15 at all.
Yeah.
So in
I
14,
remember hearing about it.
yeah, in 14 we tried to put the entire drum corps at Buckfield on a Friday night, and it was not successful.
Woof.
Wolf is right, but we figured it out, right?
Yeah.
Adapt and overcome, right?
Yeah.
That 15 line came out and was like, oh no, we're not letting that crap ever happen again.
Yeah.
That 15 line, we're beasts. So you said
Yep.
earlier, oh yeah, we didn't win brass that year. I constantly have to remind myself that we didn't.
Yeah.
I know. It's one of those years that like I remember hearing about it, and I remember hearing we didn't win brass at finals, but I was so new to the activity. I was like, oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
But I remember looking back that year and being like, damn, that's a
As one of the strongest horn lines it has ever been in DCA, ever.
Yeah. It was a powerhouse.
Who won horns that year?
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the year that Minnesota won? Was it 15?
No, they won in 11.
They won in 11.
Yeah. So I thought. Okay.
Yeah. I think they got. Did they get second or third in 15?
They were probably
I think they were
second.
pretty.
I don't remember, to be honest.
I want to say they were pretty close to our score.
Yeah, I thought
at
they
15
were.
in
Minnesota was
finals.
What I remember is walking through the parking lot, and this is for Jack Beam because he's down in Disney right now, and I'm very jealous.
Yeah.
If he's still listening. But the Trumpets had a tradition back then of having Thanksgiving in the parking lot in front of the buses. They would go to Wegmans and buy a bunch of rotisserie chickens.
Yeah.
So they're the Trumpets, right? Sops. And I remember walking to the sections, and I walked over and said, hey, regardless of the outcome, you guys were fantastic. And Jack, with half a drumstick in his face, was like, you kidding me? We don't need some... I won't use the expletive. We don't need some guy in a green polo shirt to tell us we know how to play our horns. We're good.
Yeah.
I said, all right, I feel good. I'm okay now.
Yeah, we feel
Right?
good. Yeah.
That whole show, we were talking earlier about how much music it was. Mark Lortz would call me on a weekly basis and ask me, do you think this is too schizophrenic? I said, no, you need to embrace it.
Yeah.
I mean, we were literally changing phrases and songs on an eighth note.
Yeah.
And it was constant for
The entire show.
12 minutes.
Yeah.
It was a very
long
fun
show.
Oh my God, so long.
The
Another-
length of
another
that show gives me
5-movement show.
PTSD. 5. That's
Yeah.
why I always aim for 9 minutes
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minus 30 seconds.
and win bets.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, hey, that's
C2
the fun
guys.
stuff.
Thanks,
C2
Nafis.
got second in.
That makes sense that they got second.
Oh, that was a good show.
Yeah.
Did they?
And,
I think that was the Red Square.
But then they won in
Okay.
16?
Yes.
They won
Yeah,
in
yeah.
16. Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks, Nafis. I knew somebody out there would have the answer.
We
Appreciate
have a
you.
question from the chat.
Oh, we do have a question from the chat.
It's for Paul.
If you're able to answer, I don't know if.
Will the
Sure.
directors
Do you want to
vote?
call it a vote? I mean,
someone asked, will the directors vote to join DCI officially at the fall meeting?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Forgot
So
about
this
that.
was a 2-year
cannot-
trial. There's no going back. I mean, we could probably call it a vote. I'm not sure. That's probably more of a question for our administration, our executive team. So Lou and Rich and Andy and Danny and Matt than it is for me. But everything I've heard from everybody else is that we'll roll in.
Yeah. Of
I
course.
would personally bet any amount of money
Because
that
really
we're going to stick
the
around.
only question is that who would be running DCA? Just end of statement. You know, like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's exactly my point. So we can't go back. There's nobody there.
Yeah.
It's like going back to the apocalypse. Like, hey, there's nothing back on that land.
Yeah,
Like it
yeah.
doesn't exist anymore.
It's The
so-
Walking Dead
Yeah.
without Negan.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks again, Dylan, for your question. I know
Yes.
I always love him. Do you know?
Oh, yeah.
know Dylan. Oh my God, Dylan. I'm going to screw up your last name, so I'm not even going to ask.
I think he friended me on
runs-
Facebook,
He
but I
runs the
don't
Drum
know him.
Corps. He does the Roundup podcast.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
really, really cool. He talks to a lot of people. That dude is working it out there, and his interviews are pretty good. If you ever
Making
listen
moves,
to,
yeah.
like, different directors and people and everything else too.
Yeah, between the Roundup podcast, your podcast, friends of ours in the color guard world, Trish, who my wife and I marched with at Briggs. She's also an old bushwhacker. She has a podcast called On a Water Break.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yep.
So-
Oh,
Yep.
fun.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then the Hornline Fanatic. Like, we need to get the 4 of you all in a room together at some point in
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So,
fun.
well, I was on Dylan's podcast. I was one of the first people on when he started his because he's been a fan of the show since the beginning. And then I follow the On the Water Break too, which is a great name for
Great name, right?
Yeah, it's a great name for a podcast.
We were racking our brains. We were like, what are we going to name our...
Yeah.
Coming up with the name was the hardest thing,
yeah,
honestly.
Yeah. And ours, so for those of you out there who don't know, our name comes from getting on and off the bus.
That's true, yeah. I
that's
think
how it comes
we've
from.
talked about that before, but yeah, it's what you yell when you're getting onto the bus or moving from the front to the back of the
Yeah,
bus.
so that you know. And as soon as you yell it, that means you have the proper right of way.
Yeah, and
you,
whoever
you
yells
know
it
the flow
louder-
of traffic.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier in the very start of this, what is measuring success, right? And whether you're the Blue Devils or whether you're a sound sport corps trying to go onto the field, success is measured differently by every drum corps, and I think it's measured differently by every drum corps every year.
Oh yeah,
Right?
absolutely. Yeah.
Sometimes success is just getting off the bus.
Right.
As my
yeah.
wife is rolling her eyes if she's still listening, because she's heard me say this directly to several marching bands, right?
Sure, right.
Sometimes success is just getting off the bus.
Right.
Sometimes success is getting to the end of the year and having somebody say, I had such a fun time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because gang, why do we do this? Because it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
It's fun.
I've been in cores where the success was, hey, we actually have every single horn player for the very first time on the field at finals. You know, I'm marching cores like that, which is crazy. So, but anyway, listen, Paul, we know we can talk to you forever, you know.
Hours and hours,
We're at the 8 o'clock mark now.
I was expecting somebody else to walk in like I walked
Yeah,
in the
no,
middle of the counter.
Yeah, like a big cane to come in.
people are coming. Our next people are coming on Zoom.
Oh, yeah, better.
so we're doing we're switching it up a little bit too. And we got an unboxing happening. So if you're still out there watching, we're getting ready to get into the Troopers Legacy Corps unboxing.
Yep.
Talk
That'd
to
be
them.
so fun.
And we're going to talk to somebody I met in the Troopers Legacy Corps who's also a fellow military member, who is going to come on and talk to us about that mark.
Well, and didn't I recently see Steven has enlisted?
He's getting close.
Yeah.
We're right there. We talked to we're halfway through the process, but it'll be within the next couple of weeks, and he'll be settled into being a squid
In the Navy.
That's what I saw.
Yeah. Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. He's still got to go and do the rest of the pieces of it, but he's 50% of the way through. He's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I
Okay,
chose to
okay.
be a man, unlike my dad.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
A man
All
of
right,
the
well,
sea.
time for a break.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So Mike can
go beat his
Let me just
son.
move my head and just take a look at
Yeah.
the
Oh,
medals.
whoops. Stretch.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you know what's going on back there, bud. You know, since you're gonna listen, they don't give medals for being on the water. All right.
Yes, they do.
They don't have medals in the Navy.
So
They sang a song about it.
yeah, Paul, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah.
We hope that the listeners enjoyed. Okay, my daughter. What unboxing? And we thank
Boxing
you for
Day.
yeah, really, thanks.
Unboxing Day.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks
Thank
for,
you.
Yeah, I know
Yep.
you're a big supporter of the podcast. You always listen to our stuff, and every
And I love to heckle you
yes,
via
every
Facebook.
is it
Yes.
Well, it's either that or Friday you come up because you listen to it on the way to practice,
Yep.
and you're like, "Let me tell you about what happened." And I was
Let me
like,
show
"Okay,
you something. Yeah.
Let me just tell you a little something about this." So we appreciate it. You know, as we produce it, that you watch and listen and
Yeah.
you know, offer us feedback to all kinds of stuff all the time, and just as a mentor and a guiding post for us as members in the activity, as our fearless leader out there. We appreciate you.
It's a blast, and we appreciate you guys because without something like this, we don't get it out to the masses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
We're trying to do.
All right. Well, that's going to wrap this section up. We're going to go back on a break real quick, so we can see if we can figure out how to do a Zoom and a live broadcast. So we got to throw headphones on. This is a whole new exciting experience for us. So we'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Paul.
All right.
Appreciate
Thanks
you,
a lot,
man.
guys.
Yeah,
Good
thank
to
you
see you.
very much.
Yep.
We'll be
Go
right
ahead,
back.
Steven.
put my mic back on. So yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, let's do it live, right? No, just keep it going through the whole thing.
Oh, well, the music stopped. That's good. And wait, maybe.
You said the music stopped.
Oh, it's not. Hold on.
Oh no, technical difficulties.
I think we can still hear you.
Hey,
not be able to hear
hey,
me
Mike.
for a second. Hold on.
Nope, I
My
can
wife
hear
just walked in and said she can hear us. She's
Desktop audio output on OBS is muted right now because
No,
it's nope.
No, wait.
On OBS. It is still playing the music for some reason.
Well, that's good. She said that Mark's wife said that she can hear us just fine.
Can she hear Mark as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's hearing both of us.
Yeah, she's hearing both of us, and I can't hear the music. So
Cool. Desktop audio is just useless and needs to stay muted then. Cool.
okay.
Cool.
We don't need that at all.
That's perfect.
All right. So for those of you out there coming in and joining us now as we fight through technical difficulties and as we try to get on here, let's welcome on to the live broadcast Mark. Mark is a member of the Troopers Legacy Corps, and he has been working with them for the last 3 seasons now? Does that sound right, Mark?
Yeah, that's about right. Ever since 2023, I joined in with the Troopers Legacy Corps. That was the year I was intended to retire from the military, and as you know, there's a bit of soul searching that goes on with that process. So Troopers Legacy Corps just provided a really good opportunity for me and 2 of my family members actually to get out and play our horns and find something new to do.
Yeah.
And I actually just fell in love with it. So I asked how I could get involved. Tom, our director, kind of recruited me into this role. I do a lot of the fundraising for the organization.
Yeah, and it's I talk about Troopers Legacy Corps pretty frequently in the podcast because it was such a great experience for me too. And hold on one second, Steven, can you turn my headphones down just a little bit?
Yeah.
I'm like screaming into my headphones. It's so loud.
Which one are you?
I should be the second one.
Can you do me as well?
Holy crap, you're so loud too.
Yeah.
How's it? As a little bit more up.
Yeah.
Up. There, right there.
I'm still so loud.
Yeah. Well, he's fixing yours right now.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you. Sorry. So anyway, like I was saying, is that I talk about the Legacy Corps so much because it was such a really neat experience to see so many people that were.
Steven, don't minimize it.
Wait.
Okay. Oh no. Okay.
We're good.
Bring that back up because we need to be able to see Mark as he's talking.
Yeah. There you go. That's good.
That's gonna be on a minute delay.
There you go. What's that?
That's the video. That's gonna be on a minute delay.
Oh, okay. Great. Can't wait for that.
Just bring the Zoom back up, Steven. We can bring the chat over to your screen if you need it.
So for those,
I just want the thing.
No, hold on. Now,
There we go. I got it. You don't need you. I don't need
there
you.
we go. Okay, great. Anyway, so listen, this is what happens when you do it live. So we're really excited that Mark, you're here to enjoy watching us. Have no idea what we're doing. Anyway, it's gone again.
I'm getting there.
There you go. Just don't touch anything. There you go. You have to do literally nothing right now.
yeah.
Mark, you have children, right? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get it.
So anyway, the Legacy Corps was great because I was never a trooper, just like I'm guessing you weren't either. And it was such a great place for them for an organization to come in and be kind of, not an alumni, because they're not an alumni group, but they are sort of kind of an alumni in a way, and to bring in every type of person and just go, hey, you guys are now officially troopers, and really bring it into the organization and be so collectively excited to see people who have nothing to do with the troopers, who have never been associated with the troopers, and go, we know you're only here for a week, but man, we love you like you've been here for 20 years. And it was really, really cool.
Yeah, yeah, and Reading really brought a bunch of big talent out to Indy that year in
Yeah, there's like
2023.
9 of us, I think, that came out that
There
year.
was, and they were all good, man. I mean, you guys have a great thing going there in Pennsylvania. I'm not far away. I'm in Maryland myself, so maybe there's a chance I can march with you guys in the future. Right now, the Legacy Corps is really keeping me pretty busy.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good thing to be busy with,
Yeah.
you know.
And
Yeah,
honestly,
yeah.
like we say all the time, is that you know, every corps needs their core group of people that kind of
Yeah.
help push them into what the next thing is. You know,
Yeah.
the sound sport was really kind of created to kind of mimic these smaller groups out there, but also to give a path to the open class, world class corps, and a path to the world. I think now sound sport is more of an avenue to move into the DCI All-Age realm, because a lot of your sound sport groups are made of older people. That, you know, okay, great, you're a sound sport group, you have all these older members, it's awesome, and then you transition into DCI Open, and like, well, you lost all of your members that have been there for years. So now that the DCI All-Age thing exists, to have groups like maybe Troopers Legacy in the next 5 to 10 years converts into a DCI All-Age, or any of the other sound sport groups that are out there. So it's pretty
Yeah,
neat.
yeah. We're competing in Sound Sport this year. This is actually our first competitive year.
Yeah.
So cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. The last 2 years have been just purely exhibition. 2023 was a celebration of our 65th anniversary, as you know.
Yep.
Last year we were out in Casper, Wyoming, for they called it TroopCon. It was like the homecoming for the Troopers A Corps. They did their spring training, and then they came back to Casper and did a really cool week of events that we got to be a part of. Yeah, it was fantastic. It all culminated with the premiere of their show,
Yeah.
which blew everybody's socks off from that day all the way to the end. It was an amazing show. Yeah.
The level of work the Troopers have been doing over the last 2 to 4 years to really kind of rebrand the organization and to grow it has been, I don't think I've seen any other drum corps in recent history do it quite as well and as fluid as the Troopers have done the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
It's been
to
great.
like establish such like a new identity that's so rooted in the old identity.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I feel like so many corps that have done that have established a really strong identity do it by doing something completely different, right?
Yeah,
Mandarins,
Yeah, right.
Phantom the last few years, I think like Bluecoats in the mid-teens. It's really cool to see a corps be like, no, we're gonna have this strong identity, and we're gonna come and be a competitor, but we're still gonna keep it rooted in what the Troopers has been about all this time.
Yeah, absolutely. The motifs that you hear throughout their shows still shade back to Johnny Comes Marching Home and that kind of stuff. You still hear that stuff. The opening statement in the A Corps show this year opened up with a high mark time. I mean, those are all just like throwbacks to, and there's still Sunburst. There's all these elements of the show that they throw in just to pay homage to that. And I think you're right. There's very few corps that really strike that balance between preserving their history and then still innovating in the future. And I think that's one of the roles that we take pretty seriously in the Legacy Corps. Is we ground the organization in the organization's history, so that the A Corps can feel free to kind of explore a little bit outside the bounds on that.
Yeah.
And it works out really well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think a strong alumni presence, and not necessarily, like I said, alumni, but the Legacy Corps' presence really helps, like you said, preserve that. And I think it's really fun for newer drum corps young men and women who are finding drum corps for the first time to see the Troopers and go, whoa, those are really, really cool. And then to look back and go, wow, they've been pretty much the same thing for the last 60 years. It's pretty neat,
It's cool to see something be that consistent over that long of a period of time.
Exactly. So, Mark, I wanted to bring you on because I wanted to talk more about. I've been talking to Tom and the Legacy Corps, and you guys have a couple of like fundraiser things going on. And you guys Tom was nice enough to send me out some boxes. I haven't opened them yet. I have no idea what they are. I have a general idea of what they are, but I haven't seen them yet. And so I wanted to just kind of like just go through and open it up, and then let the viewers see what it is, and if you want to kind of like explain what it is and how it's benefiting the Corps. That's kind of the reason I wanted you to come on and just kind of promote your stuff for you. So
sure. Yeah, absolutely. We dive right in.
A knife.
I don't. I was Steven, do you have a
Oh.
knife? Can you grab me a pair of scissors or something, buddy? No. I was
like
thinking
Christmas.
I looked at that too and I was like, there's a lot of stuff on this thing here. You hear me? Actually, I'll start with this because I think I know what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a DVD?
This one is kind of something I think is probably near and dear to Mark and I. I don't know if you do this or not. I'm just curious. It is, yeah. So
Is it a coin?
Oh.
it's the Troopers Legacy Corps Taps Across America patch.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Yeah, this year I know I participate in the troops Taps Across America. I have for several years now. And if Tom, you want to, or excuse me, Mark, you want to talk a little bit about like what it is that they're doing?
Yeah. I know Tom and I don't look a thing alike, right?
Yeah.
So, but we, so this year, we got a few veterans in our ranks, right? And then we have some non-veterans that are very patriotic, anyways. And they've been doing the Taps Across America, which is sponsored by Taps for Veterans. That's the two nonprofits that are involved in that. And what that is on a Memorial Day, every Memorial Day, excuse me, at 3 p.m., you just sound taps. And you do it in a meaningful way. You post a video of it on the Taps for Veterans site, and it's a way to commune with like-minded people. And by like-minded, I mean just people who like want to honor these, the fallen American soldiers, right, and servicemen and women. So, like I said, I retired from 22 years of Army service. Michael, I know you're a retiree as well.
Yep.
So these are things that are near and dear to our hearts, but also I think it's a good way for everybody to commune and just kind of recognize that level of sacrifice.
Yeah.
So we reached out, in our ranks, we have all these people that do this stuff anyways. And we thought maybe this is a good way for us to kind of generate some buzz on the activity, and maybe we can give them some exposure through our platform. And they were very receptive to it. I think the CEO of that nonprofit's name is Mark Paradis.
Okay.
We had a really good conversation with him the other day. He's a Marine Corps veteran. They actually don't know a whole lot about drum corps.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They know a little bit about it, which didn't surprise me. I mean, They know about the commandant's zone and stuff like that, but.
Right.
He was very enthusiastic about us, maybe tapping into the DCI community, as just a way to kind of spread this spirit of remembrance, right? So the rules of the road on this are, you have to register on their site. We're not doing any registration through Troopers Legacy Corps. We're really just looking to generate buzz, generate social media engagement. Amongst the Troopers Legacy Corps, we have a way that they can get that patch on a Troopers Legacy Corps jacket. And if you want to reach out to me, we can do that. We can let you know. And really, it's just you take a video of yourself playing taps on Memorial Day, and you post it to their site, and that's really it. It's free. It's just a way to kind of commune as a country, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's one of those things. So for about a year and a half of my career, I did military funeral honors, and which is you've seen the people like any other movie. They do the flag folding and they present the flag to the fallen family member, the family member of the fallen soldier or Marine or whoever it is, and it's a very difficult job. It's very emotionally draining for people who do that because there's such a sense of being perfect and everything else too. But one of the things that by continental law or Congress or whatever you want to call it is that every service member who served is, I guess, granted the honor of having a live bugler at their funeral to be able to play taps. Right, that's one of the things that you get. It's like I guess, but it's one of the things that you're allowed to have as a service member. As long as you served honorably, you did your time correctly. When you go to when you're passed, your family members can request a live bugler there. One of the things that always just dropped me bonkers is for the years that I did it, because I did it for the state of Pennsylvania for about a year and a half, and I did 350 funerals, and they never let me play live because they have these little cones that they stick in the end of there, and it just does like a recording. Because most military members just don't know how to play a horn or a bugle or anything else like that too. So one of the things I remember getting involved with Taps Across America years ago, probably 2017 timeframe, when I first started doing that, was their mission is to kind of find more people that are interested in actively being live buglers for actual military funerals and getting involved with like your local community, because there's always a group or somebody nearby that's doing those kind of things. So if you're out there and you are in the drum corps world and you can play taps, if you're a trumpet player, maybe a mellophone player that does it fairly well, and it's something that you're interested in doing, I'll find the link, because I don't have it off the top of my head, but there is a website you can go on and say, hey, I'm a live bugler. I'd be interested in submitting a video showing me play, and then they can call you at a certain time and go, hey, are you available on Saturday at 2:00 to come out to a memorial service for a member and just play taps at this time, and then you just pack up and leave and you just go about your day. I've done that for a few funerals over the years. I played all my family members, because all of my family was in the military at any given time. So anytime there's somebody that passes away in my family, I usually go and I play taps, because I think there should be a live bugler there. So it's really neat. It's really neat. And when I heard the troopers were getting involved with this, I was like, this is a great way to just, find people in the activity, because we're obviously buglers, most of us, unless you're a drummer, to kind of help, to kind of bridge that gap there. And what better way than with the most American drum corps that we have?
It's so fitting.
It's perfect to kind of have you guys do that. So it's super, super cool.
The co-branding there made a lot of sense to us too. Yeah. And actually, since you brought up the instruments, I should talk a little bit more about some of the rules of the road. Yeah. This is from Taps for Veterans and Taps Across America. They asked that any recording that we make must be off of a live recording, because we were thinking about some solutions for our percussionists and our color guard to maybe do like a formed salute or something like that, with a recording of taps being played in the background, that as like an homage to the fallen or something like that. Right. But that is one of the rules that they were hard and fast with. I mean, they're not hard and fast with rules in terms of what instruments you use. They even on their site, they said you could play a flute. We don't really care, or sing it if you can do so in a meaningful way. But what they asked for was a live playing of taps being your recorded submission. So
yeah, absolutely. It's totally free to do. Their site, like you said, you just log on and just sign up for it. And I think somewhere back here on my wall of stuff, I actually have a couple of the patches, the Taps Across America patches from doing it over the years. They just send it to you. The same thing like Mark said, you just hop on and you put that up there too. Yeah. So that's super cool. So moving into it, now is what's in the box here, is this also have to do with Taps Across America? Or
no, these are separate concepts. So I'll let you do the unboxing, and then I'll kind of talk you through what you're seeing there.
Cool.
Boom, packaging.
Look at this. That's super cool.
Wow.
And is this coffee in here? Cross sabers. That's super
neat.
Wait.
See, let's
see if I can get it up there in the mirror here.
I got that shorter one.
There's so much hay in here.
Yeah. Authentic American experience.
Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, that's a cool cup. Look at that.
Yeah, this one's like it's got a little spoon with it too.
Yeah, this is super cool. And there's a pink. Do you have a shirt in yours too?
No.
I can see it. Oh.
I got my section hat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so there's a trooper's shirt here, and so talk to us, Mark, about what these are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna say it up front. Like, Mother's Day is right around the corner, right? So this is a great way for you to support the troopers, and our new co-branding initiative that we have with Cross Sabers Coffee. This is another thing that just kind of popped up on social media. Somebody said, "Hey, are you guys tracking this Cross Sabers Coffee company?" And we looked at the branding, and we said, and actually I reached out to the CEO. Turns out he's a former military guy too. I think he served in 2nd Cav.
Okay.
When he got done with his military service, he said, "You know what? I'm going to start another business." He was a business owner before he joined the military too, and just stepped in, stepped out. A really nice guy. And as I got to talk to him, he was, I reach out to people all the time, and this guy fired back to me right away. Turns out he was in high school bands and stuff like that. He knew exactly what drum corps was. He lives in Canton, Ohio, so he knows. Yeah, he knows, like, that's right in the heart of everything, right? He knew the blue coats, all that stuff. So he and I, hit it off almost instantly. And we started thinking about ways that we could co-brand. Our branding is obviously the Cross Sabers with the 11th Ohio Cavalry Regiment kind of symbology, and his just fits right in line. He's got a great company going, very like high-end gourmet coffee. So this isn't just Folgers crystals, packaged in a different way, right? It's very high-end coffee. He makes it as soon as the order is in. He doesn't just have this sitting on the shelf. I have a bag of that blend in my house right now, and it does the trick. I like a little bit darker blend, but it's a great coffee. I can't say enough good things about it. So the cups, our director has been in like the ASI business forever, right? He's supposedly retired, but he keeps.
I see the stuff he just bought a new trailer, right? Just to haul stuff around in. Yeah, so
right. Yeah, so he started putting these ideas together and thinking, if we're going to co-brand with Cross Sabers Coffee, and I think they're going to give us 10% off of every sale from the Troopers Legacy Corps sheep wagon, and I believe you have a link for that. I don't know if you can post that.
Yes, I do. I'll have to grab it, and I got to put it into the. I'll throw it in the chat, and then I'll definitely put it on. I'll get it up on our Facebook page, on our Instagram, and on the link inside the YouTube.
Yeah,
sounds great. So he did all the laser etching of the Yeti mugs and stuff like that, and came up with 2 separate packages, one with a hat, and one with a shirt.
Okay.
He does all of that. This guy's got the biggest heart on the planet. He does all this stuff like at cost because he's just been doing it for so long. He knows how to do it, and then we sell it for profit. And that's how we're doing a good bit of our fundraising. We'd like to branch out to other avenues of fundraising,
sure,
so that we don't tap Tom out,
right?
Because we don't want to run anyone's well dry, and so he's been generous enough to devote his time to putting these packages together, and it's a really just a great campaign that he's done. We're going to do another run for Father's Day as well. We might choose a different color shirt and hat for that, but
yeah.
I don't mind pink as a brand.
Let us know.
Let
us know. I'm sure we'll work with it. We thought Tom came up with this idea, and everybody that looked at it said, "Yeah, absolutely. Let's push forward with this, and we'll see how many we can sell." Once I get actually, I'll when you guys are talking next, I'll try to get that link up there because I've got the sheep wagon up on my computer.
Throw it in the chat, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, throw it in there, and anybody's interested in there, because we do have a bunch. We have a lot of DCI All-Age members that watch the activity, but a lot of them are Troopers vets. We still have 3 or 4 Troopers vets in the line. We have 2. I know we have 2 in the line right now.
And we've had a few others.
And we've had a few others over the years that have marched with the Troopers. So this might be a great little thing for them to pick up for mom for Mother's Day and as they move forward. So super, super, super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are yours. I mean, that's Tom's gift to you guys. Yeah. Hopefully you can find a place for it on your shelf back there,
It's exactly where it's going. And you can see 100%. My Troopers, I don't know if you can see it or not.
I've been checking out your swag.
Yeah. My Troopers 65th, Legacy Corps cut back here, and
yeah, mine still gets a lot of use actually.
That's my cap collector. So
right,
it's underneath my opener. But there's all kinds of neat stuff back there. I have stuff all over this room. But,
I was a little embarrassed. I was looking at your setup back there, and I'm just sitting in my guest room, so you can see
we do this pretty frequently, so this is definitely. Sometimes I wish I hadn't have done this, because it does take a significant space in my one area in my home. I'm like, oh, this is my comfortable area in my home. Yeah. But now it's
about half of it.
There's half of it. It's cables and cameras and lights and fixtures, just everything. So
right.
Yeah. So it's great. And is there anything else Troopers Legacy Corps has going on that you want to share with us?
There is one thing that we would really appreciate the time to kind of use your platform to kind of do some outreach on. And here comes the ask, right? So we are putting a T-shirt on all of our members this year, and we'd like to put some company brands on it. And we're just looking for any of your followers or any of your subscribers out there that might be interested in supporting the Troopers Legacy Corps, which essentially we have to be self-funded, right? And that's the biggest issue that we have, and maybe some of the other legacy and alumni corps have, is doing fundraising in a way that doesn't conflict with the A Corps fundraising, right? Our number two, so we have 4 core values, but number 1 is preserve the legacy of the Corps, right? That's right there in the name. Number 2 is don't take anything from the A Corps, right? If this activity, I don't know why you started doing it to begin with, but I did 2 years of freelancers in '93 and '94, and if you remember those shows, they were pretty fun, right? And I would describe those 2 years as probably some of the most important years of my life. That's part of the reason I want to do this work, and it's volunteer work for me. Just giving back to the community that gave me so much in a time in my life when I really needed it. So. Yeah, I really credit my time in drum corps as a young kid with probably making a 180-degree shift in where I was headed. So here I am trying to give back to that after really not doing much with music in the last couple of years. I was listening to your interview with Paul right before this, and I was thinking, man, these guys are really like deep into this drum corps stuff. And which is great. You're a drum corps podcast, you ought to be talking about it, right? But for me, I'm a different kind of alumni, right? I went out and I did other things, and I came back and I realized like this thing gave me so much. So we really just don't want to take away from those formative years of A Corps time with those kids. And so T-shirt sponsorships are a way for us to do that. We have 2 different levels. We have a $250 sponsorship and a $500 sponsorship. That link I will put into your chat as well. Just so that we're going to put our hook in every water and see if we can get somebody to. We're about halfway sponsored on that thing, and it's already awesome. more or less paid for itself. But that's not the point. Like the point is, we still have to feed everybody. We still have to put fuel in buses. We still have to do all that stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We can talk Blue Coats next show all day long, but amateurs talk tactics, professionals talk logistics, right? So that's where
military, man.
right. That's it. That's a MacArthur quote. So that's what we're after. That's a really hot topic for us right now, is getting sponsors on that T-shirt to help us, pay for the things that, put us on the road.
Well, I can tell you this now is that and I had read some of that. Was that part of the email that you sent me originally? I can't remember. Because I thought I remember reading something about it, and I thought, what a better way to give back to an organization that helped me kind of more attached to a DCI group. Because I don't know if you know a little bit about where I was. Like I enlisted in 01, and then was able to make cadets in 03, but then I went to Iraq instead. So I never had the opportunity to really be attached to a DCI group, and I'm in my 20th season of drum corps, 19th season of marching drum corps, and I've never been attached to a DCI group before. And then Troopers Legacy came around and really gave me a little bit of a home, and I was really I was overwhelmed with how well not only just the Legacy Corps but the A Corps brought in, it made me a part of that organization. So I can tell you right now, On Cycle is going to do a $250 sponsorship for you guys. We're going to
amazing
there. So I'm gonna I'll hop on there tonight, and I'll fill out all the stuff and make sure we're a part of that with you guys, because we want to be supportive of you as well.
Well, we can't thank you enough, and you guys are doing great things for the activity. And the thing is, like our membership, right? Our membership, about half of them are band directors, right? So what better place to add some sponsorship, put your logo here or there with us, and you're going to get the audience that you want out of that. So
it seems like a perfect win-win.
And obviously we love to promote, and we want to have people find us as well too, which is great. But we really, for us, I think for me, it's about giving back to the Legacy Corps and helping you guys continue to function.
That's why we started this whole thing.
Exactly.
Right? That was one of the primary reasons. Was giving back.
Yeah. And from the Legacy Corps. Oh, we're running out of time apparently. I don't know what that means.
Zoom Workplace Pro and unlock the latest features.
Yeah, that's classic.
Yeah, that's it. Just close that out of there. Thanks, Steven.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. But one of the things I think is great about the Legacy Corps, and for all the older members out there like yourself that maybe didn't, that had time in drum corps early on, took a bunch of years off. Robbie and I say this all the time. The all-age activity, the alumni or the Legacy Corps sound sport, is really a place to kind of rediscover what once was for you. And to start to give back, for what was, a turning point in your formative years. I stayed for a lot of it, but it was it's a huge part of my childhood and my early years too. I started marching in the 90s, and here it is 2025 and I'm still going. So, it's a huge part of and it's a huge part for my family as well too. I think that the Legacy Corps and some of the, like you said, you performed with your family, out there. What a cool way to have a family environment to kind of enjoy some of the things that were so important to you, and now kind of re-give it to the next generation a little bit. Yeah, it's super important to me, and I love supporting, like I said, the alumni, the Legacy Corps, and some of the sound sports and everything else. I'm a big proponent of that part of the activity. Obviously, we love the world class because that's the funnest stuff to watch, right? But I personally find it extremely fun to go, like I said, when I was out the Legacy Corps, watching guys that were, literally in tears because they hadn't been on a field performing in almost 40 years. And to kind of be able to watch DCI grow into what it is now and the massive thing that it is now. And then to be able to go back on the field and do that live in front of that many people, and just being, again, displaced from it for so long, and then all of a sudden getting to just enjoy that, that spark again is second to none, I think, for most people. So I love what you guys are doing out there. I love the fact that you guys are so ingrained with the AA Corps, and I hope more organizations find a way to do exactly what you guys are doing, and kind of create basically like a legacy organization that can support their primary world-class corps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's our hope too. We're still just trying to figure out how to do it. So
you guys are doing a great job. You really,
thank you.
And you have wonderful support, and all the people. Like, I'm on the Legacy page, obviously, and I always pay attention to what's going on. And every time you're like, "Hey, we're doing this, we're doing that," and I was like, "Man, what a great move!" Everything you guys are doing, I was like, "That makes total sense." And the people you're putting in places, like Tom, is incredible. And I was this is a side story. So one of the guys that came out there marching the mellophones, and I'm a mellophone player now, and I ended up getting in very late, and I ended up playing baritone, and then I was like, man, I really want to move back over to mellophone. That's kind of where I want to be. And then we got out to the mellophone, and Tom had the greatest swag bags I've ever seen that anybody produce. Just here you go, here's your thing. It had to have been $300 worth of stuff for each mellophone player, and I was like, man, you gotta be kidding me. And I was like, I was a little grumpy about it. I was like, man, come on, and Joel, who's our lead trumpet player, who does all our screaming in all of our shows, he's playing mellophone, and I was like, come on, man. I'm like, what are you doing? So
that's where all the good swag is. You got to go where the swag goes.
You got to. Tom's a great guy. I watch what he does. He's very humble about everything that he does, and he really truly just wants to grow the organization and have a home for people to come to. And I just love the energy that he puts out, and we're part of that team. And I know Will Betts is a little bit a part of that team too. On all those other things. There's a lot of guys in there that are just doing. You guys are all doing just great work. We love watching it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out to all of them. Right. Yeah. So I'll just say to the whole advisory board and all of our committees that work really hard on some of these projects that we have going on. I can't say enough about these dedicated volunteers that put in just hours and hours and hours. Lisa Weatherby in particular is amazing. So she's great.
So we're happy to, like I said, to sponsor you guys and to kind of be, anything you have coming out in the future. If you want to reach out to us and be like, hey, this is something we're doing, just, you can drop me an email, drop me a link, talk to me on Facebook, whatever, and we'll happily talk it. Because you go back and watch all of our shows, I think probably in 25 to 35% of the shows that we've produced so far, I mentioned the Troopers Legacy.
Yeah,
it's
I bring it up as
I bring it all the time.
Experience from it.
My jacket's back here.
Yep,
it's right there.
Yep,
so,
I see it back there.
Yeah,
no, you represent well, Mike.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I try to. I love, like I said, I was so humbled and so appreciative of the organization and how well it brought in people who had really no attachment to the organization before I got there. And I was there for 7 days, and I felt like I was there for 10 years. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It was a real pleasure meeting you out there too. Yeah, it was. I think it's part of this activity is you form like really lasting relationships. I think the veteran aspect of it helps with people like you and I, and there's a few of us like that. But I think it transcends all of that. Another thing that I really like about doing this as an adult, like we all have these differences, right, left, politically, and veteran, non-veteran, or even pacifist, anti-war, whatever it is, right? We all just get together and perform as an ensemble, and that's where we all find harmony. And I really think there's a lot of beauty in that. So
I agree. Yeah, I completely agree. It's a place to be able to spread your wings a little bit and not have to worry about what your personal views are. You're just here to just enjoy everybody's company and do whatever you're doing. So
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't say enough nice things about it. And if not us, like, there's other corps out there that need money. So I'll just, put that out there too. For your listeners.
We say all the time, one of our what do you say all the time, Robbie? It's not a challenge. It's oh my God.
Call to action.
The call to action.
Yeah.
Your call to action out there is that if you're watching this and you're not involved with an organization, go find one. Because every single one of them pretty much is kind of the same.
Yeah.
They're willing to take on volunteers and take in people. And
even if it's the tiniest amount of help you can offer, it's going to make a difference.
Yeah. I tell you,
absolutely.
There's a woman in our corps who I don't think she's ever marched, but she makes banana bread for us every single weekend for shows. It is hands down. You won't. I'm like a 5-year-old child finding chocolate milk for the first time. I'm like, "Where's that banana bread? I love it so much." And I just love it. So it's the simplest thing, but like after a hard day of work and doing everything, I'm just like, I look forward to the banana bread every single time. Yeah, and she always makes a couple extra bags just for me all the time. It's great.
We have our good friend Scott, who marched a few years at like C2 and then here, and he every once in a while just like brings some brownies in.
Yeah.
Right,
just pops by.
Some brownies, just buy some cupcakes, right? I mean, how many Gatorade deliveries have there been to DCI corps to a subsection?
You literally see kids like almost in tears, like this is the greatest thing anybody has ever brought to me. Yeah, it's great. So get involved, get volunteer. You don't have to be a performer or anything else too. So
absolutely.
So Mark, it has been so wonderful to talk to you. I was happy I reached out because this was kind of a last minute bring on. We were just going to open it up, but I thought it would do it disservice not to talk to somebody from the organization and kind of get some more background.
It was great getting the context of everything and the connections, right? And
I was really glad to do it. I was just watching Heat, raising one for Val Kilmer, and I got your text, and I was like, okay, absolutely, this is a good idea to get somebody on your show. Obviously, I reached out to Tom, and he said, yeah, just go do it, and I think we all see the value in it as an organization, just getting involved in these conversations that connect with the greater drum corps community. So I was really happy to do it. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, and we're gonna take this live episode and I'm gonna chop it down and make it a segment later, and I'll let you know when it's up so you can send it out to as many people as you want to, and they can hop on and they can take a look at the stuff, and hopefully I'll get it done in the next day or two. So you can get it done.
Sounds good.
So you can get it out for Mother's Day, and then hopefully for Father's Day as well then too. So
that's great.
Yeah, drop the link in the chat when we get off here in a second, and and obviously, keep sending me stuff, and I'll keep promoting you guys all day.
Absolutely.
I want to ask real quick, Steven, since we can't see the chat, have we missed anything? Any chat? Any questions people are asking? No. Or are we good on that front? Cool.
No, great.
All right.
Great. Mark, thank you so much for coming on again.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, it's my pleasure. Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, too.
All right.
All right, Steven, take us into transition mode. All right, we'll be right back in a few minutes with our next. Well, we'll just be back, just us, and then we're going to get into our next guest, which is the Northern Lights director, and so just stick around and don't go no whiz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. Welcome back. So as we get ready to bring on our next guest, who is the director of the Troopers, Jesus. I'm starting to get delirious now after 4 some hours. We're getting ready to bring on Doug, who is the director of Northern Lights, DCI All-Age's newest drum corps. I wanted to take a minute to kind of like go back through some of the things. If you weren't here earlier when we started this broadcast at 5, because it's almost 9 now. Some of the things and really exciting things going on with the podcast coming up for the next year. We are getting ready to start a live broadcast, a weekly live, or maybe a bi-weekly. We haven't quite figured it out yet, but we wanted to let you guys know that we're going to be doing a live episode every other week, every week, as we get into it. And really, the idea is that as the season goes on, we can kind of get on and talk about maybe what's going on in the season. We can have some arguments about, who the greatest drum corps is or whatever else you guys want to talk about. We're going to have some like weekly breakdowns of what's going to happen. So if you're interested in doing some actual live interaction like we're doing tonight, we're going to try to do that as we move forward a little bit into the future. So I think that's one thing we wanted to put out there and just kind of let everybody know about. The other thing too is that our Patreon is up and running right now. And for those of you who maybe are new to the show or have been listening for a while now, one of the things that Robbie and I did when we decided to run the show was not only did we want to talk about drum corps and kind of promote the activity, especially specifically the DCI All-Age part of the activity, but just talk about it all in general, is that we wanted to find a way to actively engage the community in a sponsorship kind of program. So for those of you who don't know, again, that 50% of everything that we earn through the podcast, we are going to create a scholarship fund, and then probably, hopefully in the 2026 season, if we end up, getting to the point where we're starting to earn any money, because we really haven't earned anything yet, but we'd like to create a scholarship or several scholarships for DCI All-Age, or wherever it is we're going to do that. So in order to do that and start raising money and start looking at that a little more actively, we set up a Patreon. And on that Patreon, you can donate anything from $3 to $25 on like a monthly rotation. And what that money goes to is, and you can see it on there, is basically it's going to start building a pot of money for us to formally give a scholarship next year. The reason why I wanted to kind of figure out, like, how was I going to make that different? How was I going to put that in a way that's going to engage you, the people out there? Yeah, maybe you love the podcast, but you don't necessarily want to give us any money. Totally get it, right? Number one, you don't have to do that. You can just literally watch everything that we produce. And as we go further in the YouTube experience, all the time you spend with us produces a dollar amount that we get back anyway. So 50% of that would do that. So you can, honestly, you could be sponsoring us just by, or helping build a sponsorship fund just by watching what we're doing, which is what you're already doing now. If you want to do a little bit further and you want to give a little bit more, the $5 mark kind of starts you at donating, and 50% of that $5 will go toward the scholarship fund. So it's not 50% of what's left over after all the bills are paid and everything else. It's a true 50%. So if you decide to give $5 a month, you'll get $2.50 of that donation will go directly towards the scholarship fund, which I think is great. But one of the other things it does too is it kind of, I don't want to say it buys you, but it gives you a vote. And what does that mean, a vote, right? So on the Patreon, there's a whole community of people, and there's a subset there where you can hop on and we can talk and we can conversate about how we're going to use that money, how are we going to have applicants apply for those scholarships, what are some of the criteria we're going to do, and everything else. So we want you to be involved in the growing process of developing the scholarship. That's number one. Number two, when it comes time for the scholarship, and we have submissions, we're going to take most of them, all of them, some of them, I guess it depends on how many we get. And we're going to basically put them up there in that community and go, hey, you've donated this much money throughout the year. You have 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 votes, 4 votes, how many ever votes you have, and you can vote for who you believe should receive that scholarship funding. And it'll probably be anonymous, obviously. We're not going to put up somebody's name up there, but we'll probably put whatever it is, like if we have them write a paragraph about what DCI means to them or whatever their group is or whatever the case may be. But we'll let you read them all, and then you can apply your vote that you bought and you paid for to go to that person or that young man or woman, whoever that may be. This is a little different than I think most places. So, if we end up with 20, 30, 40 people that are giving us $5 a month, we could raise, several $100s to give out to somebody. And it's not just us deciding who that money goes to. It's the collective community of the pooling of money that kind of decides who gets that vote or who gets that money, where it goes, and who's more deserving of it or needs it the most. It's whatever your personal criteria is. It's your vote. So we really wanted to put that out there and kind of let everybody know and say, hey, this is what's going on. And, there'll be a link out there shortly for it. You can find it on Patreon. It's just On Cycle, and it's On Cycle Scholarship Fund. And you can go on there and sign up for it and start your donations now or start it later, or you could find it at a different time. But, that's kind of what's been going on with us. And then lastly, we'll give you just a thank you from Robbie and I one more time for just watching and enjoying all of our, what do you call this, Robbie? Content. Whew, man, it's 4 hours in. It's getting rough. All the content that we have out there. So we're really just humbled that you're all here watching us and even care about what we have to say. So we hope you're enjoying it. So without further ado, the next person we're going to come on is kind of and I'll let him, because I don't know his official title. I don't think it's director or it's like CEO, CFO, whatever he is, of Northern Lights, the latest and greatest DCI All-Age drum corps that's getting ready to come to Indy this year. So, Robbie, if you want to switch us over, and then we'll get in here. Let's see if I can put this back on. Doug, can you hear us? Maybe he can't. He's oh. How about now? Doug, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Great. That sounds good. Can you give us a little mic check on your end so I can see how loud
yes,
you're coming
test.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Test.
Yeah, if you can, I don't know if you can crank up the audio on your end a little bit if that's possible. I'm not sure. He's a little light. I'm not sure.
A little bit.
People out there in TV land, can you guys hear Doug okay? Yeah, no, we'll probably have to wait 10 minutes for them to respond and tell us. But
it's on such a delay.
Test.
So anyway,
how's that? Is that a little better?
That's great. Yeah, that's so much better. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it. So hey, Doug, welcome. Robbie and I have been talking to you guys for quite a while because we were so excited to see another group, and of all places from Minnesota, kind of come out of nowhere and just be like, yeah, we're going to be DCI All-Age now. And it's just for us in the activity on the East Coast who have not seen a new drum corps.
When's the last time an All-Age corps?
A decade.
What, since like C2 maybe?
Well, there was a couple. There was like a real small one that kind of a couple of small ones that stood up here and there. But then you guys and then Steel City, who've kind of come out of nowhere, out of Pittsburgh, and like it's been really fun to watch revitalization. And I've been following you guys since I heard that you were coming out, and I just love everything you're doing out there. So we wanted to give you an opportunity to come on and kind of tell us a little bit about Northern Lights and where you guys are at and what you're doing, and
and what that experience is like of like transitioning into All-Age and making that jump.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it a lot. We appreciate the platform to be able to talk about our group and what we're doing up here in the Midwest. So it's been a enlightening journey. It's been very grassroots. Going from year one, where we were we expected at that first camp, and when I say expect, I mean we didn't really know what to expect when we decided to start a drum corps. We really didn't know where did we want to be at. So we tossed around when we first started. Okay, do we want to be a DCA mini corps? And then we ended up landing with Sound Sport. It just felt like the right fit for what we were doing with championships in Indianapolis and all of that. And we thought maybe we could get one on a part brass section and percussion friend of ours to play drum set, and we would be ecstatic with that. And then we were able to roll out of the gate year one with 40 some members, and it was a small drum line, but it was a drum line nonetheless. Multiples of each instrument and a front ensemble doing drill and the whole thing. So just from year one, it's felt very serendipitous. Last year was a big growth year. We had almost 100 members last year in our second season in Sound Sport. And it's grown from there in spirit, if not exactly in numbers. This year we're sitting in that 80 range, very similar, kind of finding this sweet spot for us, and the type of a tour model, if you will, that we do, where we really only rehearse on Saturdays in the summer. So we really want to keep that the affordability and the accessibility first in mind for us.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, to have that many people and do those things too. What is your tour like? How many shows are you guys planning? Because the Midwest is a weird area for drum corps because there's a few corps that exist, but there's not a ton of shows up that way, but at different times. And out of curiosity, like we know you guys are coming to Indy, and you're planning on doing that, which is great. So I guess two questions: one, how many shows are you guys doing? But which division are you guys in? Are you going to be in open or A?
Yeah, so to answer question one, we're doing 6 public performances this year. So that's not all DCI shows. That includes a Memorial Day parade, and then we're slotted for the Cavalcade of Brass in, please excuse me, anyone from Illinois if I pronounce this incorrectly, Lyle. A community performance in Brandon Township, DCI Toledo, DCI Michigan, and then of course championships.
Oh, cool. Oh, so there's 3 DCI shows in there. That's great.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
perfect.
we're happy. We're happy with that. I think if when our team was really planning out the summer and what shows do we want to make it to, we really were thinking kind of competitively as we move into all-age class and bump that competition level up a little bit, and wanted to have an early season, a mid-season, and a late season like score, just so we can have where are we trending, right? So that was in our minds when we were deciding on that, and some of it was our travel model as well, trying to stick to the area we're in. This is a great segue point because I did want to talk about this while I had the platform, that we're just so excited about DCI Michigan. We've been working really close with the music department at Grand Valley State University, which is my alma mater. And just to be able to bring a DCI show to Allendale, Michigan, and to my alma mater, to my basically my hometown, my college stomping grounds, it's going to be just such a blessing. And we feel that with the open class scores coming into town, it's I keep calling it a blessing, but it truly is. It's our first time helping to build one of these DCI shows on top of our first time experience in DCI outside of like the sound sport festival realm.
That's a huge undertaking for you guys, and what a crazy. That's a lot. It's got to be.
Yeah, and we can't say enough about. Want to shout out Dr. John Martin, director of athletic bands there, and all of the staff at Grand Valley that have helped to make that a reality. And with the open class cores, it's going to be just great for our first time helping host a show. I'm super stoked about the Canadian drum corps that are going to be there. I march Dutch Boy, so
Dutch Boy.
Yep. I marched Dutch Boy in 2008, so it's going to be really cool to have that experience.
Yeah, and that's a great location to help maybe bring some of those northern corps down, because it is hard traveling. Not only are you traveling over the border, but you're coming pretty far into the States to get down to just Indianapolis at that point. So it's a hefty hike. So that's super cool.
Yeah, Michigan, it is kind of a weird spot, it's not really central on the way to really anywhere.
Right.
So we want to try to create this, I call it because again, we're doing it at Grand Valley, which is one of the premier Div 2 college football locations in the country. And Lubber Stadium there is just this super impressive. I mean, it could be a Div 1 facility. So we're really hoping for this college game day kind of environment.
Yeah, and that's great. I mean, listen, and if there's people from Michigan that aren't necessarily, they don't get a lot of drum corps up that way. So to have the opportunity to maybe not travel as far to kind of have those experiences, it's really neat for you guys as an organization, and as DCI as an organization, to kind of bring it to another state that doesn't really have it too much. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there any other all-age? Is it just you guys that are going to be there, or is there anybody else? Is it just open class and you?
Just open class and us. Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's
Cool,
still
though.
that's
Yeah,
great.
we've had a few shows like that.
Yeah,
And it's
absolutely.
perfect. It's like, open class can always stand to get more people in the stands. So does all age, right? So when you just overlap that, right, and you
It
get
makes total sense.
lots of people, I'm sure, whenever we had those few shows in like 22, 23, where we joined with open class, I'm sure there were lots of people that were like, oh, I didn't know about any of these open class cores. And there were lots of open class fans who were like, oh, I didn't know about any of these, DCA cores.
Yeah.
And
they're
it broadens the horizons.
And their quality too. That's the thing. And if I can soapbox really quick for just a second, I feel like if the attention is always on the top 12 world class touring cores, right? Sooner or later, there aren't going to be 12 touring cores anymore. If all we're focusing on are those top 12, so it's so important to give the open class cores and now the all age class cores and sound sport as well the attention that these hardworking adults and kids are putting in because that's the future. That's how we build this activity.
Yeah, and that's how we keep it afloat.
Yeah, Robbie and I talk about it pretty frequently on the podcast here. Like that the activity is we all love. It's like playing. It's like watching a professional football game. We all love going to watch our professional football team. Fans. That's great. But those people don't get to that level without having transition points along the way, right? And college marching band is not enough to transition into unless you're in a fairly. There's not that much out there, right? College marching band's fine for what it is, but you're not being really asked to do what you're doing in a drum corps activity. Yeah. Whereas a sound sport, you get a little bit of it. DCI All-Age, you get a little bit more. Open class, you get a little bit more. And now you're in the world, and you're getting the premier version of what our activity is. But there has to be growth in between that. And you're absolutely right, Doug. The smaller groups that we have exist here really pave the way for some of that. I know on the East Coast, that is DCI All-Age, is basically, that's what we've been doing for 50 years, is we've been giving a place for younger members to come in, experience drum corps on a weekend model, and have mentors, like Robbie, who marched, DCI, and somebody like myself who's been there for 20 years, and to have a safe place to kind of come and decide whether or not they want to move on to the pros, if you want to call it that, and have that experience, and then just have the experience. So when they go audition for those groups, they go, hey, I was in this group, so I have some knowledge about how this works.
I kind of know how this game works. Yeah.
Right. And it helps them. It helps promote that. So it just talks both ways. So it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think people who aren't used to the all age thing, I think it kind of surprises them. I think it turns their heads when they think about because I marched DCA in the 2010s. I marched with the Kilties in 2012.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's super cool. And even just so, and then between that season, 2012 I marched Kilties, and then 2022 I marched Cincinnati Tradition, and just in the 10 seasons there, to see how much DCA changed. Like the environment of DCA, it was just so different. In 2012, as a 22-year-old, I was probably like middle of the age, I would say, maybe on the young side. And then in 2022, as a 32-year-old, I'm suddenly the oldest person in the drum corps.
Well aware. I've had several drum corps that I've been in where I was the oldest person in my mid 30s.
We figured out. Was it last camp that I was like, I think I'm the 6th oldest person in the home line. I'm like, oh, that's crazy to think about.
My favorite question, to the staff at CT, who I can't talk enough great stuff about. I just love that organization and being an alumni there now and coming from there. Marching that season and having someone who probably aged out in like 2018, 2019 ask me if they, quote unquote, did they still do breathing gym back then when you marched? And I was like, yes, it's not an ancient concept.
It was only 5 years ago.
We not discovered breathing in the past 2 years.
Yeah, it's neat. So let me ask you this: like, when you guys decided, because it's you and your wife that kind of, are you like joint directors, or what do you guys call each other in Northern Lights?
Yeah, so my wife Misty, she's the president of the board and our executive director.
Okay.
So she handles compliance, um, uh, business leadership, all that sort of stuff. In her professional life, she works in HR, so she does really well at that end of things.
Right, right.
I am the vice president of the board, and then as this thing is kind of expanded, we started with a family friend of ours, Jordan Roberts, who was a program director and treasurer, and then he kind of handed that treasurer spot off as we expanded this board from just 4 members. My wife, my brother AJ, who also marched Dutch Boy and Kilties with me, and Jordan, and it was just the 4 of us on board. And then we've expanded to, I think we have 9 members of the board now, including like an admin assistant and a quality assurance, media, all these things that we now have to think about as our nonprofit continues to get bigger.
Yeah, it's great. And your organization gets big. Like I watch or I look at, because I follow your Facebook page and you guys post on there
Appreciate
constantly. And, there's always fun stuff. And I'm like, oh, because you guys just recently got a bunch of new horns from another group, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. So we are borrowing the brass line from Capital Regiment. They've got the Adams brass horns that were troopers horns.
Yeah, the gold ones, right?
Yep. Yeah, we're really excited about it.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's going to be super neat. Yeah, I love.
Yeah, our show this year is so dark, and the sound is so nice, and especially in the low register. And then those Adams horns, I don't know. It feels like the valve stems are real close to the tops of the valves, so like runs are just super easy. Yeah.
Excuse to write more runs in the show.
Yeah, so like it's always tough, to do those from a management's perspective, right? Especially when you're building an organization, because you guys aren't that old, just a couple of years now at this point, right?
Yep.
So
this is our 3rd season.
Right, that's wild to me that you guys are in your 3rd year and you've already had 100 members in your organization.
100 members now, 80 members. That's
insane.
That's
incredible growth.
As good or better than a lot of cores that have been around for years.
Listen, I can tell you right now, I don't think I've ever seen the Spirit of Atlanta might be the only drum corps that's ever done it like that. So you guys, hats off to you guys for whatever you're doing over there to kind of get people. And honestly, maybe it's just like there's nothing in the market up there for you.
Yeah, it might just be have been like a smart, fill the power vacuum in a way.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I really just want to say that I really appreciate the sentiments because it is just a ton of hard work. But really, it's all on on the members. We found that niche, and some of it is geography. So we've got all of these fantastic touring corps in this area in Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, so, obviously. So we've got this Midwest niche here of drum corps, but there just really isn't a ton to do after you've aged out, and then with Legends either folding, being on hiatus, not touring. There's just so much want for drum corps here, and that's really kind of what sparked the idea to start Northern Lights in the first place. We were coming back from DCI championships in 2022. Got back from New York. We're exhausted. Our whole family went because I marched with our 2 kids. Our son on trumpet and on tuba, and our daughter on trumpet. So we were just exhausted. Long trip. The Misty knows we're hooked now, but it was not possible for us, looking at it as a family, to continue to make that 600-mile one-way journey every weekend anymore. So we were unlocking the front door, all of our bags still packed, everything in hand, and she asked the question that will go down in history of this drum corps, which is, how do we start one of these things? Yeah, right. And and I just looked at her like, I mean, that's a pipe dream, right? I mean, I've been dreaming of that since I was a junior in high school playing fantasy drum corps,
Sure.
online. So, and it's just yeah, fantasy marching
I know
arts.
about that.
Yeah,
No.
Mhm.
pretty wild.
Yeah.
awesome.
So it's been a pipe dream. It just really speaks to the want for the activity up here. It speaks in my opinion because we do have a lot of traveling members too. So we've got some members from the from Indiana in the Indianapolis area. We've got some members who come from the Detroit, Toledo area, and then we've got members that come from the Wisconsin, Northern Illinois border there. So I think it does speak to the want for drum corps in this whole Midwestern area also, but also not just like a want for the activity, but a want for the activity in a way that is also attainable. Attainable schedule wise, attainable financials. We actually just instituted this year, so we've had some of the lowest dues in DCI, frankly, in our 3 years in existing. And a lot of that, huge props to our staff because we're all volunteer. Nobody makes any money.
None of your staff is paid?
Nope, they're all volunteer. But they are, and as much as they absolutely deserve to be, and everybody who gives their time to make this activity work does deserve that. But it's part of our model, and they give it willingly and they give it freely, and it's not like we're pulling people off the street. For instance, our brass caption head Amy Fett is a Blue Devils alum, local area teacher, teaches at in the Grand Haven area here in Michigan, and she's just one example. Our color guard caption head Issa Lewis, she is a Blue Coats alumni, on the board for the Michigan Color Guard circuit. So we've got great educators who could be, out there making money on this, and they're giving their Saturdays in the summer so that we can have the most affordable dues we can possibly have, so that every dollar this drum corps spends goes back to the members' experience and not into just any one individual's pocket.
Yeah, and that's great. And I find that that's a it's a difficult thing to do straight out of the beginning, right? Because the amount of money it takes, which I'm sure you already know, to fund and travel and do all those things as a drum corps, it's outrageous. Well, it's just a lot, and keeping that stuff as cheap as you can is always a premium. I talked to Ben from Steel City. I know you've talked to him a few times. Like,
yeah, he's great.
I talked to him about his dues, and I was like, it's how much? And you're able to get to Indy with that? And I was like, that's incredible, man.
Yeah.
So, it does speak volumes to you guys and I think it always speaks volumes to the administration of an organization to provide a space for educators to want to do free work, right? Or to want to be involved in the growth of a program that they feel passionate in, right? Mm-hmm. Because I have no doubt that those people you mentioned are not just invested in the members in front of them, but they're invested in the drum corps and seeing its growth over time to maybe move into, a place where, this can be a home for a lot of people for a lot of years. And, then there's a little bit more of a financial, burden that comes along with that too, as you increase that stuff. And, then maybe you can, help offset some of those costs, or you just get better equipment, or, whatever the case may be as you move forward as an organization. But that kind of beginning, what you guys are doing up there is incredible.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's we've kind of found our stride financially. I think we found kind of a great method that really works for us and our members. So we're using when I pitched it, I used the term a la carte. So we kind of go with this a la carte dues method now, where we've got, if you need housing and a ride to Indy, that's our full dues package, and that's $800. Okay. If you just need the ride to Indy, but you're gonna stay with a friend, or maybe your family's got a hotel or something, but you still want that experience of riding down with, then it's only going to be $750 or whatever, then our next tier down is. All the way down to where if you don't need any transportation for championships, then basically what you're paying for is your uniform and your food when we feed the whole drum corps, and a couple of administrative costs like the fees and such. So then your dues are $500.
Wow,
Nuts.
Yeah, that's incredible. And that's a really neat, I think a neat model. Like I know again you've marched DCA before, and over the years I've been at DCA for 30 years, and there were different models over different years. We were so cheap because we basically stayed in schools everywhere we went all the time, and they were just, here, here's a donation, right? Well, like schools don't give anything for free anymore. Now you get to pay for everything.
Right.
And so there's a cost that's associated there. And then when DCA went to Rochester, they were like, okay, if you can come to Rochester, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but like the stadium that we rented was free. Rochester, the city, gave it to us for free so that we would book hotels in Rochester. But the corps had to stay in hotels. So,
sure.
And if you didn't stay where, you just had to book a certain amount. Like I think the Buccaneers were the only corps that never stayed in a hotel up that way. Because we always found another location, but our alumni travels pretty well for finals. So we would sell all of our required, by the city to, hotel rooms to our alumni. But when I marched with Fusion Corps for a couple of years, like we just went and, did that. And then it had kind of like a similar kind of thing. It was like, if you want your own room, it's just going to be this much money. If you want a room of 4 people, it's going to be less expensive, and kind of so like your finals dues were a little bit different than the rest of the season. Like here's your block season amount, and then this is what, it was over here. So I think it's neat to kind of go through and do that. And if your members are excited about that and supported with that, that's great. That's
right. Well, so, we thought about it because we were like, well, it doesn't make sense to make our, again, the whole idea is that every dollar that you spend with us is going right back into your experience. Right. So it didn't make much sense to make our Indianapolis member pay for like a hotel room. Right. If he's just going to be at home, so.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That makes total sense. Like I can't tell you, like, our organization, love them to death, and we function in a way that's we're always together, always. Yeah. So there's no options really. That was the way it was for many, many, many years. It's not so much now, but it's like we're going to this place. Everybody rides the bus. You can't fly there. You can't fly home. You can't do these things. You can't stay at a hotel. You have to stay with the corps. You have to do these things. And it was to keep unity and kind of keep a little bit of, I would say, control to some extent, to make sure that the member safety and other things like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But also too, so nobody was late to practice, and so nobody was missing anything, because we're all right in one spot. You can't be late to things. Well, you can, but I can come find you and grab you and be like, get the practice.
We know if someone's late.
Right, exactly. So
drive 3 hours to Connecticut and be like, where's this person?
Yeah, exactly. Over the last couple of years, they've kind of lightened up on that a little bit and said, hey, if you live in Connecticut, there's no reason to drive from Connecticut to Pennsylvania and then get on the bus, drive back up to Connecticut, and then get on the bus, get back down to Pennsylvania, then drive back to Connecticut again. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, just stay in Connecticut. We'll meet you there.
Right. And, in this almost, everybody, the unprecedented, age of communication that we live in now, you've got either like a band app or a Discord or something, some way that your core is communicating. So to me, it just makes more sense, especially if you can look at it from a financial standpoint, to be able to give that, savings isn't the right word, but you can be more efficient with your finances this way.
Right. Yeah, and I think it shows like the same thing. I think it shows the care from an administrative standpoint of going, like, we understand that the member is most important, and this is one of the ways we're showing that, right? And that helps. It helps with I want to say loyalty is not the right word, but I guess continued participation. Over the years.
Yeah, retention.
Retention. That's a great word. Helps with retention. As you continue to grow and move forward. So let me ask you about finals. So you guys are going to be in the open class, correct?
Yes. Yep. That's where we're planning. I don't foresee. We would need either a big drop or a big influx here at the 11th hour to make any kind of change to that. Like, drill's written. So
yeah. Which again is a wild thing to be an open class after just 3 years, and really the first
nuts.
year of being outside, really, because you guys we were indoors the last 2 years. So, what have you been finding to be the biggest challenge with moving to being in DCI All-Age now versus a sound sport group?
Oh, I would say the biggest challenge, it just is the continued expansion of the logistics. Last year it was how do we get to Indy and back safely? Well, now it's how do we get to Lyle, Indiana, and Toledo, and the Michigan show is kind of in our backyard, and then Indianapolis, but now instead of 2 days, now it's 3 days. And how do we do this all in a safe manner? How do we do this all in a way that's fun and engaging? So it's not just all about the competition and the performance. I feel like we were really lucky to be able to kind of form this drum corps and have nothing bedrocked almost. It was almost more of a blessing, a theme of the evening than than like a something that held us back when we kind of started from scratch, because we could create this environment and this drum corps in a way that resonated with our community, resonated with the members of the drum corps, and this fan group that we've started to build, as everything from the name to what kind of traditions do we want to have. We didn't have to toe to an alumni base or anything, and there's nothing wrong with that, and especially if you're bringing back something really storied, that's such a cool, that's a great blessing too to have that. But we really felt like having this blank canvas, we could kind of create Northern Lights into whatever we wanted this to be and whatever resonated with people. And that whole idea of the availability, the accessibility, everybody is welcome here, and this family environment. It's I would be hard pressed to think of a drum corps that doesn't think of their drum corps family as their family.
Part of the benefits of the activity.
Right, exactly. But with us, it's almost a little bit more literal, because our family started it, but then also we almost use it as like a recruiting tool. Frankly, almost every member has another family member in our corps. So
that's awesome.
It's one of the ways. You mentioned wow, the growth in the short amount of time. Well, that's one of the ways that we've done it too. Just about everybody has a family member in the corps, so we're really recruiting for double in that way. We're like, did your dad play in high school? Does your sister spin in the color guard at their high school or whatever? So we're able to kind of build this family environment, and in that way, I feel like we're also able to protect our minor members a little bit better, because everybody's got a family member around. Nobody there is really on their own,
Sure. Yeah, I think that's one thing that over the years, of doing the activity and just obviously, I perform with my son. My son marches with me, but I think we're the only family duo at Reading, and have been
currently, at least. Yeah,
I can't remember the last time there was. We were talking about somebody else from 5-6 years
Andy
ago.
and her daughter, and then
that's true.
Or Scott and Scott Silky.
Yeah, that's
kids.
true.
But still, it was
Yeah, it's a good bit of time away, but there's not so many people. But they tell you in sales immediately, as soon as you want to go sell your thing, you go to your family first, and
right.
sell your knives to them first, and so it's great. And I think that's, again, I find that when you look at story drum corps, you're looking again East Coast stuff like us, the Caballeros, Sunrisers, groups, Bushwhackers, been around for 50, 60 years. Every single one of them all have the same thing in common, and it is exactly what you're talking about. Is that a huge family, was in that. And if you know Holly from Fusion Corps, she's got, I think she has 5 or 6 sons and daughters, and her husband. And at one point, all 9 of them were in a show together.
That's
which is
wonderful.
crazy, and it's wild. But I mean, Ralph and Holly started that drum corps, and then all their kids just kind of like came along and did all the things, and then they've all, I think most of them met their spouses in the drum corps, and then it becomes that family organization that's really protected, it's really safe, and it's really it's a home that's a home away from home, but also kind of still the same home, as you move around. So that's really cool, man. I love hearing that there's so many families up there, because I find it's one of the, at my age and where I'm at in life right now, it's one of the coolest parts of drum corps for me, is to being able to do it with my son.
And one of the coolest parts of all age. Right?
Yeah.
You don't really get anywhere else.
Yeah, you can't get it anywhere else. Sound sport, you can get it.
Yeah, sound sport.
Which is what you guys were, and now you're in all age. So here's my a good question for you, because you were at Indy last year, obviously, for the Sound Sport Championships. What are your members? Are they excited about going into the big arena now? That's definitely a selling feature for you guys a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. What's fun about it to me, probably the coolest thing, is it doesn't feel like the lights are too bright for us. Okay, you're on the big stage and there's a little bit of nerves, but we're not feeling any nerves. We're just really, really excited. Everybody last year, marching past the stadium, and with the Sound Sport Festival being outside last year, and kind of like adjacent to the stadium. Everybody sees that huge, what do they call it? The big band barn, right?
Yeah.
So, and everybody just wants to be in it. You just want to touch like the turf, like one time. And like even me, I missed out on it. I marched in 2008. And it wasn't finished yet. So I missed out on that experience. So even me decided, I've marched every season that it's existed. Northern Lights has. It's kind of a running gag almost with my family now. Like, okay, when are you going to step back and just do the admin stuff? And I keep getting pulled back in. But this year it was, okay, I have to march on Lucas Oil one time. So it's not, we don't really view it as, I guess what I'd say is we're hoping to punch up, and, we feel competitive. We feel excited by the challenge. And I don't think there's not a member in our drum corps that's shying away from it.
That's great. Yeah. That's great. I know, it's such a big thing for us. Like when we went to Lucas Oil last year, it was huge. There were people coming out of the woodwork, that were just like trying to march and do all those things too. So
I bet it's a big deal. And the people that just show up to DCI championships. I mean, we had our I think it was our center snare drummer comes running up. He's like, I got a picture with Joey Chestnut. Like the competitive eater is like, yeah, Joey Chestnut is here at DCI finals.
How was Joey Chestnut?
How did I miss that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's just and oh my goodness, my kids are gonna just eviscerate me for forgetting his name. The big drumline YouTuber, EMC.
EMC Productions.
Yeah. Yep. He was at the Sound Sport Festival, and all the kids, they all want to get their picture with him. So
yeah. It's super cool. Like we obviously have some in the what do you call it, in the activity celebrities. Yeah, that's super fun to meet. Like I know, and it was like we said this. I said this on the podcast. Like somebody came up to Robbie and I, like while we were just standing looking at merch, and we're like, "Are you those guys?" And we're like,
"Cycle."
Yeah.
And we're like,
"What? You guys know who we are?"
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it was kind of neat. It was super neat.
Yeah.
And she was an Atlanta CV member who drove from Florida all the way up to Atlanta. It was like a 6-7 hour drive every weekend, and she would listen to the podcast on the way up there. So it was like that's
great.
Super cool. Super neat. And so it's fun, and that's the kind of stuff that you want for your organization, is kids to just be like, oh, look at this. This is crazy. This is great. It's such a fun thing. Like I do the same thing. Like I go out there every year and I take pictures. Last year I took pictures with like all the merch stands. I don't know why. Like I was like, oh look, this is Blue Coat's merch stand.
Yeah.
This is and I was like, why am I doing this? But I just thought it was fun for whatever reason, and I found a lot of enjoyment out of it. So you got to find things that just make you happy and do whatever.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
so it's great.
it's just such a great environment. And I mean, I think it speaks for itself with the rollover into DCI All-Age.
Yeah.
Just the growth, the exposure. I mean, the DCI's media team just treats us like so incredibly well. I just have to shout them out. Chris Weber and everybody on that team. Shout out to all of them. Thank you so much for the platform there as well, and the folks at Flow Marching as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been interesting to watch the growth this year, because I feel like well, you obviously marched in DCA, right? So you have some experience with that, and you knew what we were and who we were and how we existed. But there were so many people that came out to the show last year, saw DCI All-Age.
And it ended because it's 10 minutes.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh no.
I'm trying to give you like the eyes and be like,
oh, my bad.
Okay, you're good.
Hold on 1 second, Doug. Yeah. I don't know if you can hear us.
He's gone. You're just looking at the recording. No, yep.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Are we?
They don't give you a countdown.
Yeah, right. Are we back? Are we on YouTube Live still? Doing nothing? Oh, now we are. Hey, there we go. So we lost Doug for a second because Zoom sucks. So give us a minute. We're gonna try and get him back on. Have we only been talking to him for 40 minutes?
Yeah.
We talked to Mark for way longer than that.
No, we did not.
Are you sure?
We talked for basically exactly 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. So hello, everybody out there in TV land. If you're just tuning in, we were just talking to Doug. He's the VP out in Northern Lights, and we lost him for a moment. We're going to see if we can get him back, and we'll go from there. But, whoa, hey, he's back.
I'm back.
Yeah, sorry about that, Doug. We have no idea what we're doing here. So.
Yeah. Well, it's just Zoom, man.
Yeah, I work with it, and I work in IT, so I understand.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. Neither of us work in IT, and you should see the setup that we have here. There's a lot of really expensive stuff that I was like, that sounds like something we should need.
Sounds like fun.
And I just bought it, and I was like, oh, here we go.
Spent like 3 hours yesterday being like, how do we get?
What do I do with
How
this?
do I get the sound to work?
Well, if you if you ever need IT services, I know this great company in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Exactly. So, what were we talking about before we left?
Going to Indy, performing at Indy.
Going to Indy, right? So it was, performing in Indy it's like a little kid's dream, right? It's for our activity for band kids. It's the Super Bowl. It's the World Series of what we do. And, I missed out on it because I'm an old head. So, I just missed those years to begin with. And going out there last year, it was awesome. It was surreal. I'm very, very excited for this year because prelims basically is free. Our all-age.
Complimentary, right? So included in the package.
It's included in the package with the prelims tickets. So, and they pretty much sell out prelims. So that means that there's a potential for 30,000 people. It's not going to happen. But there's a potential for a lot.
Technical potential for 30,000.
Yeah. Like even if a quarter of them showed up, that's 7,000 people. Last year, I was talking to John Carr. Last year, I think our number was 5,000, is what we had in the stands, which
pretty good.
Which doubled our DCA 2023 amount.
When we performed before Allentown in 22 and 23. That was easily like, oh yeah, this is the biggest crowd we've ever
absolutely
performed
yeah.
for.
And there was probably only 4,000 or 5,000 people in that stands.
Yeah,
because Allentown's about 8 to 10 depending on the time of the night.
Yeah,
but they're not there at 6 o'clock when
a surprising amount of them were.
Yeah. So it's cool. Yeah. So I'm hoping for you guys and for us to have a really robust fan base out there that's interested in watching some of the newer cores. And I would love
even like a group like people that aren't necessarily don't come in interested, but are like, oh, this thing's free and it's more drum corps, and then they show up and they're like, whoa,
this is cool. Yeah,
I think that's the big key there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's why they decided that. I was really pleased with them deciding to make prelims basically a one-stop package.
Yeah,
I think it's just great. It's just such a good move. And like you said, you could come in and just walk. Basically, it's drum corps all day. From probably 8 o'clock in the morning all the way up until 11 o'clock at night. It's gonna be a wild day.
Yeah, I feel like DCI has done such a good job of turning indie into like the Disneyland of marching arts.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Everybody that weekend, everybody knows why you're there.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. There's not a person walking around the streets. It's like, why are these people here? No, we know there's super band nerds everywhere.
Yeah,
and we're
band
going
stuff.
exactly. So it's really cool. I'm hoping that this year, and being on flow marching, because you guys will probably be on flow marching this year on the DCI, just like we will, and that it helps grow you, exponentially into the next years, and you guys, continue to do the growth. I think DCI personally, or somebody, should do a documentary on how you guys went from a 3-year drum corps to what you are now, because it's really unbelievable. And maybe it doesn't seem like an incredible feat for you because you're in the trenches doing it all with you and your wife, and it's a very family thing. But there's not being in the activity for 30 years, there's not a single group, even in the East Coast, where there's plenty of drum corps and easy travel for shows and everything else too. There's been dozens of groups that have tried to open up in my lifetime that fold within 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
And, so seeing what you guys are doing, and for some reason I felt like you guys were a sound sport group much longer. And then you're just like, oh, we've been successful as a sound sport group for years. Now we're going to be a DCI All-Age group. And I don't think I even realized that it's only been 3 years for you guys.
Yeah. This is year 3. You're gonna make me cry, man. Don't do that.
Listen,
I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Yeah, Robbie and I said it when the news first broke that there was going to be 3 new groups, right? And I was like, Northern Lights. I'm like, who the heck is that? And I went and looked you guys up, and I remember we were talking about it. I think we had said it on the podcast at one point, and we were so unbelievably excited that you guys existed and were choosing to come into our circuit, I guess. Because sound sport's great. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, and there's a lot of groups that do super well with sound sport.
And it's essential too to the growth of the
there's
activity.
60 or 70 sound sport groups now, or something like that. It's wild how many groups there are. So it's competitive, and there's different whatever in sound sport too. I'm not a super sound sport knowledge person, but it's great that you guys. Give me a second. Sorry.
Bless you.
4 hours and 45 minutes and after 6 minutes.
It's a good track record.
But anyway, like there's so many opportunities for you in sound sport to be successful and to see the groups that you're seeing. Because sound sport, when it's inside, it's completely sold out. We're sold out in there, but it's full. You have great groups. So taking the risk to come over to DCI All-Age and maybe having less but more, visibility is a big challenge, and we're just really excited that there's other groups coming up.
Yeah.
And we say it all the time, like, would somebody come please beat us? Because
we want
when
new
it's
players
competitive
on the scene.
Well, give us a couple more years, man. Like, that's a high bar. But I feel like we're again, we're looking to punch up. We feel like we could go toe to toe with anybody. The way that our rehearsal model works, and we call it kind of like a community band style drum corps. But the members come in and they know. Let's be honest about it. We're complete point blank. We are rehearsing 1/3 less than the rest of the activity does.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way our model works, but it's how we get our members in. So that means you have to come to rehearsal. You must have looked at the drill. You must have the music memorized. Not a single person in our drum corps can hide. Not a single person in our drum corps can take time off. And everybody rises to that.
That's great, man.
That's awesome.
I think when you set an expectation like that, and not only from the administrative side of the house, but from the staff, and then from within the members, that they embrace that culture and that concept, that you're basically the sky's the limit in what you can achieve, right? So and the growth can happen. I would love to see that model work as successful as you guys can make it work, because there might be some legitimate conversations about maybe chopping some time off from some of what we do to make it more, I don't want to say more reasonable of time, but like we put a lot of time into our activity. We're
literally our entire weekends.
Yeah, Friday night, like next weekend, not this weekend, not Easter weekend, the weekend after that, we start Friday night, all day Saturday, all day Sunday.
Yep.
And we're going, and it's for us old heads that are still trying to do our best, it's brutal. It's brutal
for everyone.
It is. I feel like it's just, wait, you'll still be marching when you're 40 something too.
Yeah,
so
probably.
You'll feel it and you'll be like, yo, how did Mike do this all these years? And I'm like, yeah, it sucks.
Well, it's one of those things that kind of one of the silver linings of that, like the whole COVID era of our world. How do we do things in a more efficient manner where, maybe we don't need to spend 68 hours a week working on this together. If everybody is doing their part, if the staff is communicating what needs to be done clearly enough. I think our like brass co-caption head, Anthony Candelario, ex-Marine band. This guy he's a tough cookie. He keeps the fire lit under the horn line.
Love that.
Love it. Yeah.
First camp after auditions, he goes, all right, 20 rehearsals until finals. What are we going to achieve?
Yeah, and we do that too. It's always like Paul. Yeah, I don't know if you were watching earlier. Paul
loves to do that.
He loves numbers. He's like, guys, we only have 418 more hours left till championships.
We'll be like,
right.
Specific, man. Jesus.
We'll feel like we're a few weeks out, which means like really a month and a half or so after finals. And he's like, hey guys, only 11 rehearsal days left, and we're like, oh god,
it's 11 days. Yeah, it's an eye opener, I think, when you look at distance and time in the all-age activity, because you're not on tour. You don't have all these days to kind of fill in. A month is 30 days. You have plenty of time. There's tons of time there. When you look at a month for us, it's only, for you guys, it's 4 days. Which is wild.
Right.
So that's pretty incredible. I'm excited to see you guys. I watched your Sound Sport show from last year, and I was like, oh, it's pretty good, and I enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited to see what you guys put on the field this year. You look like you have a pretty sizable horn line already and a decent drum line.
Just about 40 members in the brass.
Nice. That's awesome.
As a tuba player, we're really trying to get to that double-digit tuba number, and that's a goal that will happen eventually. I think we have 8 this year, so it was like we're just on the cusp of that.
That's a full DCA tuba line.
Yeah,
though,
I mean, listen,
right? All-age tuba line.
In 22, we only marched 8 tubas.
Yeah.
Hell, freaking Atlanta CV marched 15 last year for some
which is wild.
It was
I don't know where they found all those tubas.
I remember talking to them like, yeah, we just had these guys come and they wouldn't leave, so we just gave them spots. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, that works. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to poke Russ and be like, hey, how'd you get that many tuba players?
I don't even know. I remember talking to the one of the guys. Like, wild side note, the guy who drives their semi for them is the uncle of a girl I went to high school with. So, like, and I met him randomly like 10, 15 years ago, and I was like, how do I know you, man? He's like, how I do this. And I was like, how do you, like, she commented on something on my Facebook page, or I commented on something on her, and I was like holding a horn. He's like, he checked me out. He's like, do you do drum corps? He's like, who are you? Like, it's just weird 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon thing.
Yeah.
And so I chat with him, and he's like, yeah, these guys just kept showing up, and they just didn't go away. So we had to find horns for them because we didn't have them.
So awesome.
So it's such a weird thing because as a tuba player, I played tuba for 10 seasons. Like, it's hard to find those dudes. They're loyal.
Definitely can be.
Yeah, we're loyal to a fault, and when we're happy where we are, we're just happy where we are. But you got to find them and then make them do stuff too, because that's the always problem with tuba players too. You got to actually make them do stuff.
Yeah.
So well, we don't, we don't call them slow brass for nothing. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's great. Like, I started marching. My first year in DCA was '98, and there was only 6 tuba players in our line, and we placed 4th. So I think we had 40 horns that year, 40 or 42. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, you can do a lot with 40 horns and a decent drum line, and I'm excited.
I can't tell you how many times. I think it's been weight sabers. We've walked past there a bunch of times. It was happening a couple times in like 19, 22, and 23. And you walk past and they've got like 8, 10 trumpets or something.
Yeah.
And they'll play a bit, and you're like, that sounds good. Like that sounds like more horns than it actually is.
Yeah.
If you got a good educational program and a small section that buys in, you can make it sound so much bigger than it actually is.
And like you said, there's ownership on the member to come prepared.
Yep.
Right. And nobody hides. Right. So, because I've been in plenty of horn lines where there's been 50 horns, but only 40 of them are playing.
We just interviewed.
Right.
a dear friend of ours that went his entire season without playing a single note, basically.
Yeah, we have a podcast episode getting ready to come out, and we interviewed two brothers who are going to be at Crown and Bluecoats, and the one kid's going to Bluecoats as a drum major this year, or a conductor.
Oh, great.
Conductor, and we marched with him in 22, and he basically, by the end of the season, I don't think he played a single note.
He did not figure out how to play the mellophone.
Great mover, and he never played mellophone.
Oh yeah, incredible.
Never played mellophone, and he was just like, I'm just here, man. And
he's like, I can't figure this thing out.
We didn't really know.
He moves well.
He moves great. You know,
he moves amazing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, his visuals got to be. So
it's fantastic. He's a great kid.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah. So
I got a question, because we talked about being excited for the show coming up. Is there anything you can share with us about what the show is like gonna be about? I don't know if you guys have like how much detail you've put out into the world, but I would love to hear about that.
Yeah, so on our website right now, so we've got our rep is out there, the show name's out there, that's all been announced. We kind of go the Troopers method of it, and we announce our show quite early. I don't want to say it's right on September 1st, but it's got to be close to the like fiscal year turnover. We use that as sort of a recruiting tool also, right? So like, hey, we got to have a cool show. You know, people know who we are, but right. Yeah. Well, and you know, like the Bluecoats, like
they don't have to.
Come on, they could announce their show in like the end of July. You know, as late as humanly possible.
Keep it a secret. If they could, they would get everyone who went to a show to sign NDAs and not announce it until August.
Right. You know, so we kind of go with a sort of a bit of an opposite of that. We use it as a recruiting tool. We're trying to think a show ahead as far as like programming goes. So we're already like working on 2026. And then we even have like, all right, what do we do for number 5? You know, so we're already starting to think there too. But for this year, we've got this kind of cheesy slasher film movie poster up on our website, which is somewhat that's more of like the vibe, if you will, as the young people would say. So on there, the show is called Sweet Dreams, with this big slash through the suite. The idea is it goes beyond just regular nightmares and into like night terrors. It's a nightmare that you are unable to escape. You're unable to. You don't even really realize you're in it. In like an Inception mixed with Freddy Krueger.
No, that's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
So a strong genre sort of themed vibe. It's
somewhat story based. I can say we've got some acting, if you will. So some solo color guard spots. You know, we've got this concept of our dreamer. We're working on the props. We've got some really cool stuff going on with that. Some ways to really show this terror, this concept of being trapped within this dream and within this nightmare. We got just some really cool effects musically happening. In like with the pit. I mean, we've got stuff in the pit that is homemade. There's like this thing that one of our members made. I think he calls it like his terror box or something like that. It's like
mad scientist by chance,
right? It's like a guitar pickup with this string across it, and it makes just the craziest sounds. We've got some cool sound effects for our closer that I really don't want. I don't want to give away. You'll have to hear it. But I mean, right now out there, anyone can pop into like our spring camp review videos or anything, and you can hear bits and pieces of the opener. We've got some of like old school horror movie type sounds. I've been trying to buy a little bit of time to remember what this instrument is called, but it's the thing you play. It's not a zither. It's the thing you play. Theremin. That's the one. Yes.
Yes.
Yep. So we have a theremin in the pit,
That's super cool.
which is really it just makes it's very, very cool.
Yeah, it's a really kind of sound.
Oh yeah. It's
Yes.
perfect for a show like that.
Yeah, it's dark theme. We're playing Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. We do a little bit of the Eurythmics version throughout the show, but we open more on the Marilyn Manson side, which is really fun. We wanted to bring some metal into the, mix it into the classical. We are playing music from Inception, so there is some music from the Inception soundtrack.
Great sound.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The ballad is going to be this super, I'm just so stoked for I'm almost more excited for the ballad than anything else, because we're doing "Sleep" by Eric Whitacre, and the Jordan Roberts, our brass arranger, just has created this eerie feeling of you're in this dream, and this is the part that maybe you're unaware that you're still living in the nightmare, but it's kind of under that surface the whole time, like this feeling of comfort that you maybe shouldn't be feeling very comfortable, because the monster is right there around the corner. I mean, he does a great job of doing that in the music.
That's super cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm excited to see it this year. I'm excited to.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, and then in what's becoming, thank you, what's becoming like a true Northern Lights fashion, we do want to always kind of have a little bit of classical music. It's what we're built on. Yeah, exactly, and maybe counter to what a lot of people believe, like the young people, like they love it. The young generation loves classical music in the marching sphere.
We've got some classical music in the show this year, and everyone's like, it's so good.
Yeah.
When you find a piece that works with the theme you're going for, it's like, of course the classical music works. It's written to have the sort of instrumentation to work with a brass and drum line.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun. So we're excited. So I want to leave you with a couple of things. Number one, for the people out there watching that maybe don't know too much about you, what is the easiest way to consume your drum corps?
Find out more information.
Facebook, the website, where would you point people towards?
Yeah, so there's really three ways, our three different social media sites. Number one, we've got our website, northernlightsmi.org. And then we're also on Facebook, we're also on Instagram. And basically everything we post goes out to all those spaces. We are also on YouTube, and that gets shared out via our other social media platforms.
Cool. Great. So there's plenty of places for people to go find you guys. So
yes,
if you're out there and if you haven't checked them out on those sites, make sure you go give them a like and click on see what they're doing and go check out all that good stuff too.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're listening, do the same for OnCycle, who gives us drum corps this platform.
Yeah. If you're out there right now, you Northern Lights people who are maybe watching your director go get out there and get into it, or your VP, whatever your official title is, your tuba player extraordinaire.
Yeah, tuba player.
Give them some love. Legend. Yeah. Give them some love, and we're happy to have you and be part of the love.
Absolutely.
Of Northern Lights.
Yeah.
What is as we start to wrap things up, what is one thing you want, I guess, the drum corps community to take away from what the Northern Lights are about, or they're trying to move to? Anything? What do you want to give to the world?
Yeah, so I think we kind of started with it. The number one thing for me is just, again, this part of the activity is the future of the activity.
Right.
So this is how we're going to grow the marching members. It's how we're going to grow other groups. And if we treat it like only certain groups count, the activity will die.
Right.
Point blank. So we need to come together as a whole drum corps community to make sure that all of the groups, all of the marching members are getting this platform.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I couldn't agree more. And I think when Paul was on earlier, we were kind of half talking about that a little bit, about the three new groups that are coming out. You guys, Steel City, and Minnesota is not really necessarily new, but they're they're coming back,
returning, yeah, after a long hiatus.
Right. Is that, as new directors, and Ben is taking over Steel City, who's such a young, man taking on a mountain of insanity down there. I was like, don't feel afraid to reach out to any of these other groups, like I know the Bucks or anybody else that are, Caballeros.
Anybody.
They'll all talk to you. They'll all give you advice. They'll all, and you
it's a big community.
Yeah, it is. It's a big community, and like you said, I think all of us believe the same thing you're saying, which is, we exist down here to help support the big and help support each other and all those other things too. And I think we want everybody around to be successful equally as much as ours, or as much as any drum corps that's been around for a long time. We don't want to see the activity die. So we're freely giving out information anywhere. So if you're all the way up there in the middle of, Michigan up there doing whatever it is you guys are doing up there, don't be afraid to come over here as East Coast guys and give us a holler and see what we're all about.
Yeah.
So we'll be happy to send all the information your way. So.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to meet y'all in Lucas Oil for a retreat.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you come over. We'll take a selfie. We'll get it on there.
Absolutely.
And, 100%. Yeah, we'd love to talk to you when you get out there. So, Doug, it's been an hour, and before Zoom cuts us off again, I'm going to say thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, awesome. So glad we finally got to have you on.
Yeah,
we've been talking for a while.
I know you and I have been chatting back and forth for a while about trying to come on and do this, and it just was it's just a weird timing thing, and everything else we have going on, and
we were trying to figure out how the Zoom setup thing works.
We were just
now that we know, we've got more opportunities.
No, it's been great. Just very much appreciate the platform to talk about who we are, what we do, and how. And I think we're in agreement in how do we take this activity that is just continuously more expensive and more time consuming, and make it more efficient for the fans as well as the the marchers.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think both sides of those spectrums will support it. As long as it makes sense, if the fans will support smaller groups and everything else, because they know that we're the lifeblood of what's going on, so those other things can survive. So, Doug, it's been great. Maybe next time when we talk, you can have your wife on too, and chat it up. I've talked to her a few times over the last few months, and very excited to see kind of how you guys, balance a lot of the things you're doing, or to see how insane it gets once the summertime comes and you really get started, and see if you're not trying to kill each other yet.
Right. Well, yeah, I know. I was gonna, I made a note here. I use note cards. It just helps me talk. Believe it or not, I'm a introverted type of person. But I was looking at the schedule and going, wow. I was gonna end this with a thanks that. For spending really our last open Saturday until August with us.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. It's I mean, we have
Easter weekend. Yeah. And then after that,
we're
booked.
So we'll be good. But like I said, I don't know if you called earlier too, we're going to try to do a live. On Cycle's going to try to go live a couple of weeks through the summertime. On a Thursday night.
Great.
So we can get some all-age people on to kind of talk about what's going on. And
we can do another interview, or even if you just want to like chat, pop into the chat and talk for a little bit.
Hop on and watch and do those things.
Those would be great.
Kind of see.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Yeah, mid-season, late season, catch up and talk about our cores and how we're doing.
Yeah, that sounds.
Be happy to do that.
I would love it. So. Thanks again, Doug, for coming on. We can't thank you enough for just sharing all of what Northern Lights is, and really I can't thank you enough for creating it so that we have another drum corps.
We keep asking. I mean, how many of our call to actions have been like, please make a drum corps?
Yeah, please create drum corps.
And now
we want one.
Yeah, we've been hammering the same thing, man. We've been saying every platform we can just talk up sound sport, and they do. Before we sign off, if I may, I just want to. They do such a great job in sound sport of making this kind of wipe away this expectation that you have to come out being the Cavaliers in year one. You just go out and be you. Whatever you do, go out and be you, and people will come to it. And if you're doing it the right way with the member focus and you're entertaining, it'll grow itself.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree. So thanks again, Doug. We're gonna go ahead and move so we can get on to the next thing.
Yeah.
And we have 50 minutes left.
Yep.
We have
less than an hour.
We have less than an hour of our 6-hour live broadcast, which
home
is
stretch.
Yeah, keep going strong.
Yeah, buddy. We appreciate you.
We appreciate
Yeah.
you so much. And everyone else, stick around. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, buddy.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we go. We're back for the final 13 right now. So we've been on for 5 hours and 13 minutes, which is wild because it doesn't feel like it's been that long. And for those of you out there who have been, staying with us the entire time, man, holy crap, thanks so much. So for the last little bit of this, we have about an hour left. We're going to do some Q&A. We may have a surprise guest that might pop on. But I wanted to take a time, since it's been a year, and bring Steven on, because he's over here grinning like an idiot, to kind of let him, so you guys can see him and maybe talk to him a little bit, and, ask some questions, and, do that too, give him some time in the spotlight, because, he won't be with us for longer.
No.
I'm going to kill him. No, I'm just kidding.
I didn't realize we were jumping to murder. I thought you were more talking about me enlisting, but
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So as you get ready to move on to the Navy and do the things you're going to do. So, so for those of you who don't know, this is my son, Steven, and he is, this is your 4th season now.
Yeah.
You did 2 years on baritone, a year on tuba, and this is your 2nd year on tuba now. And, I guess it's been, I don't know, what do you want to talk about?
What do I want to talk about?
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead, hit me.
If you could design any kind of show, what would it be?
Oh my God, what a crazy question. It's a wild question for you to ask, like, while you came on. All right. What kind of show would it be? I would have to go back to, I designed a show 25 years ago with some of my friends in drum corps. And basically there was a screamer who existed in Madison all the years ago. And it would be 60 tuba players and that one guy. And it would just be doing like Cavalier style crazy drill as the tuba player is playing these ominous chords, and every now and again this screamer would come in and just rip high notes for no reason whatsoever. And that would be the entire show.
That would be the entire show.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no overarching theme.
No,
it's just 60 tubas and screamer.
It's just called bass.
Yeah.
That's all it's called. So
oh man.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Of the last 4 seasons, right, that you've marched, what has been your favorite moment in your time?
I think getting locked in the coach bus bathroom of 22.
That's right. While we were coming back from finals.
When we were coming back from finals, my not then section leader, but soon to be section leader Meg was slumped up against the bathroom of the coach bus going up to Rochester. And I had to use the bathroom, so I you do that spider monkey parkour back there, trying not to step on people's heads.
Yeah.
And I got in there, I sat down and did my business, and I tried to leave, and I hear this disgruntled moan outside, and the door just shuts on me.
Yeah.
And like I thought the door had like a mechanism in it or something, and like I try to open it again, it's just
yeah.
So I was like, okay, I just sit down for an hour and 45 minutes. And we sit down. Yeah, we switched bus drivers then, I think. And I hear somebody else. I go, yo, who has been in the bathroom for the last 2 hours?
Yeah.
She's like, nobody's in the bathroom. And I bang on the door.
Yeah. No, what a great experience for you.
It was the first finals experience.
Yeah. For those of you out there in TV land, what are some questions you might have for Steven? Because God only knows what we could possibly talk about, because I deal with you all the time every day, and I don't know what to do with you half the time. So if you're out there and you're listening, shoot us a question or two.
Oh
yeah,
I'm sure Katie's gonna make her reappearance.
Oh yeah,
even though she doesn't have the talking stick.
Yeah. She messaged me and yelled at me about the talking stick, and it was like, she's like, when have I never had the talking stick?
She doesn't get to talk.
Yeah,
I don't.
Not now.
No, not now.
What is that noise?
That's me rubbing my foot against the carpet.
That's what that is.
Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah. Like, it sounds like wind.
I don't know. Ask me a question. You're the interviewer. This is your job. You're terrible at this.
I'm very terrible at this.
This is why I'm going through my emo phase and joining the Navy. Yeah. This is my way of rebelling.
That's your way of rebelling?
Yeah, is joining the Navy
and
so
not
that
the Army.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, which one do you prefer better, since you marched now? You're on your 2nd year of tuba, baritone or tuba?
Ironically enough, I think tuba's actually easier on my body.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like
I totally understand that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why I never played baritone.
Yeah,
I mean, tuba is easier. I just think it's probably not that tuba is easier. I think it's just the way managing a show with tuba is easier than baritone, but practicing is easier with a baritone. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that.
So actually, I disagree. I think practicing with a tuba is easier.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because with the baritone, you kind of get the suck on all sides of your body because you're standing there and you're held up.
Right.
And you're just
a heavy instrument.
Yeah, and it's hell on your shoulders and it's hell on your forearms and everywhere. Yeah. And then, but with tuba, lose. Thank God we have our visual tech Lou. He's out there and he just says no to things that Lydia tries to get us to do.
Right.
It was like, hey, can you guys get your horns up from on the ground through port and up onto your shoulders and play all within an eighth note? And Lou just kind of looks at her and shakes his head. So I think that when I was on baritone, I was doing things like ground rolls and trying to get up and trying to play as loud as a tuba, if not louder.
Right.
And with tuba, it's just bop.
Yeah. There's a minimal amount of things that you're being asked to do because the horn is so big. So it's just, that makes total sense. I agree with that. I totally agree with that because as a tuba player, I never really had to do half of that. Well, when I was playing tuba, we wouldn't do any of that stuff anyway, so it didn't matter. But yeah, Cole. Do I have any? Still no questions, huh?
Yeah, no.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Nah, see all those people there? They want to talk to me.
Yeah.
So
we had a member of the chat say that they would do a Lord of the Rings show.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings. That would be kind of cool.
That would be kind of cool. You know what show I designed?
What's
you
that?
Ready? I've been sitting on this idea for it's at least last year.
Okay.
If I were to ever design a show, I'd design a love show.
Okay.
And it's titled "Better to Have Not."
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and I would do a there's a snare drummer and a trumpet player, and in the beginning it's normal drum corps, and then they come together at the center of the 50 and they lean in towards each other, and then that's how they fall in love. And then the second movement is them getting married.
Yeah.
And then the third movement, some crazy person comes out and kills one of them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Love that.
But the fun part is that every single show, it's different which one he kills.
It's always, so you have to learn drill for everything, but then at some point, one time you just die.
Yeah, so we would give them, in my personal opinion, I would the canon event would be the girl dies, so the boy has to live and do it. But we would give them specific choreography for the second movement that they would do together. Okay. And then the third movement they die, and whoever lives tries to do the choreograph by themselves, and they can't.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and we'd have and we wouldn't expect every member to learn different parts of the different drill for that person. We just kind of create a center, how in 24 we have that weird tarp on the side.
Yeah.
I make a big heart or something out of tarp. That way, nobody just kind of goes in there for that segment.
Gotcha. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, and
cool. I dig that.
During the ballad, the survivor drops to his knees and everything cuts out and he yells. Oh. And as he yells louder and louder, the horn line comes in with him to try to drown out his yell at some part.
That's pretty neat, actually.
Yeah.
It's a super cool idea, actually.
I know, right? And then he falls to the ground and the horn line's playing. I think I would choose Rosemary from the movie The Giver.
Okay.
Have you ever watched The Giver?
No, I don't think I ever have.
No, it's a really fun, somber piece.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a piece that his daughter wrote before she died.
Okay.
So it's this very wedding-y, fun kind of piece that I would drop down an octave to make it sound somber. And then at the end, the kid, the survivor dies of heartbreak.
Huh.
And just kind of sits on the.
This is very Romeo and Juliet kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. And there's two other actors, two best friends, and they come together and then they fall in love and then they walk off the field, and
Gotcha.
that's the end of the show.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks for filling us in.
I really just wanted to put that out there to any drum course who want to hire me.
Right. No, what's going on there?
Apologize if I missed this. Oh, 7-year Army band vet here.
Oh.
Turks.
Apologies if I missed this.
What's the thing you're most nervous about for basic training, and what's the thing you're most excited for?
The thing I'm most nervous about? If anybody has to discover that I'm the son of an army soldier.
Ooh, good call.
Yeah.
That's not going to go well. Don't let any of your drill instructors let us know that I was in the military.
Your dad was in the army. Well, what do we have here? I don't know why they're from Wisconsin, but
yeah, exactly.
The thing I'm most excited for? I think battle stations.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Doing cool boat stuff and setting stuff on fire.
If you don't know, every branch of the military, when they're in their final like week, they have a final event that they do.
Right.
You had a final event where you went
we go
out.
into the woods and we shoot and kill bad guys, pretending bad guys are coming after us
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for the Navy, we basically do like a reenaction of I think it's a Vietnam ship that got shot, and we have to go down and like put out fires and make sure that the hull's still structurally sound and stuff, and we have to report back.
Yeah. Do all the reporting and transporting equipment and people through the ship, and all that kind of stuff.
And they light the ship on fire at some point.
Yeah,
and it's not controlled fire either.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
That's awesome. I know.
I
I'm
know.
excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for you.
I am too.
Yeah, it'll be a good time.
Yeah.
So, all right. Do you feel like you got some
adequate screen time?
Adequate screen time. Yeah. You just feel good with it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I might come out here when you're like gone somewhere and just shoot an episode by myself.
It's not a terrible idea. Go for it.
Yeah.
I'll just find it somewhere in there randomly. Yeah. You're good.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
All right. What, congratulations. Yeah. All right. I guess that's it.
Yeah.
So, unless you want to,
talk about anything else.
Anything else exciting?
Our
surprise guest responded back to me. Robbie, I'm not sure if he's going to come on or not. Yeah. We'll see.
It means more time for me.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta get out.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, it's been fun trying to navigate this year is trying to be a child and, equivalent vet to my section leader this year.
Oh yeah.
Because me and Jack, me and my horn sergeant, we started the same year.
We're sending us said rainbows or unicorns. Yeah. Yeah. So that is interesting. Like you guys are both 4-year vets, but obviously he's significantly older than you, and he's your section leader, whatever. Do you find it to be difficult?
I don't. I find trying to be a vet in general difficult.
Okay.
Because I'm out here and like I know how things work.
Right.
I know how things are supposed to be done.
Right.
Like I've done this. This is my 4th year here. Like,
right.
I went from 22, coming in and filling a hole,
right.
barely being able to march, and now I'm not one of the most, but I'd say at least top 20 most competent people out there.
Right. Marching wise, anyway.
Yeah, marching wise, playing wise. And looking at people and going was like, why don't you have your towel? I was like, who are you to tell me that? You're just some kid. I was like, I'm your vet.
Yeah.
It's like,
right.
Why don't you have your towel? I was like, well, I didn't want it to get wet. I was like, well, everybody else's towel is out here.
Yeah, right.
So I was like, so what are you gonna do? You're gonna tell me to go get it? I was like, yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
It's the right thing to do. So go do it. Yeah. It is tricky. When I was a young older vet too, when I was your age, and nobody wants to listen to you and nobody wants to take you seriously, even when you're saying the right thing. They just want to treat you kind of low. So I get it.
Yeah.
You just stay calm and you just go. I always find that asking questions is the way to go. I'm like, who are you to tell me? I'm like, who are you to not be right? It's the easy way to go. What is the right answer here? Always a question rather than a fight. It's the easier way to go. So it's the way you attack people in the military too. They freaking hate it.
I know.
Okay, Roger. Yep. So, all right, get out.
Oh, is that my screen time ending?
Yeah, get out. You gotta go. So
I can't be here for too long. The people will mutiny against you because they obviously know who's better here.
Yeah, obviously. Get out of here. Yeah. So I love you.
Love you.
All right.
All right, bye.
Go back and man all that stuff. And for those of you out there who don't know, Steven has been doing all the camera angles and doing everything for us all day. So it's been it's been all him out there, and then Robbie was just doing it. Well, welcome back from the tech side. Yeah. How was that?
I was cutting and chopping.
Chop.
A chef in the green
to answer
room.
you sending us a question, the answer is rainbows.
Yeah, the answer is obviously unicorns.
Ooh, that controversy already.
What are
so
unicorns if rainbows not made for them?
What?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I am so glad to see Northern Lights and Minnesota Breast. Absolutely, Ed. Ed, have you been on this entire time? Man, I love that, buddy.
I know, yeah. Or maybe we may have left for a while and then come back on, but either way,
but
we're happy for the support.
Appreciate,
Oh my God, yeah.
Let me ask you that question. If you have been on the stream here now the entire time, let us know in the comments, because kudos to you. that you've been watching us go through all this nonsense.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Although I guess it hasn't been. I thought for a while it was just going to be us talking the entire time.
Yeah, I was worried.
Oof.
We talked for a while. We were like, we can fill 6 hours of space.
Yeah.
We can figure it out.
Yeah, I can talk, no problem. Anybody that knows me personally knows.
I mean, we've
6
mentioned
hours.
like, we always finish every rehearsal, and a bunch of us will go out and get some dinner afterwards.
Yeah.
And we have been in places up until closing time.
Oh yeah,
like
absolutely.
we've been in a place, and then we look around and we realize they've put some of the chairs up on the table, and we're like, we have to go.
We gotta go. Yeah, we get done. It's 4:30 on a Sunday. We finish practice, and then
and then it's nighttime.
Who's that?
Gilo.
This is the first time you've commented, Gilo.
Yeah.
Hey, well, welcome. I'm not sure I know who you are, but I love the fact you've been here since the beginning.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's a great handle. Yeah, good
It's
job.
for Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we've closed many a place down. Sometimes I don't even get it. Like we'll sit there and talk from 5 o'clock when we get there, and it'll be like it's 9. It's time to go home. So
what we also used to do frequently. It's harder to do in the colder months, but we'd like finish a winter camp, and we would talk. We'd go out to dinner. We'd talk for 4 hours or whatever. They'd be like closing. We're like, all right, we should go home. And then we'd walk outside, and then we'd stand in the parking lot for another hour.
Yeah, and just be like, well, let me. This is what I was talking about. Right?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Well, sorry, you guys. You know.
Which is why we brought all of our skill sets to YouTube,
to podcasting.
Yeah,
we're like, we could be recording this and making a profit off of it.
We could be making no money still after a year.
We're building. It's the building blocks.
It's the building blocks, yes. So for all of you out there, thank you. We had a couple new subscribers today. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, we gained a few new people.
I think 7 or 8 new subscribers. This has been pretty great for today. Our goal is 1,000. For those of you out there who are still watching and want to support the channel, 1,000 and again, for those of you maybe you're
the next big milestone.
That's the next big milestone. But that's where YouTube allows us to give us a little scratch for what
actually monetizing
a little bit. So and remember that monetization 50% of everything that we make will go into a pot, and it'll go back to a scholarship, probably more than likely at this point for next year, for the 2026 season. So if parking lot hits differently
parking lot chats,
it does. This outside good friend, roger that.
Good friend
Gilo. But yeah, so like it's we want to monetize. We want to start earning a little bit of bucks, and I will say this is that we're at 912 or 913 or whatever it is subscribers right now, and it is crazy how many hours of time you all have spent watching us, because that's really the biggest thing right there. Is the hours are always a hard thing to achieve. So for the listeners out there who have been watching everything that we put out there, we thank you so much. You are small but mighty in your time that you have given to us. So
the watch hours have really been huge for
they're the
us.
biggest part. Yeah, exactly.
Right, because that means that we've, like you said, we've been slowly building up that subscriber base. We're reaching towards 1,000. But importantly, the people that have been watching have been sticking around and really watching the whole time through. Which YouTube, in its mighty all-knowing algorithm, it takes note of those things.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yes.
And that tells them that we've got a dedicated sort of base of fans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which
is important.
It's been really great. It's been super great to have all your time and everything else too. And I'm excited to see what year 2 brings, as we move into it.
I'm excited as well. Now that we're not just like figuring out how this whole thing works.
Yeah. Did some updates. We have some different equipment. It's looking a little bit nicer out there. If you want to see what it was, go back and watch the very first episode. It's dark. The cameras.
Yeah, the first episode especially. All the white balance was completely off. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. Transitions aren't super great. The sound. I think the sound's been pretty consistent.
Sounds pretty good.
But then the sound got bad for a while.
It was really crappy. I don't know why.
What happened? And then all of a sudden they were like, okay, cool. Thanks. Best DCI show on YouTube.
Thanks.
Thanks, J-Lo.
Yeah. Thanks, Jennifer Lopez.
Thanks, Jennifer Lopez.
Our number one fan.
Our number one fan. Question for Mr. Lark. Any comments on our show so far?
Oh, as in Buck's show?
No,
Or
he's
no?
talking about his show. So
His
I've
show.
actually
Wait,
got a chance to listen to some of the music that Steel City is getting ready to do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he sent it to me, and I'll share it with you after.
Yeah,
that.
I was going to say, I want to get some
Listen,
behind the scenes
I told you, Ben, when we were talking about before, I'm very excited to see I'm very excited to see a G horn line again because I haven't heard one in a while.
Hear one.
So I'm pretty excited to see that, and I'm really excited to see how a smaller group transitions onto the big field because they're going to be in Lucas Oil, right? And Ben, correct me if I'm wrong or throw it in the chat. I think you guys are coming out with somewhere between 30 and 50 members, somewhere in that range right now, which is great for a returning core for the first time. And kind of coming back out and doing those things. And the cost, if you're in the Pittsburgh area or anywhere around there and you're interested in going to Indy, you cannot go to Indy, drive there, fly there, and watch a show for the price that you are paying to march in that drum corps. It's impossible.
Oh,
So
yeah?
that's
Like the
how,
cost to get there
that is how cheap Northern Lights is. Or excuse me, not Northern Lights. That is
Steel
how
City.
cheap Steel City is right now. And you can be a member of that. So basically what I'm saying is that if you want to march with the drum corps, or if you just want to go to finals, right? And you want
Be
to
at
watch finals for free. It'll be from the end zone because it's a free ticket. But if
Yeah,
you
or
just
from the
want to do that
600s.
and get there, because I'm pretty sure the tuition covers the cost of travel as well.
Yeah.
So like you can get there and watch the show for less by joining the drum corps and paying the dues than it would cost you to actually drive there and actually buy a ticket and go to the show.
That's wild.
Yeah, so it is a very reasonable core, and you can be part of a groundbreaking organization that's trying to rebuild and trying to bring back a very classic drum corps that existed in the 70s and 80s, because they're not a new organization, they're a revitalized organization. So it's great. It's out there. And to answer your question more specifically, Ben, I really enjoyed the show. I think it's a great concept. Like any show that's in a smaller group, it's hard to find a way to maximize the size of your organization and still come across effectively. And I think the show, the way it's designed and the music that you have out there and kind of what they're doing with the pit and some of the other things too, it will be extremely effective for the group that size, right? So good on you, Ben. I think you're doing a great service for Pittsburgh and the area. A lot of great organizations out that way, and I think you're going to continue to grow over time.
Yeah.
And I really hope the Steel City is out there and is doing with that. Ken said he loves the prediction videos.
Yeah.
Hey,
Which is great. We can talk out of our asses on
Yeah,
predictions
we
all
can-
day long.
Yeah, we can absolutely. He's probably loves some of the things that we love, and that's why he loves the videos. Yeah.
Makes
Yeah,
sense. I think Madison's going to win this year.
Yeah,
Screw it.
Who can? Yeah, it's 96 Madison. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Drum Corps Fan Dreams Part 3, whatever it is. Ben, 45. That's
45
great.
members,
Yeah, between
yeah,
30 and
that's
50.
awesome.
I was right on the money there. Yeah, that's great, Ben. And again, for a relatively new upstart group. And for those of you who don't know, Ben is the youngest corps director in DCI.
Oh, yeah. I remember you
He's like-
saying that.
He's Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know that the number that I don't want to put your business out there. I'm pretty sure it's like 23 or 24. He's
wild.
crazy young. But he's doing really, really great stuff. We talk all the time. We chat with each other and we just go like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And he's always been just like, he just wants to absorb information, right? And just do the best he can and just kind of ask questions. And I will always give you love, because what you're doing out there is incredibly difficult, just like what Doug's doing out in Northern Lights, and I love everything you guys are doing. So, Stephen Koenig.
Stephen Koenig's here.
Oh, you can tell everybody. The Reading Buccaneers have finished the Reading Royals game.
Yeah, everyone's coming
Everybody's
in.
back on now.
Everybody's pouring in to support us in our last couple of minutes here.
We are excited to see Drum Corps in the next 90 days too. It's really only 90 days. That's crazy.
Oh my God, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, I guess that's true, because
I mean,
no, it's maybe
more like
see Drum Corps
more like
again in,
depends on when they're coming out. Yeah.
yeah, I guess it depends on when the first show is. What's the first show? It's usually
Well, first show is going to be shorter than
June,
that.
right?
June, yeah. So
well for
more
us
like,
it would be that. So
yeah, it'd be end of June
yeah,
for
end
most
of June.
DCI courses.
we're-
So yeah,
I guess
probably about 90 days.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're excited for it
It puts
too.
end of June, early
Royals
July.
game was great. Hey, who won, Pat?
Great. Did the
Yeah.
Royals royal all over the place?
Yeah, did they royal? For those of you who
It's
don't know,
royal in time.
It's the Reading Royals.
The Reading Royals.
As we are the Reading Buccaneers.
Exactly. As we rebranded on April 1st.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for those of you there tuning in that are not Buccaneers members, there was a Reading Royals hockey game.
Yeah.
In which the Reading Buccaneers, usually the alumni group, I think.
Yeah, Banner Brass.
Banner
alumni,
Brass, yeah.
Yeah, go out there and kind of
Banner Brass usually, will play in the stands, and they've also opened it up to the last few times to have just any member come out. We went to it last time.
Yeah, it was great.
Honestly, if we didn't have this show, we'd probably be there.
Yeah, honestly, we scheduled the show, and then they were like, hey, there's that thing again. And we're like, no.
We thought it was the day before.
No. So, yeah, we would have been there, too.
For sure. But yeah, everyone is now finished and is joining the chat to harass us, which we appreciate.
Yeah. So for those of you who are out there, we still have another like 30 minutes left. What are some of your questions? About the show, for us, for Robbie individually, for me individually, whatever you guys want to ask.
Yeah.
Do
you want to hear any of our, maybe share some drum corps opinions?
Ben, you're not 21, are you?
No way, you're 21?
What?
Oh my God.
That's not correct.
That's
wild. Be older than that, man.
Yeah. If you want to hear any of our slightly delirious at the end of this broadcast, hot takes on drum corps or anything like that.
Yeah, right. Or some
Make
of
us
our
pick a side.
wild opinions on it.
Yeah.
Pat who?
Pat who won?
July
Who did
4th
win?
parades this year? Oh, hey, that's a new thing. This year for the first time. I'm not sure if we can publicly say this. I don't care. It's the 4th of July parades.
It's 4th of July parades. Yeah, it's not like it's proprietary information.
The Reading Royal 7. Nice. Awesome.
Wow.
7-3.
7-3.
That's a great game.
That's pretty good for hockey.
So the Reading Buccaneers, for the first time in over 30 years, will not be going to Maryland to do the Maryland
Rest
Magical.
in peace, the Tour de Maryland.
Yeah, Tour de Maryland, the Maryland Magical Musical Tour. We won't be doing that. We'll actually be local to the city of Philadelphia. There's a couple of parades that go on in Philadelphia on the 4th of July, and we'll be doing that little mini circuit in there, which quite honestly, it's the greatest thing I've ever happened.
It's awesome. It's gonna turn a 15-hour day into like an 8-hour day or something.
Got so much good, yeah. Because for those of you who don't know, like we're up here in Reading, Pennsylvania. It's a solid 2.5 hours to get to the first. Like we get on the buses at like 4:35 in the morning on that day.
Yeah,
we drive all the way down there. We futz around toward to Maryland. Yeah, there it is, toward Maryland. Yeah, and no Sandwich Man. Yeah,
unfortunately,
there is some nostalgic moments I think that I will miss from the 4th of July.
It's always a fun day.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that it's fun because of how insanely just tiring it is.
Yeah. And, well, one of the other things that makes it fun too is that there's pretty much no staff there. It's just, have you thought about this? You're kind of in charge.
I have thought about that.
Yeah, because Heckman's usually in charge of all that nonsense.
I'm in charge, and it's new.
Admin. Yeah, it is. Oh, and it's brand new too. Whoa, dude.
I mean, it's gonna be me and Andy and like Lou, I guess.
I'm gonna tell you this, buddy. This is what I'm gonna do to help you.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna go. And so.
Thank God Lark isn't here.
Yeah, right. I don't have to be there messing anything up. Yeah. Sandwich Man is going to be missed hard. So.
Yeah.
So.
I have thought about that.
Yeah. It's
Dang it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you'll be the one thing you get to say is you are the only Buccaneer horn sergeant in this century that has done the Philadelphia parades.
Yeah, that's true.
Cool. Yeah. So. Oh my God!
You misspelled believe there, buddy. Yeah. You spell check.
Watching Steven try to type things is
that made it worse. That's bi-level. We do have to find a new overpass.
Ooh,
it's been a tradition every year since like 2016. I think is the first time I remember it.
05.
You sure?
Yeah, we've been doing that overpass. Well, at least I did it.
I remember not doing it in 15.
Maybe you didn't do it.
Maybe it's because our ballad was.
Yeah, well, I remember playing that. I remember playing Adagio for strings underneath that ballad in 2005.
Interesting. We played Adagio for strings in 2015. I'm pretty sure.
Did you?
I think so.
We
didn't. I don't know.
We played it better in 05.
Probably. No, we had to pick it online.
Yeah, we did.
You sure about that?
Yeah, positive.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
All right.
Yeah. Positive.
Sure, buddy.
So, yeah.
But we would play under an overpass for basically blast usually the ballad.
Yeah,
usually just a lot of fun.
And usually there's like 2 or 3 other corps there too that get a chance to watch us and kind of like listen. It's kind of like our show
sometimes.
So yeah. Any other questions out there? Since we're talking about things from our beloved listeners and half the horn line.
Yeah, all the horn line vets.
All the horn line vets that are on there hanging out right now. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well.
All right. We've still got, what is it? We got 23 more minutes left.
So, yeah.
We're really in the home stretch here.
Well, we're going to 11:07 now.
Are we going to 11:07?
Yeah.
Because it's been 367 days?
Yeah, 367 days of being online.
Technically.
So yeah, exactly.
Which I'm fine with, yeah.
Oh, you know what? We can do real quick. Facial hair game is A+ was. Oh, thanks.
Thanks?
Yeah. I think I finally feel like my beard's finally like thickened into a nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's just thick now? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It wasn't before. Now it's really kind of coming into its own. I'm about ready to get rid of it though too.
Yeah.
So yeah. Because I always
you should get just like the mutton chops or just a goatee.
Just I used to rock a goatee when I was in high school. Hard.
I believe that. Yeah.
So favorite interview. Oh, favorite interview
it's
from
hard
today.
to pick. Yeah.
Man,
a few good ones.
So I think I hate to be like so political correct about it, but like obviously Connor, because he's so first off, why don't we do this? Why don't we say thank you to all the interviewees that came in today?
God, yeah. First of all, making our job so much easier because we didn't have to completely on our own fill 6 hours of space. Right.
So we had Connor on earlier, who's a new drum major, one of the new drum majors for the Blue Devils. And all these interviews are going to get recut and reposted on our page. So if you missed it,
all the individual segments,
feel free to hop back on and do that. No,
my dot book is filled out. Your dot book better be filled out.
I finished it last week.
Yeah.
I didn't have to. I did it all the way up to 51 last week. So I just.
Oh yeah. So that's
anyway.
I mean, I don't know why you went.
But Connor was on. It was great because I hadn't seen Connor since last year, so it was really fun to do that. Connor talked about the Blue Devils, and he's like our official first live guest, and he was our official first podcast guest. So,
and it was really cool picking his brain a little bit about the Blue Devil. Yeah, about last year and going into this year and like the Blue Devils culture.
Yeah,
it's always a fun little look. Into that world.
And obviously Paul. I feel like I talk to Paul all the time, but there's like pieces that we don't avoid talking about. It's just they never come up.
Yeah, they don't come up in normal conversation.
They don't come in normal conversation. So I was really. Oh my God!
Jesus, man, he's gonna do great.
You're gonna do great in the military, man. Sorry, we're watching Steven type.
He has 4 mistyped words in a row.
Stop bullying me.
CL
Troops, Legacy.
Just stop typing, man. You'll be okay.
We'll let them know because they were asking who was on earlier.
Yeah.
So we had Connor first from
from the Blue Devils.
Longtime Blue Devils member. He's not going to be drum major next year.
Colin.
We had Paul Colin.
From the Reading Buccaneers and other various drum corps. And,
so many drum corps.
ASACP.
ACSC.
There it is. ACSC, who's the new.
The ASAP.
And then we had Mark Kincaid on, who's a member of the Troopers Legacy Corps, who we talked about, the Troopers Legacy stuff.
Got our swag bag
from, which was really cool.
Amazing.
And then we talked to Doug from Northern Lights, and I think that's pretty much where we finished off at.
Yeah.
We were gonna have a mystery gift. Of course, go ahead and send it if you're still on. Okay, I guess we could still. Have the mystery guest.
let's you want me to go and
let's go. Go send it to him if he comes on. Great. We have one random mystery guest that's kind of a last minute, and we'll hop him on. Hey. Patrick, you're going to want to stay on for this one. Let's go. The mystery guest is pretty good. Paul's probably 2 of the 6 hours. That was only an hour and a half, Yesenia. Dream interview. Ooh, who would we love to interview? You know who I'd love to interview right now? Probably, what's his name? Matt Harloff. Because he was just inducted in the DCI Hall of Fame, and I'd love to pick his brain about, Chuck Manchoni. Yeah. No, I'd love to pick his brain about, just the Carolina Crown and his involvement and all those other different things too. That would be super fun. Okay, cool. There you go. So we might have a surprise guest. Who knows? We'll see if he hops on. When he does, I'll introduce him and we'll just kind of talk to him. I think he's out at WGI finals right now. But who else? Who else were we talking about? Oh my God. Anyway, to answer the question from today, I think one of the, I don't know. It was hard. It's hard to pick a good interview from today. I will say our next episode that we have coming out has 2 brothers, both one from Carolina Crown and one from Bluecoats, who are going to be marching this summer. We talked to them, and they were former Buccaneers that we've played with and marched with over the years, and the Zhang brothers. Oh, yes, probably grab this. And So that interview was really cool. I really enjoyed talking to both of them from the perspective of being brothers and from being in elite organizations and kind of what they're expecting to come on to from the future. So now I can't see the chat. So I have no idea.
Unfortunately, but I'll go over. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, you can still talk from over there, you know. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure what else is being asked up there. Anything else good on there, Robbie?
If we were teaching anywhere this year.
No, I actually
You also said we should bring John Carr on at some point.
Oh, you know what? So I talked to John Carr. He is going to come on it's at some point this summer and talk about you know, the transition and other things too. I actually had a really nice phone call with John Carr a couple of weeks ago, and he, you know, we had talked about him on one of our podcasts. He watches the show, and then he kind of corrected me through a few things that I wasn't necessarily wrong about, but we weren't kind of speaking accurately about, I guess, if you want to call it that. And you know, it was really cool, about hour-long conversation just you know, about those things. So it was pretty fun. Paul was probably 6 hours that. Yeah, it definitely was. John makes it on before me. No, Ben, I'll tell you what. I promise you'll be on before John Carr. You know, and because he usually comes down for our Friends and Family Day. John does, and
yeah.
So we'll see. Oh no, he hasn't seen the message yet.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's gonna pop on. Anyway, we'll just keep going.
We'll fill some time.
Fill in some time. Are you?
And if we need to go over a little bit.
Yeah, we could. We could make it longer than 6.5 hours.
Because I would really like to see.
It's a pretty neat guest.
Yeah,
I'm
if we can
to see what you know, if he's even out there.
And if he doesn't show up, we can just make up that it's whoever we wanted.
Yeah, yeah.
We were gonna get Obama on here.
Yeah, Obama
can you
was
imagine?
gonna be on here. Yeah, but like, hey, Obama.
My good pal, huge drum corps fan actually.
I had a different surprise guest that it was really close to getting on, and it was going to be, you know, a fun little weird thing. Probably not for many of you out there that even know who this person is, but you know, we had he was a former trumpet player on the Tonight Show, and he does the drum corps every year. Plays with the Crossmen, and he plays with the what do you call that? The oh my God, I can't think of his darn name. Any thoughts on the lineup for Landisville?
What is the lineup for Landisville?
So I know. Hey, I know why Ben's asking that, because Steel City's going to be there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They're coming down. And so that's super cool. What's something you miss about DCA after experiencing a year at DCI All-Age? Ooh, that's a great question too.
That's a great question.
So I'm going to answer. Get Snoop Dogg to talk about stuff.
It's time at Mandarins. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Snoop Dogg did march at Mandarins for a few years, and you can't disprove it.
Yeah, right. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Show me the documents. So this is a great question for G-Lo. Yeah, Al Chez was the person. Yep. Yeah. We talked to. I've been talking to Al for the last couple of days, and we just couldn't line up the time. So at some point, I think I'm going to have him on, maybe on one of the live episodes. So you know, keep out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Al's great. He's a friend of the show and some other things too. So over the years, I've talked to him a few times here and there. But I think I missed the most from DCA to DCI All-Age. DCI All-Age has a bunch of interesting rules that I think were. I don't want to say like not expressed correctly, but there were some learning curves as we went into DCI All-Age, into DCI, and there were some people I was probably going to stranglehold last year that anyway, it's a different story, but you know, like there was some at events, certain things go certain ways and we function in certain directions.
Yeah.
And I will say there were some events last year that were run by DCI for the first time that I wasn't super pleased with the logistics of it.
There were some frustrating logistical moments.
Yeah, and it was definitely
during the switch.
Yeah, it was definitely because it was either a new location or it was a DCI run specific event. So we saw the message. Maybe he will be on.
It's up to him.
Yeah, it's up to him. So we still may have our mystery guest that just came on because he just saw the link we sent him. So hopefully
he's hoping.
Here's hoping.
We've thrown the fishing line out.
Can you see the Zoom page, Steven?
Yeah, well, that's what we're getting right now. Actually,
we're on the Zoom page right now. Okay.
We're already on the Zoom page. So if he joins in, it'll just be
on the admin side. Very frustrating. Very frustrating, but
a question for me.
Yeah. Oh wait, check that is your mic unmuted?
It is
unmuted.
unmuted.
Perfect.
So
Do you want to answer that, Steven?
What's it like marching with my dad? Oh, man, I would rather do anything else.
I would rather do anything else than march with your dad as well.
Man, seems like a pretty true statement for everybody.
No, marching with my dad is fun. I get to look over at him and be happy that I'm not breaking down and having bees sting me in the butt.
Yeah, that's true.
It's pretty good. Yeah,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
no bees thing is good.
I watch my son try his best every single day and just keep on trying.
I know. I can actually look at my dad. All the light reflects off the bald spot, like center of the back of his head.
It's getting a little
like a lighthouse.
Yeah. Just remember, this is what's to come.
Mm-hmm. So if any of you are stuck in the mountains anywhere, you can use my dad's head as a signal light.
No. Mile long prop march.
Yeah.
Steven with the hot take. What's that there? Patrick telling us the props. Props would go one place. Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
yes,
Patrick, yes, that's
them.
exactly the scenario and situation that I was talking about.
Yeah, we just got it. Again, it was really just figuring out for the first time.
Yeah.
I have no doubt it will be better this year now that everyone's had a chance to get a trial run and figure it out.
And if I see that man again, I will strangle him. So
you already saw him again.
I did see him again. I'm not gonna say who it was, but that person was just recently inducted into the World Drum Corps Hall of Fame, and I saw him at that event. And
but it was a lot of something wasn't right because it was a lot of we were told one thing and then we were like,
wait a minute, hold on.
And then we would go somewhere and someone else would be like, who told you that? That's wrong. And we were like, you told you guys did.
You literally just told me what to do, and then I did it, and then you told me it was wrong.
We're like, do you want me to go get my director who got an email from someone?
Yeah, right. It's one of those things too where like I am very like when I'm not one of these people. Like I won't yell at you because you're doing something wrong with the first moment I've met you. You know what I mean? Like, hey, hey, who told you to do this? Like, okay, cool. Is there any way maybe we can do this instead and go from there? And that was not the case with some of the DCI personnel, which would made me a little grumpy. So I would say that's one thing I miss.
But that's also something that will not be permanent. You know?
You know what was like not sucky, but like at retreat, there's always like walking around, taking pictures, meeting people, saying hello, like shaking hands. Yeah. When it was DCA, there was basically an infinite amount of time to do that.
Because there's no one after us.
Right. Yep. DCI finals, it was like you were like right there. So should have Bill Lives on to promote. MPAM. Yeah, that's a good point, Jack.
Honestly, we might.
At some point, Bill and I are good friends now at this point, so maybe we'll have him on to kind of promote the MPAM. And,
right.
We'll go from there, which is a really neat organization if you don't know what it is.
Yeah. What does it stand for?
Marching Pageantry Arts Museum. So.
That's I took a guess. I was like, is that marching pageantry something?
Museum? It's Arts Museum. Yeah. So it's marching really the drum corps like museum at this point, but it's also it's named that to grow into a bigger organization. So will it just automatically change over if he logs in?
Yep. Oh, it's on Zoom right now.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
okay, we're on the Zoom page right now. I got you.
You're getting Zoom. So she choose to drop in should happen immediately.
Yeah.
Interviewing Key Poulin. What is that? Oh, experience writing for DCI. I'm not sure. I've not heard that name before.
What's the name?
Key Poulin.
Key Poulin. I don't know. It'd be cool.
I'm not sure who that is. You can. Oh, he's a few minutes behind.
Yeah. Right. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's just a second drop.
Yeah. It's the roast of Michael Lark. It is. It's always a good time to roast Michael Lark, though.
Yeah.
It's the thing. All right.
So for those of you who don't know out there in TV land too, my house is home. Holly. So I've been talking to Holly for a while now.
We've been talking about that for months. Yeah.
So at some point, probably this season, we're going to get her on to have to do that stuff. He writes for Mandy's. Oh, okay, cool. So we're going to have Holly and Ralph probably on to talk about stuff. What else? Also, oh my God, he's going to kill me for not remembering his name. Happens it was getting on. May have to finish without me. Oh no! Technical difficulties from our mystery guest.
We're not the only
so,
ones.
Yeah, listen, technical difficulties hit us all the time.
Hold on.
Oh, hold
Let me
on.
try it. Robbie, I have a question for you.
Stand by. Stand by.
What's your last name? Is your last name Conrad?
No.
Oh my God. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a really unique guest that I guarantee you nobody knows. You'll all know who this person is, but you'll never guess who it is. So if you were out there right now listening, maybe take a guess who the next guest is. Maybe we'll see it. Oh my God, there's so many messages being sent right now. Who knows?
It's the roast of Natalie Portman.
Valid meeting idea. I wonder if there was just a typo on it. No, it's the same thing.
Do a new meeting.
Yeah. Start a new one. Honestly, yeah, start a new one. Yeah. I don't know. People are out there. I can't see what they're saying right now. No.
Any people can join this. They have the pass.
Everybody can just hop on. It'll be great.
That's what we should end with.
Just drop it in there, and just everybody who wants to hop in.
Yep.
Just a giant Zoom meeting on live YouTube.
See how many people we can get in here before the PC explodes.
Right.
I mean, I can't try stopping and restarting, but I have to send him a separate link.
I'm gonna do it.
Right. Well, yeah, go for it. I mean, as long as he has the whatever the last link is he can get on. So this is pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm not the only person who can't spell.
Calm down.
Goona is not a word. You're gonna have to redo that.
Gonna.
Commonly accepted
The
slang.
squiggly
Steven,
red lines.
shut up. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We're coming up on. It's been a long time, and we're coming up on. He answered a few minutes ago. Yeah, Ed. We I'm not sure if you missed it. Oh, there we go. We're back on a new. There you go. Marching. Stephen did answer the question earlier. He just said a lot of dumb crap because he's my son. So what are you gonna do?
It was factual.
Yeah. Or maybe you didn't have the mic on.
I did have the mic.
Oh, you did have the mic on. Is it on now?
It is on now.
Okay.
I have it on the entire time.
Okay, great. So
You can hear me.
we're gonna have. I think we're trying one last time to get our mystery guest on. He may pop up here in a second.
For the last few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Try it. Let's give it a shot. Okay.
He's seen it. It's only for 5
Why
minutes.
is there a password? Does he have to put a passcode in there?
It shouldn't. You should not need
Yeah,
to
you
if you
should just have
click
to
the
click the
invite
button.
link, but it's
Right,
there
right.
just in case.
Yeah. Interesting.
I don't know why it would be an invalid
Valid
meeting
link. Yeah. Right. I don't know.
It just
We'll
doesn't
find out
work.
here in a
I
second.
mean, it seems like it's something on.
It's
that
also
end,
going
their
to
end.
pop up a little bit late too, since it's a little on a time delay.
No, that'll pop up. This is live for us now. We're not watching the stream. We have the Zoom up here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
true. Duh. Pfft. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
That-
man. Let
I
the
let-
te-
let-
let
I
the-
know.
let the
Yeah, I'm too
technical
old.
oversight.
I don't know what the heck I'm doing here.
See,
So.
uh,
Yeah. So I guess
we'll wait
Yeah.
with bated breath for that.
Yeah, right.
In between then, any new things in the chat, Steven? Can you see?
Oh, I don't
Bring
know.
it
My
up.
shot was taken from me by a man with a name that starts with an R.
Who could have guessed?
just do that right there. He
Love the
answered
Zoom
from
meeting.
his-
Yeah. Just click it. It can cover up us a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine right there.
Question for Steven's mom: how's it living with these two?
Oh, shake my head.
Listen,
So
Mitch.
here's the best
Yeah.
part, Ben, is that she doesn't live here anymore.
Yeah, no, we drove her out.
She lives in her own house, all the way on your side of the state.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she doesn't. It was so bad that we were like, "Here's a different house. Go live over there." Yeah.
Yep.
So, I miss March. Hey, I'm not sure where you're at or where you're from. You can come back in March. We'll take you.
You can always march
Yeah.
somewhere.
Where'd you go?
Yeah. G-Lo, J-Lo. So.
Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez.
Oh,
All right.
Look at how many.
Sure, and one more Hail Mary, like.
man. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Just let us if you. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Oh, wait. Oh, hey! We figured it out. Hold on. Hey.
Hello.
Welcome randomly to the podcast, Tarek Murray, the 45-year-old drum major from the Troopers last year,
Yes.
who's out at WGI right now. We've been friends on Facebook since last year, and I reached out to him and said, "Hey, do you want to come on and just chat a little bit?" So, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hang on. Sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying? Sorry, my audio's acting up.
No, you're good. I was just asking how you doing. How was WGI finals out there?
Oh, it's spectacular. Oh
Yeah.
man, my first time here. Made the decision to come out here literally Friday morning. Yeah. Talk about impromptu.
Yeah.
I mean, I live 3.5 hours away, so It's not
That's not too
terrible.
bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. So I thought it would be fun to talk to you because I love it. I saw you had the Troopers hat out there. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
So we got our Troopers Legacy Corps stuff right here.
Yeah. We actually talked to somebody from the Troopers Legacy Corps a little earlier, and promoted what they have going on. I'm not sure if you know. Did you know that they have a Mother's Day Cup that's going on out there?
I think I've heard about that. Yeah.
It's pretty neat, and there's some coffee that comes along with it, and some other neat stuff too. So we had them on. I figured,
I love it.
Why not talk to the man, the myth, the legend himself from last year, and see there it is. Give the people what they want always, man.
You gotta
always.
Right? Yeah.
So, I mean, we're coming up on the last few minutes of the podcast here. We just did. I'm not sure if you noticed now. We just did a 6 hour. We're at 5
we are at
hours
hour
and,
6.
Yeah.
Now.
Yes, we're at hour 6. Like we're
6
well
hours
over
and 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
So we've been
You've
going
been at it
for our 1 year anniversary online, and we were looking for fun and interesting people to talk to. And I'm happy you decided to come on and just chat with us for a minute.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah.
So,
It was a little bit hard. I wanted to get on a little earlier because I was running around from a lot, and I also had to charge my phone too. I've been using it a lot, so
yeah, the logistical nightmares. We totally get it, man. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, we actually have somebody marching in our drum corps in the Reading Buccaneers this year that marched with you last year, who was
Darwin.
Yeah,
Yes.
Darwin.
Yeah, Darwin. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's awesome.
Yeah,
Man's a
great.
machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, he's great. So what? So I know we'll ask you a couple of questions. I guess as we wrap everything up here, we'll stay on a little longer for you. And but like, I think my biggest question was last year. You were such an icon, in the drum corps world. Everybody just loved everything. What was it like from just a personal, perspective of having that much attention and kind of like love being thrown at you all season?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah.
I'm starting to keep it real now. I really enjoyed the attention it brought me, and a lot of people don't like to admit that, but I think it's okay to admit that. Like, a lot of people are coming up to you and asking you for pictures. That's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Especially
cool,
in the drum corps setting.
Yeah, man. I would have done that. If I saw you last year, I totally would have asked you for a picture.
We talked about how cool it was to have even just very few people come up to us and recognize us from the podcast. So I'm sure, right? It's cool to feel for a little while, like a kind of like a little mini celebrity within the circuit that you're in, and to feel
for
love
sure
it in that way.
There is no doubt in my mind that you will probably, if you go to DCI finals for the next 5 years, you will get pictures taken with for the next 5 years.
If you wear the hat too.
Yeah, exactly. If you keep your hair and your beard and you wear the hat, people are going to want to come up and take a picture with you and be like,
right.
Well, you're that guy. It's going to be great.
You're that guy.
Anytime the Corps got a good show and a good drum major, people that's like you're the face that they associate with that show now.
Yeah. Super cool.
Oh yeah. Even here at WGI Finals, I put the hat on, and I had quite a few people recognize me. Not as much as DCI Finals, but it's still a decent amount.
That's cool. And now, are you giving the fans what they want? Giving them a picture and just kind of doing the whole. Yeah, dude. Good for you, man.
I can't resist.
You gotta end.
You shouldn't. If you're gonna take in the love and keep it real and just be like, yep, I love everything I'm getting. You got to give everybody what they want.
Yep.
It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
Back.
Yeah. That's super cool. Yeah. What would you say? Because we're probably, we only have a couple more minutes left on, and we don't want to keep you too long. But what would you say was your favorite moment from last year's show?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's a very good question. My favorite moment from last year's show, had to be the ballad hit. I mean, nothing can really beat that. The House of the Rising Sun hit. I mean, I just went crazy on that part each and every time. And I love all parts of the show. But I'd say that stands out as like the best part for me.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Are you
definitely did.
Are you doing anything with Troopers this season? Are you going back to teach, or are you just associated with them in the tour at all this year?
So as of now, no, I'm not. I'm not doing anything with a group or with Troopers. That might change. We'll see. Sorry, I cut out for a bit. But yeah, I might get back into it. It's been it's kind of been crazy after aging out. I've had a lot happen, a lot going on.
Yeah.
I think I kind of need to take a little bit of a step back
Yeah.
before I get back into things.
Yeah. Listen, man, you got to take care of your mental health. You got to take care of those things. Like, you were on tour for what, 4 or 5 seasons, right, with different corps?
Yeah. And to be fair, I had a break in between. I had a break after my second year. Well, it was kind of forced break because COVID, but still, I mean, even 4 summers in a row is quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a good haul, man. It's a good amount of time to be in the activity and continue to do the things you're trying to do.
That's how I went from 17 to 40.
It's drum corps ages. Yeah,
it's that and tuba playing, brother. Like, I feel you. Coming from I did 10 seasons on tuba, so I totally understand it. Yeah. But hey, man, listen, like I said, I didn't want to keep you too long, but I was really excited to kind of just chat with you a little bit. We'd love to have you come on again if you're interested.
Yeah, for a more full length
interview and kind of chat and do some other things. So if you're interested, I'll reach back out to you again at some point and
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's such a pleasure to be on here.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys inviting me on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, we love everything you've been doing and all this stuff. I watch we're friends on Facebook, so I appreciate everything you post and just kind of just supporting the musical arts and everything you're doing. You're still kind of a little active in it here and there and doing all this stuff. So I think you're a good ambassador of the activity. So
yeah. I'm gonna keep doing the best I can to keep on advocating for it. Keep being a presence. Just because I aged out doesn't mean I still can't be involved. I still can't be everyone's favorite drum major.
Absolutely. Hey, and don't forget too, there's DCI All-Age groups out there that would love to take you on as a drum major.
True.
I'm not sure where you live at or what you're near, but consider supporting us old people.
I'm in the Midwest, so I think I can make it work. Probably. I know it's an East Coast thing, so.
Hey, listen, we've got a member who we had 2 members last year who came from the Midwest.
Yeah.
And some people come from far away.
Yeah. So if you ever would come out and march with us, just let us know. I'll give you a place to stay, man.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. So, all right. Hey, we don't want to take up any more of your time out there while you're doing lots and doing everything. So, we're gonna let you go, and we appreciate you hauling.
Yeah.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah.
Nice
thank you.
Nice little way to cap off this marathon of interviews.
Yeah.
Cap off. Yeah.
Cap off.
Yeah. Perfect. So, all right, man. Hey, thanks so much again for coming on. We appreciate you.
My pleasure. Have a great night.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man. All right. And that.
Can you transition us back, Steven?
Yeah. And that.
Oh, he's got it. I think we're good. Wait, maybe. Activate. Hey, so there you go. That was
All right. Can we bring the chat back?
Yeah.
There
we go.
Almost got it.
Oh my God. There we go. Yeah. So, hey, Patrick, that was for you, buddy.
Yeah.
So that was our random surprise guest, and so that was it. So honestly, we're at the end now, I think, and
I think it's about time. I know. Yeah. Sorry. Take your damn headphones off.
Stupid thing. I'm not talking to him anymore. Thank you all for coming out and watching and doing this thing. It's officially 6 hours and 11 minutes. So whoa.
And we overshot a little bit.
That's okay,
but for good reason.
Yeah, that's what we do.
A fun little mystery guest to have at the end.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing to shoot on the end there. So thank you all for coming out and checking us and hanging out with us for the day.
Yeah,
this is a long time.
Yeah, thank you very much for the support that you guys have been giving us this whole time.
Yep. And again, thank you all for the 912 people that subscribe and the 5,500 hours of time you spent watching us this year.
Yeah.
We hope to continue to put out some great stuff for you. 24-hour live stream petition. Jesus. Cadence, calm down.
Maybe we'll do that one of these days.
And, thank you all for stepping in, and then hopefully we'll do the same thing next year. And,
maybe, every year we do a 6-hour live stream.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a Easter weekend live stream every year. So, but we love it and we love you guys, and then we will catch you all later, and we'll let Robbie send it off.
All right. Get the camera on me. Is it on me?
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
And then we have to figure out how to end the stream, which you just press. Gonna press stop streaming when we're done.
Yeah, I was just
Soon?
press stop streaming.
All right, cool. Thank you all so very much for joining us and accompanying us on this mentally and